back, everybody. It's our first full week since we got the verdict in the Karen Read trial, and we're still processing. I think still seeing interviews, still getting a little reflection, a lot of thoughts from folks involved, and everybody's getting a little bit of an opportunity to start to think about what really is the legacy of the Karen Read trial. What's it going to mean in the long run? And this is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. It's part of why I've been a little bit quiet since we got that verdict, because there's just a lot to take away from what occurred in this trial. But the more I thought about it, the more I kind of realized, there's not a big legal legacy that comes out of this case. There's no big decision. There's no law that's been changed. There hasn't really even been any kind of fundamental structural revision. Like, everything is going to kind of go on as usual in the courts of Canton, Massachusetts. But where I think the real legacy is in this whole story, it's a journalistic legacy. It's a story about how the story was told and how the public became aware of it and how the public cared about it. And so, who was going to be a better person to have a conversation about all of that kind of thing with than the man himself, the one who found the story, pursued the story, and is, in my opinion, very likely the main reason, if not the only reason, why any of us really heard about this case at all. And he really doesn't need any introduction. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and welcome to the channel my guest, Turtleboy Aidan Kearney.
How are you doing? Thanks for having me, Andrea.
Welcome, Dr. Turtleboy. I hope you don't mind. I tend to be a little bit formal, so if I use your title, doctor, is that going to be
my preferred? Actually, it's my preferred pronoun. So
I don't blame you for that. I'm sure if I had earned it, I would enjoy that too. Well, so how have you been enjoying your first week without the Karen Read trial?
Busy. There's no shortage of content to talk about. Stuff. The McAlbert interviews afterwards were a gift. The attacks on the jurors, the very interesting jurors have come out, unlike the last trial, that have really insightful things to say. So they've been very entertaining. And I mean, Paula, the juror number 11, has been like a gift that keeps on giving. Like, she's interesting. She's intelligent. She's witty. She goes on Twitter and she battles these trolls. She doesn't care. And she's just, her insight and her answers to me in my interview with her were just perfect. It was like, wow, that went perfectly for the defense. At no point during any of those deliberations was Karen Read ever in danger. That's what I took from that. Is that at no point was she ever close to ever being convicted of anything except for the DUI charge. And that nobody, I mean, maybe one or two people in the group might have at one point thought oh yeah, maybe she could have did it. And then they just talked her out. They talked them out of it. And they're like, no. And they went over the facts. And it's so refreshing after the last trial, because that's the way it's supposed to go. This is the way jury deliberations are supposed to work. In the last trial, based on my exit interview with Ronnie, my takeaway from it was that there was 12 people in a room. It was 6 and 6 for a while. I don't know what they're talking about, because all the important stuff was just called distractors. And they were basically talking about, well, she was drunk, right? And she dropped him off there. And, she was the last one to see him. So, yeah, that sounds like manslaughter. Sure. And there was no debate about reasonable doubt or anything. And then the Tui Rodriguez charge came. And then the stronger personalities in the room won the day. And they convinced 3 other people to just come on over to our side. And luckily, I mean, what I'd really like to know, the unsung heroes in all this are the 3 jurors who wouldn't budge. The 3 jurors who made sure there was a second trial after all, because they were like, oh, hell no. No. And those 3 jurors, whoever they are, I've never spoken with anyone. No one knows their names. I know one of them is a source for Christina Rex. And often when she has anonymous jurors, it's usually this juror who was one of the 3. But yeah, I mean, without them, we wouldn't have had a second trial. Karen Read would have been convicted of manslaughter. So
sure.
God, she was.
What do you, I mean, do you have thoughts? What do you attribute that difference to? Do you think it's largely just personality differences with the jury, the different jury that they got? Do you think that it's a factor of the tweaks that the defense made to their case? Do you think that it's that, you know, Hank Brennan just was too unlikable for anybody to get on board?
All of the above. But certainly I would say the strongest factor is the theme of there was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. End of story. Don't get them all confused with, you know, this McAlbert's lying about this. This McAlbert's lying about this. Then, you know, it's like, it was just too much. Whereas this one was like more doctor based. And as a doctor, I appreciate that all these other doctors, my fellow colleagues, are getting up there saying that John wasn't hit by a car. So there's really not that much. And that's what you heard from these exit interviews are these people they don't think John was hit by a car. So Karen Reed didn't do it. And it's just, I don't want to say smarter because there were 2 PhDs on that last jury and they were both guilty voters. You know, so like, sometimes I think that we give too much credit to people just because they're overly intelligent. Whereas like, you know,
credentialed,
they thought they were smarter than the ARCA experts. I mean, that was one guy was an engineer reportedly. And he was just like, no, they don't know what they're talking about. Like they are just goons hired by an insurance company. Don't listen to them. The text stream data is what's important. And, you know, the defense came out. The biggest strength that Hank Brennan had in that trial was the text stream data. Okay. In my opinion, because that was the most troubling. When I heard about this before the trial started, Karen told me that like this black box, this new chip off has me reversing at 12:31. And I said, why would it say you were reversing at 12:31? And she said, maybe I just was there and I backed up, or I don't remember exactly why. And I'm like, well, you better have an explanation. I'm like, cause that's not good. You know, and like that was their strongest piece of evidence, in my opinion, is that she reversed at 12:31, according to the text stream data. So what did they do to combat that? Well, their first witness was Matthew DeSogra, right? And he was the guy brought on to neutralize or minimize the impact of the text stream data. And so that's like, if you listen to any of these trolls, that's what they talk about. The text stream data, it's like the jury didn't care about that at all. The jury cared about the Rentschler, Lapasato, Scorti Bello. I mean, that's who they cared about.
Yeah. And I mean, it makes sense because they were able to simplify that so much. You know, Dr. Laposada, you know, just came out swinging when she said, yeah, I don't think he was hit by a car at all, you know, and from there, it was just kind of all downhill for Hank Brennan because that's sort of the problem with their case is that we can argue about 12:31 versus 12:33, but it doesn't freaking matter if there was no collision. So you gotta start with the fundamentals first.
Yeah, Dr. Laposada is my spirit animal. She is my hero.
She's amazing.
I love her so much. I would love to have her on my show. I can't, like, I get like I get like twinkle in my eye when I talk about Dr. Laposada. She was so awesome. Just
what did you like so much about her? What landed with you?
The way she handled Hank Brennan, like my second grade teacher that is just putting a naughty student in place. And just just matter-of-factly, calmly reprimanding him, reminding him why he's wrong, telling him that, and basically telling him to sit down. And he was neutralized by her. He was not Mr. Bad Boy. Like he was Mr. Bad Boy with the ARCA guys talking about his wife and bringing up sandwiches and being Mr. Real tough guy with all these people. Yeah. He wasn't so tough with Dr. Laposada. He was neutralized by her. She owned him. She controlled that courtroom when he was speaking, and it was just masterful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or like when he brought up the weakness, like the weakness in her was like the Warwick night station fire. She goes, yeah, that was political bullshit. She said,
she just came right out and said it. I loved it.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like a plain spoken person?
Yeah. He wasn't hit by a car, she kept saying, which is not like, because he tried tripping her up. Like, well, what about the fact that she was going in reverse and she said that she clipped him and there was taillight? He doesn't matter. He wasn't hit by a car.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. Yeah. I don't really care about any of that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of people say some bullshit. So
yeah.
Well, so, okay. Let me ask you this. Cause you were there from the very beginning. Well, maybe I shouldn't say the very beginning, because I had to go back and check.
right.
And your first article was April 18th of 2023.
That's right.
So it's just been over 2 years, which is kind of crazy to think about time-wise, because I mean, I'm Johnny come lately to this case, in the sense that, you know, I wasn't following a lot of the pretrial stuff before the first trial. Then I watched the first trial, and that got me interested. But you, of course, were the first person on the case. Nobody was talking about it but before you did. And so I would love to know, first off, like, what caught your attention? How did you find out about this case? How did it come across your radar? You know, whatever you can tell me about that. But most importantly, like, how did you know that this was legit? Because I imagine a lot of times being a journalist, it's probably a lot like being a lawyer. You get a lot of phone calls. People got a lot of stuff to tell you. A lot of times it doesn't, you know, there's nothing there. There's nothing to work with. You know, it's just the way it is. There's a lot of sorting through chaff. Good tell for a good lawyer is not how many cases they take, it's how many cases they don't take. But there was something here that you saw that nobody else early on saw. What was it?
So it's kind of like a multi-part question. So let me answer the second part first. How did I know this was legit? That's a great question, because you're right. A lot of lawyers can throw stuff out there and try to get your attention, and it might be bullshit. Alan Jackson filed on April 12th, 2023, a 94-page affidavit in which he outlined how long to die on cold for the first time at 227, up and down 3 flights of stairs, deleting phone calls, getting rid of the dog, all this stuff. And everything came, it wasn't just an accusation. Like, it was like 12 pages of written documents, his written, you know, whatever. And then there was see attachment B, you know, exhibit A, exhibit B. Here's exhibit A. Here's his cell phone data showing him going up and down 3 flights of stairs. Exhibit B. Here's the Cellbrite report. And I'm like looking at this and I'm like, oh yeah, there's no other way. This is legit. And if this is legit, holy cow, I'm sitting on the story of the century here, and no one's reporting it. Like, it's crazy. Like,
and why do you think that was? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, because it wasn't
why
public.
doesn't mainstream media pick up on stories like this?
Well, all right. So here's the evolution. So John is killed January 29th, 2022. And I get, you know, then she's arrested 3 days later. And, you know, as a local guy who watches the news, who writes about stuff like this, that obviously catches my attention. I remember it happening vividly, and I remember looking into it. And the type of story that I usually write is like, I take a pro police angle usually, you know, because most times when people kill a cop, it is, they have like a long, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. Like the profile of a cop killer is somebody with like a bad history. And 90 in this state, it almost always is somebody who should have been in jail already for a whole bunch of other violent prior offenses. So usually the angle I take on it is, you know, liberal judges allow, you know, dangerous criminals to roam our streets, and now a cop is dead because of it. And that's the kind of story I like to write. Right. So I looked this up and I'm like, okay, who's this person who killed him? Karen Reed. Let's look into her. So I look into her and I see her LinkedIn. And I'm like, she works at Fidelity, blah, blah, blah. And then I see David Yannetti is on TV saying that she loved him and this and that she didn't even know she hit him. I mean, that seemed to be the theme. It was that like, I didn't even know I thought it happened in the driveway when I first read about it. And I also thought that there was like a foot of snow already. Like when I first heard about it, I'm like, I didn't know any of the details. I'm like, okay, so it makes sense. I'm like, that's freaking a horrible way to go. Like accidentally tapping a guy and he's so wasted and he just falls down and then like gets covered in snow. I'm like, oh my God, that's horrible. Like what a horrible story for everyone involved here. And I'm like, I want no part of this story. Because it's just,
there's no feel good to it. It's nothing.
Tragic. There's no bad guy. Like she's not even a good villain. Like, I'm like, this story sucks. This is a horrible, sad story. I feel bad for everyone. You know what I mean? Oh my God, how's she going to sleep at night? And so I honestly forgot the name Karen Reed, and I almost forgot the name John O'Keefe. And so then fast forward, I didn't even know she got indicted for murder. That didn't make many headlines. When he first was killed and she was arrested, that makes a lot of headlines. But indictments 4 months later don't really make the same headlines that the initial arrest does. And I
Yeah.
didn't, truth be told, I didn't even know what an indictment was. I'm new to this criminal court thing. Like, I didn't know. I'm like, when I was indicted, I'm like, what's the difference between an indictment and being arrested? I'm like, so they just move it to another court? Okay. But it's the same crime, right? I'm like, so I still don't really understand what an indictment is. So anyway, so they, like, so she gets indicted, and then, in April of 2023, on April 12th, I saw a quick blurb from NBC Boston, and it was like something about a Google search, and that the lawyers for the woman charged with killing John O'Keefe claim that someone else did it, and that there's a Google search to back this up for how long to die in cold. And I didn't really understand the implication of it at that time. And I remember looking at it, and I took a screenshot of it, because I do a lot of stories, and like day to day, I got a lot of people sending me story ideas, and I'm like, okay, that's one I might consider. That's interesting. I need to dig into it though. You know, I have to dig it. So like, I need time to dig into this. So I put it on my to-do list on April 12th, and then a couple days passes. And then on April 17th, I got a message from a fella by the name of Brian Johnson, who is a retired Duxbury cop. And he tells me that, so there's this guy, John O'Keefe. I trained him at the Duxbury police, because John used to be Duxbury police. And so he said, you know, I trained him when he first got on. He seemed like a good guy. And, you know, it appears as if this Brian Albert guy, like everybody knows, everybody knows Brian Albert. He's a hothead and an asshole. He's not well liked in Boston police. And it looks like she's innocent, and she's been framed by these cops. And I'm like, and
this is a cop telling you this.
A cop telling me this. And a cop who is
gonna get your attention.
who is very pro police. Like who was a guy, a back the blue guy who likes my content, because that's usually the angle that I take. And so I'm like, that absolutely gets my attention more than it would a private citizen, because you know, whatever. So like that night, so he sends me Alan's affidavit, his 94-page affidavit. And I read the whole thing. And I'm like, every page, I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. This is, and when it finally clicks, what's happened here, you're like, oh shit, this, oh my God, a cop was killed in the home of another cop. And then they blamed it on some random woman, his girlfriend. And then other cops covered it up. Like, oh wow, this is the story of the century. Like I know what gold is when I see it, and this is gold, you know. And I'm like, so I make a post at like 6 o'clock that people have shared after she was acquitted. They made like a meme out of it. And I said on April 17th around 6 o'clock that I am currently writing a story about what appears to be a Boston cop who was killed inside the home of another Boston cop. And then they blamed it on his girlfriend and framed her. And oh my God. And that post elicited a lot of commentary from people who were like, oh, is this the story out of Canton? Oh yeah, I saw something about that. What's going on with that? So like, there was clearly an interest in this. And so I like to hype up stories like that. So I'm writing it. That's at 6 o'clock. And over the next couple hours, that post gets a lot of attention, and a woman by the name of Jennifer Altman messages me, who's a friend of mine and has been a supporter for many years. And she says that I also think this is bullshit, and I've thought this is bullshit the whole time. The story never made sense. As it turns out, Jennifer Altman's like an OG FKR. Like, she thought Karen was guilty, it was innocent back in like February 2022 when no one did. And so she goes, I have been making pro Karen comments on Facebook for quite some time now, and it caught the attention of a friend of Karen's by the name of Natalie. And so she goes, Natalie, can I get you in touch with Natalie? And I'm like, absolutely. And so I am in the middle of writing a story, and I get in touch with Natalie, and we're texting back and forth, and I'm writing the story, but I don't have like a lot of pictures. I didn't know what Jennifer McCabe looked like. Her pictures aren't in any of the affidavits or anything like that. So she sent me pictures, so I know what this person looks like. And, you know, it helps fill out the story. And little did now I know, I didn't realize at the time, I was actually talking to Karen Reed, like, because Natalie was nothing more than a copy and paste vessel that just sent messages between the two of us. You know, I start writing the story, and it's by 2 in the morning, I'm like, okay, I think I'm almost done here. and I send it to Natalie, a draft. And, you know, I'm like, here it is. And then she sends me back a list of corrections. Like, cause this is a lot of information. I'm like, I don't want to get anything wrong here. So there's, and now I probably know that some of those corrections came from Karen Reed, but like, there was factual errors I had. So it's like, you know, I was able to have some of these corrected. So finally 3:30 to go, 3:30 in the morning, it's go time. I hit the publish button. All right. And I go to sleep for a few hours. I wake up and like my website's exploding. Okay. And it's like getting 404 errors. It's getting crazy amounts of traffic. So the story's blowing up. And then I do a show a couple days later. And normally on my stream on like a good night, I would have like 300 live viewers. And so then that night I have 2,100. I'm like, oh my, I never thought I'd bring 1,000.
You knew from the start, this was going to be massive. It was going to blow up. It was going to be huge.
But I thought it was going to be over. That's the thing. I thought it was going to be one and done. I'm like, well, they have to drop the charges now, right? Like this, they can't. After all, there's a Google search for how long to die in cold. They got him going up and down 3 flights of stairs. Like, oh, it's only a matter of time till they arrest all these other people, right? Like this is we're living in a just society, right? Like obviously, silly me. I really thought I'm so naive. Yeah. I really thought we were like living in a world where police and courts could be trusted, and at least when the microscope is on them, they could. At least when the public, and now the public's watching, so I'm like, well, they can't go forward now, can they? And then they doubled down.
Oh, and behold, they'll double down. They will actually double down.
And then microscopic taillight appeared in the clothes, and like all this new stuff started. Like what? And then now they have GPS data. Like Michael Proctor showed up to his house. Like I got a tip from somebody in early May saying, I just drove by 34 Fairview. Michael Proctor and Nicholas Guarino are in the yard right now. And he sends me a picture of them in the yard. And now I know that's when they're getting their stupid GPS coordinates to try to disprove that this whole up and down 3 flights of stairs problem. So like, and the biggest mistake I think Karen's team made is publicizing any of this. They like every time they came out with something, it just gave the Commonwealth a chance to make up some lies. Like that's all they did. Like again, I suppose they have to show their cards, right? Because of Rule 14. But you know,
at some point,
I guess in hindsight, although at the same time, if they hid that, it never catches my attention. And then what? You know, like I didn't save Karen Reed, but I definitely think that I created the infrastructure that enabled her to raise the resources that paid for the people who freed her. Like, you know, the people who freed Karen Reed more than anyone, more than Alan Jackson, more than Karen Reed, more than David Yannetti are Dr. La Posada, okay, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Scortibello, Dr. Russell. They freed Karen Reed, okay, and the jury freed Karen Reed. So but they don't fly for free. Sure. And these people charge $500 an hour for their time to sit in the lobby of Norfolk Superior Court all day. So that costs money. That's what the legal defense paid for.
Sure. Well, I'm interested in kind of how all of that came about, and especially the time frame, because it seems like things happen very fast. Like the story came out, it got attention, and it just kind of created a groundswell that never really stopped. It was just a couple months later, wasn't it, that the rolling rally, you did the rolling rally?
Yeah. So the rolling rally, the first thing I did was my first interaction with them was I went to a hearing on May 3rd. That was my first Karen Reed hearing, and I wore like this snazzy like Turtleboy. I used to have a Turtleboy tie before I had like a stylist. I look like a schmuck. Like I looked right out of the Goodwill. And so that was like my introduction. And then I got contacted by a guy by the name of Richie from Microdots, who we know him as Microdots now. And he's like, he goes, I love what you're doing. I want to be part of this. Like, I want to document this. I think this is historical, what you're doing. I'll do it for free. Like, I want to be part of this. And I'm like, sure. And so Richie kind of became my ride along guy who was there to document history. And on May 24th, we went to the next Karen Reed hearing. There was actually supposed to be an evidentiary hearing on May 25th, in which Jennifer McCabe, Michael Proctor, and Brian Albert were set to testify. They were like, that was going to happen. Like, they said at an evidentiary hearing, I'm like, this is going to be great. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait for this. And then on May 24th, Beverly Cannoni calls a hearing the day before to decide whether or not they're going to have a hearing the next day. And lo and behold, she canceled the evidentiary hearing. So that's when I realized that, okay, the judge is a problem too in this whole thing. And Jennifer McCabe was at that hearing. All right. And she was at the one on May 3rd too. And they would wear these like Justice for JJ buttons, these like tacky Walmart looking, you know, just bootleg buttons. And
yeah, like the things you make for the PTA, you know, at school,
Yeah.
little crafty looking things.
Yeah. And it just offended me like nothing has ever offended me before. I was so upset about it because I'm like, what do you and Matt do in the morning when you're getting dressed? Because I know what they did. Okay. I don't beat around the bush and say, I don't know who killed John O'Keefe. She Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27. That was a plot. That was a plot to murder John O'Keefe. She knows exactly what happened. Matt McCabe knows what happened too. Okay. So when I see them wearing these buttons and I'm like, what do you guys do in the morning when you get dressed? And it's just the two of you. Mrs. O'Keefe's not around. Paul's not around. You're not fooling anybody. You're just alone. And you're like, well, don't forget the button, honey. You know, we got to pretend. We got to put on a show here, right? And so I leave court. I go out of court, and they're sitting there. They're walking away with Kerry Roberts and Kevin Reddington, her lawyer. And so I am like, okay, I'm gonna say something to her. I'm gonna question her. So I go up to her and I ask, why did you Google how long to die in cold? And Ted Daniels there too. He actually puts a microphone in her face too. He didn't get charged with witness intimidation, just I did. So I, start asking him like, why did you delete all those phone calls? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? And they walk to their car and then they're not answering anything. And she's like smiling. She has this she's like chewing gum, like smiling like a psychopath. And I'm like, okay, I just keep asking questions. And then as they don't answer them, she walks over to her car, the Wagoneer, and I go, these are cop killers, ladies and gentlemen. So I call them cop killers. And, and whatever, I don't care. That's how I view them. Right. And it's an opinion. I'm allowed to have that opinion. I would argue it's a fact, but, so they get in their car and they leave. And a couple days later, I get notified that Jennifer McCabe is at Stoughton District Court applying for a harassment prevention order against me. Okay. And I end up getting the audio from that. And I don't know if you've heard that audio, but it's hilarious. Oh yeah. She goes down and the judge tells her she's like, oh, he's just writing about me a lot. And it's
boy. And this is the lady who Googled herself like the day of John's funeral. We're talking the same lady?
The same lady. And she's like, I'm like in fear. I was fearing, she said. And he was like asking me questions. And then he called me on the phone and asked me questions. And the judge is like, so did he threaten you when he asked? Oh, no, he was just asking questions like a journalist. Like that's what the judge is like. So he's like a reporter. He's asking you questions. Well, yeah, but then it was causing me fear. I was fearing him. And then the judge is like, well, he's got First Amendment rights. So I'm sorry that you feel this way, but he does have a right to do it. So I can't. And then she goes, her famous line, I have a t-shirt that says this. She goes, is there anything you can do to get him to stop blogging about me? She asks the judge, but that was a pretty telling statement. Yeah. Is there anything you can do? That's the key word. Anything you can do, Mr. Person with power. Is there anything you can do to silence his free speech? And that kind of became the theme for my witness intimidation charges later on. It's like, yeah, there is something you could do. We can arrest him. That's what we can do. And we can, put up these bogus charges on him. Right. So that's in late May. And then a week later on June 9th, there is I know that there is Jennifer McCabe is going to be going out to a lacrosse game in a town called Billerica. And so I'm like, well, that's a public event, right? I have a right to go there if I want to go there. So I buy a ticket and me and Richie go to Billerica to watch a high school lacrosse game. And they're up in the top row. Okay. And Richie kind of scouts them out, tells me where they are. And they are on edge. They are like waiting. They think I might come at any moment now. Like they're so on edge. They recognize Richie right away. So then I'm like, okay, let's go. We're doing this. So I just march right up there. And I go right over to Matt McCabe and I said to him, and he goes, hey, tough guy. That's what he says. Hey, tough guy. How you been? And I'm like, good. How are you doing? He goes, oh, wow. You look a lot smaller in person. I'm like, oh, you look a lot fatter. I'm like, but like, it is what it is. So I try to ask her questions and I'm like, Jen, why did you Google how long to die in cold? And she's like, smiling, like she's wearing a BPD fugitive unit hat, and she's smiling about this. She's like, thinks it's funny. And I'm like, do you think this is funny? Why'd you Googled how long did the ankle? Why'd you do that? And then he's like, he didn't do that. She didn't do that. He says, she didn't do that. I go, says who? He goes, says journalists. Now this is before they had Jessica Hyde and before they had Ian Whiffen, but they had already determined that
already
she didn't
decided.
do it. Yeah. Like before even reading any of their reports, they already know she didn't do it. Okay.
Yeah.
She's the star witness, so she couldn't have done it. And so, she's like laughing about it, and some people come over. The AD comes over, and he's like, "Do you have any kids on the team?" I'm like, "No, but I like lacrosse, and I want to be here. Go Bill Ricka." And he's like, "Well, Bill Ricka's down there." I'm like, "Yeah, I just have a couple questions." And so after 5 minutes, I made my point, and I leave, and I call them cop killers on the way out. I go, "Those are cop killers, ladies and gentlemen," and then I leave. Okay, so that incident is, I'm facing 20 years in jail for that incident because it's 2 felony counts of witness intimidation. So then fast forward to July 22nd. So on July 22nd, it's 3 days before Karen Reed hearing on the 25th. And I planned this out. It's a nice Saturday in the summer. And I go, we are going to peacefully protest outside of the homes of the people involved in the cover-up of John O'Keefe's murder. And we are going to make our voices heard and just peacefully protest. That it was literally a peaceful protest.
And let me pause you there, because I want to. This is the piece that, to me, this was the revolutionary thing. I think when I look at this story and how it was told and how it emerged, this was the one that was like, that's quite unconventional in terms of journalism. And so I'm wondering, like, well, what inspired that? Did you was there like a somebody that what was that?
Outrage about the death of John O'Keefe is what got me to do that. I'm really mad about that. I'm really upset.
What was the impetus of this idea to I mean,
honestly, what was my impetus?
Organize something formal like this.
Honestly, like, I'd seen it done before on, like, when Roe versus Wade was overturned, there was all these people protesting outside of Justice Kavanaugh's house and all these other people's homes. And I'm like, if you can do it to a Supreme Court justice, then you can do it to somebody in Canton, right? I mean, I've seen it on TV. I've literally seen this happen before. I saw it happen with Derek Chauvin, right? Before there was like 5 days before Derek Chauvin was arrested, but mobs were outside his house protesting, right? And honestly, much more dangerous mobs than the crew of grandmas I brought with me.
Sure.
You know? Like, and women and children. It's like, are you kidding me? And so, like, I've seen this done before. This is legal. Like, this is what we do in America when we're outraged about something, right? Like, and I'm outraged. I'm like, really? I'm not doing this for fun. I'm doing this because I'm really actually upset about it. Like, they killed this man. He's innocent. He did nothing wrong, right? And then they had the audacity to blame an innocent person for it too. I'm like really, really upset about this. So
now, at this point in time, do you have a sense, like I'll put it the way Alan Jackson had put it, the powerful Albert family, like these whole connections and the influence that they had you gotten a sense of that at this point? Of who exactly these people are? And
that's what really pissed me off. It's like, because I don't like that. I don't like this whole, like, I'm tougher than you. You know, we're the mafia. I hate bullies. I hate bullies so much. And I love standing up to bullies. I'm not scared of bullies, right? And I that's my whole thing, is like, I stand up to bullies.
That's good, because the government is the biggest bully there.
They are. And they're backed by the government. And so I'm like, we are going to protest the hell out of these people, because they are bullies. They are scaring everyone in town. At the time, I hadn't spoken with Lucky Loughran. I was under the impression that they were bullying him, out of talking. I had spoken with Steve Scanlon by that point. I got the impression that they had bullied him, that he was scared. Everyone was scared in this town. And I'm like, no, fuck this. I am not putting up with this shit. I'm the mayor of Canton. We're going to come in here. That was my whole theme. If you watch some of these tapes, they're like, I'm like liberating the town of Canton from the, I landed on the Wicked Witch of the East. So I'm like coming in here, and I'm like, everybody can safe now. You can come out, Lollipop Guild, do your dance. Well, I'll have a great time. Like, everybody's safe here now. And so that's what I wanted the people of Canton to know, is that like, you don't have to be scared of these people. They sell mediocre chicken parms in the middle of town, and they're a bunch of towny goons. They're not so tough. Okay. They're not so tough when you stand up to them. And so I just wanted to go and make my voice heard outside of their homes and tell the neighborhood what they did. And like, I'm on megaphone at the thing saying like, we are outside the home of Jennifer McCabe. She Googled how long to die in cold at 1:07 or 2:27. And then she deleted her phone calls. I don't threaten. If you watch the tape, I literally just give an outline of what each person did for 7 minutes. And then we go onto the home of the next person. I've gotten the call logs from the Canton police that day. Not a single person called the police on us. There wasn't a single report of noise or disturbing the peace. Nothing. It was like the most peaceful day ever. And then when I find out 3 months later, I have been indicted for this, for picketing, which I didn't even know was a crime in the United States of America, picketing, and, and witness intimidation. I'm like, what? I'm like, so that was a crime. The rolling around, the police let it happen, like the police didn't stop us. I announced we were coming. They just let it happen. Nobody called the cops, but now 3 months later, it's suddenly a crime. Are you kidding me? And as we're going to see, it becomes a crime. There's an evolution. There's a whole bunch of impounded text messages that the world hasn't seen yet. We have text messages between Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, and Michael Morrissey. Okay. And Brian Tully. And literally, you're going to see a text message that's going to come out from Michael Proctor, and it's going to rock your world, this message. And it happens in early September because he has a hissy fit one day. He gets really mad because I wrote about him again. Oh, no, not writing about Michael Proctor. And I made an off-color comment on my show because I do satire. I'm a bit of a humorist. And so I said on my show that when Michael Proctor goes to jail, I'm going to offer to adopt his children, and I'm going to teach him how to throw a spiral football, because every little boy in America should know how to throw a spiral. And so I'm like, because you need a dad for that, right? So I'll be their dad, right? And so like, obviously I'm not really adopting the Proctor's kids, like there's a joke, but he got so mad about that. And you know how Proctor gets when he's mad. He goes right to his text. Oh, fucking Alan Jackson's an asshole. This guy's an and he's got names for everybody. He's got a name for me too that the world hasn't seen yet. And so he refers to me in these text messages and he like kind of demands that, like, I'm mad. I'm really mad about this. Why aren't we arresting this guy? Like we're the cops. We get to arrest anyone we want, right? Like so it's all like, we have undeniable proof that these charges are completely emotional based. Like Michael Proctor just got mad one day, and Jennifer McCabe just got mad one day. And for the longest time, judge after judge was telling them, like Chris Albert also applied for an HBO on me and was denied. And each judge is telling them, this guy, everything he's doing is constitutional, right? But they're mad. And they're like, we have to find a way to make this illegal. And so they find this witness intimidation statute, and it is the broadest statute in America. It's a disgrace to the Constitution.
It is extremely broad. I did go ahead and take a look at it. And so here's what it is. Whoever willfully, either directly or indirectly, threatens, attempts, or causes physical, emotional, or economic injury or property damage to a witness or a potential witness,
or there's some more people on that.
Or there's a few different people.
Family member of a witness.
That there's this long list of different people.
And one of them is anyone who plans on attending a court proceeding.
Yes, any person who is or was attending, or a person who had made known an intention to attend a proceeding described in the section, a family member, etc. So with the intent to or reckless disregard for the fact that it may impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, or otherwise interfere with a criminal investigation at any stage, yada yada, trial,
or reckless disregard for is the key language there.
Yeah, because that's going to be a little bit of a problem from a First Amendment standpoint, in my view. But or punish, harm, or otherwise retaliate against any such person described in the section for such person or such person's family members' participation in any of the proceedings described. It's very long. It's like got a gazillion different ways that you can violate it. It's very I mean, like you're saying, not just broad, but
Unconstitutional.
touching on stuff that's really problematic. Like you might cause somebody emotional injury. What does that even mean? They got the SADS. Like we live in a society where sometimes people are going to give you the SADS. Like that is just the nature. Not everybody gets along. Not everybody likes everybody. Not everybody agrees about things. And so sometimes you may have negative feelings. And for just the idea that the law is going to be leveraged in a way to, just penalize somebody over getting the SADS. It's extremely problematic to me, clearly from the First Amendment standpoint, but just from the this is not good policy kind of standpoint either, because it seems to be inviting exactly what seems to be the case here from my perspective, which is very selective enforcement of it. It's not being applied generally to, like you pointed out, Ted Daniels. I have no beef with Ted, no reason to think he should be charged with anything. Yeah. But I mean, this is asking people questions is not novel. This is not novel. This is like the core of what journalism is. And your style may be perhaps a little bit more confrontational than some people are. We have a trend today, unfortunately, I think, towards a little bit more of access journalism, where it's just more of a focus on how can I cultivate a relationship with this person to be able to get information, to be able to broadcast that or whatever. But so it's not geared towards eliciting truthful information. It's much more of a PR type of focus. And so that, if you're the subject of a story like that, of course, that's the type of journalist you want interested in you. But you don't get to choose who's going to tell your story once it's out there and once people are interested in asking questions about it.
Yeah. So, and that statute, what you just went over there, right? So there's two big things. Number one is, first of all, every state has a witness intimidation statute. And I think we can all agree they're necessary, because we can't have lawless systems where mobs and mafioso like threaten to break your leg if you testify. Like we're not living in a civilized society if we have that. I totally get that. Right. But in Massachusetts, we are the only state in the country whose witness intimidation statute mentions anything about emotional injury, like, which is completely subjective, because like physical, fine. I'm not being indicted for anything physical.
A big part of the problem is it takes it out of the true threat framework. Emotional harm is not contemplated as a true threat under the First Amendment case
or
law.
Under O'Brien versus Borowski, which is a Massachusetts case that has set the case law for harassment prevention orders. Like it's always cited in these HPO denials, the O'Brien versus Borowski decision that says that speech that does not represent a true threat of physical harm is not is not illegal. Like you're allowed to do it. So it's actually harder to get a harassment prevention order than it is to charge someone with witness intimidation in this state.
Wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. So that emotional harm aspect of it that we are the only state that has that. It's completely subjective. And you said earlier about the SADS, and I wish I could say that you were being sarcastic, but you're not. That's actually in front of the grand jury. Colin Albert testified and said, when he was prompted on by Ken Mello and asked, like, so how does that make you feel? How did this all? He goes, it makes me feel very sad. And, and I'm scared. And, I don't like it. He's saying mean things about me and everybody's talking about me and I'm just sad. And every witness after that is then, so that's you're halfway there at that point. Okay. You got the emotional harm done. Okay. Check. Yeah. But then you have to have it has to impede a court proceeding or with reckless disregard for the fact that it may, impede a court proceeding. So therefore the next thing they have to testify, and they're all asked, why do you think he's doing this to you? And Chris Albert knew the script and Jennifer McCabe knew the script, and they all testified that he's doing this because I am a witness in the Karen Reed trial. And I think he does not want me to testify like clockwork. The only person who doesn't say that is Colin Albert because he's a
Mhm.
moron. And they
Mhm.
ask him, Ken Mello asks him, why do you think he's doing this to you? And he's like, I don't really know why he's doing this to me. It's like, oh, you idiot. Like, you know, they just wanted to smack him. Like, oh,
Yeah.
you say to stick to the script. But he's too stupid to. But I still got indicted anyway.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that's what they did. Even Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, they both had men with guns and badges. Like,
Mhm.
had to get up and say that they were scared of little old Turtleboy. Big bad Brian Albert, Mr. I'm a
Mhm.
Marine and I'm a
Mhm.
30-year veteran of the Boston. I'm scared of Turtleboy. He makes
Yeah.
me sad. I mean, how
Yeah.
pathetic. Lucky
Yeah.
Loughran is 10 times the man that either of them will be, because
Mhm.
Lucky Loughran has a thing called pride and shame.
Mm.
And when
Integrity.
integrity, when Hank Brennan asked him, do you feel intimidated by
Mhm.
a blogger? He's like, no,
Mhm.
that's ridiculous. Like, no, I am a man. I'm not intimidated by a blogger. Stop
Yeah.
it. That's absurd. Absurd.
Yeah.
But these other people, none of them are actually scared of me. You see in the
Mhm.
video of me going up to Jennifer McCabe, it's all a big joke to them. They're not
Mhm.
intimidated in the least. They think it's funny. They just enjoy the fact that they control the police, that they're in
Mhm.
charge, that they work for them and nobody
Mhm.
else, and they can use them as a fun play toy to destroy their enemies by sending them to prison.
Mm.
Yeah, and it's subjective, you know, like who are any of these people to decide why I'm doing what I'm doing? Like for them to
Well,
say, why is he doing this? It's like, you don't know what's in my head. That's not why. I want
yeah.
a trial. A trial was great for business. I picked up 100,000 Twitter followers and subscribers and I made a bunch of money. Okay. On
Mhm.
Turtle Chats. Of course I
Mhm.
wanted a trial. I'm not trying to stop a trial. Are you crazy? I don't think a trial. And so the one thing they've used against me is a quote I had on my show where
Mhm.
I said, I don't want this to go to trial. But they
Mhm.
intentionally leave out the part where I say, well, of course I would love a trial, but I think
Mhm.
it's immoral and
Mhm.
unethical for this to go to trial. I think it should be dismissed. They
Yeah.
leave that part out
Yeah.
every time.
Well, and I got to tell you, that's part of what caught my attention. What kind of had me struggle a little bit about honestly the whole idea of protesting court. You know, this is like a third rail that you've touched on with your activities. And it's, you know, we expect that, like, oh, you can go protest the governor, you can go protest the legislature and stuff like that, but the court is kind of this wholly untouchable, you know, thing. And I understand. I mean, I understand the big picture and the motivations for sort of why it's supposed to be that way, right? It is in an ideal system, in an ideal world. It's supposed to be where you have ethical people bringing ethical charges, having done an ethical investigation, and presenting it to ethical jurors with rulings made by an ethical judge, so that you can get to a right decision. But we deal with the reality of the criminal justice system every single day, and of course, it's got a gazillion failings. And so I really struggled with this idea of like protesting court, and should you do that? Should you not do that? And kind of part of what I settled on was there should not be anything wrong with arguing, protesting, making your voice heard, that there should not be a case happening, that the courts belong to the people. They're there to do justice for us on our behalf in our names. And if they are abusing that authority, they are supposed to be our representatives. Why on earth would it be any different than any other type of government process? So I kind of came around to you know.
Yeah. Like, what else are you supposed to do when you're
Yeah.
watching a kangaroo court in an out of control district attorney's office and a corrupt judge do this? What else as an American can you do besides show up and protest that? Like, it's
Mhm.
the government. Like, if we
Mhm.
can't protest the government, then we
Mhm.
don't have a civilized society. You have to be able
Mhm.
to protest the government where they are. And like,
Mhm.
well, so we're supposed to watch this injustice happen and not
Mhm.
say anything and not show up and just keep it online. Like, no, I like showing up in person. Like, and
Mhm.
I watched all the Black Lives Matter protests and I wasn't down with any of that. But like,
Mhm.
I dug their spirit. I'm like, if
Mhm.
they can do it, I can do it, because I'm not a protester. I've never done anything like this. Like, this is my
Mhm.
first This is my first revolution. This is my first like real you know what I mean? Like this is my first leading of a gigantic group of people. I've never done this before.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like, but I get like when I saw all the BLM people out there doing it, it's like, because they just felt the spirit, right? And they just want to go out there and do it. I'm feeling the spirit.
They were outraged.
Yeah,
they're outraged.
I'm outraged now.
Yeah,
so like
exactly.
That's what you're supposed to do when you're outraged. Go protest, right? So that's what I'm doing. That's like there's nothing more American than that. Our country and this state in particular it was literally founded on that. Like I remember like when Judge Krupp asked like one time about like, does the First Amendment allow people to use a bullhorn and be loud and do this? It's like, Your Honor, 250 years ago, about 10 miles as the crow flies, I remember a bunch of people who were really mad about tea, of all the tea.
Yeah.
They didn't want to drink British tea, right? They wanted Dutch tea or smuggled tea or John Hancock's tea. They didn't want to drink the Monopoly tea. And so they dressed up as Indians and they threw it off the deck. And we look back and we teach that in history today as a good thing. That's like a good thing they did that. And now we're like, oh my God, not a bullhorn. Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious.
And the bad thing was that British government passing its Stamp Act to try to shut up those nasty little seditious journalists there in Massachusetts who didn't really like the policies that the British government was following.
It's just so outrageous. Like we've lost our spirit, the American spirit, that this hasn't caused more outrage in the media. That no one else in the media seems to really get what a big deal this is, what a problem this is, that none of them, the only people who have done like deep dives into my charges are YouTubers. Like no one from like Court TV or whenever they mention me, it's always like, oh, he's got a bunch of indictments for witness intimidation. It's like, yeah, have you actually looked at the charges? Have you broken down and actually watched what I did? And like wondered what about this exactly is illegal? Like, yeah, like, oh, they always like, oh, we went to a lacrosse game. Okay. And what about that's illegal? Like, what can you tell me where in the Constitution it says you can't go to lacrosse games and make people feel uncomfortable? Of course you can. You know, if that was the case, then the Royal Crown would have just went to their kids' lacrosse game and the Minutemen would have just left them alone, right? Because guys, sorry, we can't do lacrosse games. Lacrosse games are out. No, we can't. We don't want to make them uncomfortable. Yeah, they're tired. Sure,
you can't do that. You're gonna have to lock up the Phillies fans in Citizen Bank Park.
Oh, Philadelphia just couldn't exist, right? So, sorry, guys. Like, they're killing people and they're stealing our money and they're taking our land and they're burning our corn and all this stuff. But we got to respect the sanctity of a lacrosse game. We can't do it. Like what? Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, so this was your first this is your first protest that you've led. How did this come together? How did you find the people that were your tribe, so to speak, the other folks who were interested in freeing Karen Read, the other people that were outraged? How did you find them and mobilize this?
Well, they found me. I write about it. I wrote about it on April 18th. I started doing my shows. My audience explodes, right? I've been doing this for 10 years and I had a good size audience. But this obviously drastically accelerated the growth of it. And, so many people were interested in the story because it's so outrageous. And like a lot of people were feeling it that I was. They're like, yeah, I'm really upset about this. And like, I want to protest. Like all those people you see outside of court, none of them, we all popped our protest and cherry together. Like we all were like, this is all our first time doing this. None of us are experienced in protesting. And so like, we all met in a Stop and Shop parking lot in Norwood. And I'm like, let's go. We're doing the rolling rally. Let's go to first stop, Brian Albert's house. Let's go. And, like they were happy to do it because they were outraged too. Like you have to have this sort of dedication to stand outside in the cold on overpasses to just in the middle, like Tom CPU and a couple others did a 24-hour on January 29th in the middle of winter. They sat outside a Canton Police Department for 24 hours. Like that's dedication. You have to be really, really upset about something in order to do that. And this is like genuine, legitimate. People are pissed off. People are really mad about this.
And so why do you have a sense of why it was this that was kind of the powder keg? maybe I'm jaded. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I'm like, hey, injustice in the court. Oh, and here it is, here it is a Sunday. Like, it's kind of normal. I'm sort of used to, judges who don't give the defense an ear. I'm used to prosecutors who overcharge and who come up with ridiculous theories to, come at people and take their liberty away. So I guess for me, when I looked at Karen Read initially, it took a while for me to kind of get interested in the case. Because okay, it looks like it's a wrongful charge, but like, what else? What's new? What's different? Like, what was it? Was it the police involvement in the cover up? Was it Michael Morrissey? Like, what was it that really got people so outraged about this particular case?
It was their brazenness. It was the fact that after we exposed it, they were like, oh yeah, that's cute. You guys are mad about it. Well, guess what? We're going full speed ahead. We're going to do whatever we want to do. We don't give a shit if you like it. We don't care if this makes you mad, because you know why? Because we have all the guns. We have all the guns, and we have the handcuffs, and we have the gavels. We control everything. So it's really cute that you guys are mad about this, and you have your little free Karen Read t-shirts and whatever. And I'm like, it's just my personality. I'm a Worcester guy. Like, I grew up like, this is not the kind of shit Worcester guys deal with. We don't put up with shit like this. We're like, oh no, I'm not going to be bullied around by some shit farts from Canton. Okay. Who I live an hour away from, some little towny pukes who live in $900,000 homes and send their kids to Zavarian and they have a nice little comfortable life. No. I'm from Worcester. I don't put up with this shit. I'm going to go down. I'm coming to Canton. And I'm going to be loud about it. I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of any of these guys. The fact that you have guns and badges doesn't faze me. I'm not the least bit scared of any of you punks. And I said on my show a bunch of times, like, that you guys should be more scared of me than I am of you. Now they've used that against me.
Sure.
And I've said, I'm like, but it's not a physical threat. It's the power of the pen. It's the power of the fact that, like, Sam Adams didn't kill anyone either, but he had a hell of an ability to get people outraged about stuff.
Sure.
And
Isaiah Thomas arguably won the American Revolution.
Yeah. And so I love Sam Adams, one of my heroes, not because I like his beer. I think the beer sucks, but like, I think I loved his revolutionary spirit. In this state that I grew up in, that's my home. And I'm just disgusted with the fact that we're watching the government weaponize itself 250 years later to kill someone, literally kill someone, and a cop of all people, and then frame an innocent person. And that's the thing about Karen Read is I don't really care about Karen Read. Like, Karen Read is an interchangeable part in all this. She is a fill in the blank person who is just, you could say any name to that, whoever the hell they were naming. Right. Joe Smith, doesn't matter who it is. Like, it's somebody who they are pinning this on in order to cover up the people who murdered John O'Keefe. And that's what really pisses me off.
What, I mean, was there like a buildup to it? I mean, because I'm not, I'm from the Northwest. I'm not from Massachusetts.
You're from Seattle, right? Are you from Seattle?
I'm from Eastern Washington. So I'm the Cascades. Yeah, the Cascade Mountains are kind of like they're kind of like the Great Wall of China in many respects. We're very different over here on the east side.
Spokane. That's Spokane,
on the west side.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm south of Spokane. I'm south of Spokane. So, I don't know the Massachusetts culture. I don't know the politics. I don't know kind of, what it's like to be there. Has there been like a culture or a history, or, I mean, obviously I know John Connolly. I know like the whole stories of the mob and the dirty FBI and stuff like that. But I guess I'm just wondering, is this something that has been has this been like lingering below the surface, and it just kind of took Karen Read to bring it to the surface? Or is it something more that it was this case, and like you were saying, just the brazenness and the kind of fuck you about it attitude that they took that got people's reaction? Was this like a movement that was waiting to happen, or was it them and their reaction to it that caused the movement?
Well, like I said, I had no idea that this was brewing because I wasn't part of it. Like, I was a pro police guy, and I still am, but good police, so I guess and most of the, and so I know I don't think it is, because I think a lot of the people who join this movement are like me. They do generally supported the police, but they're just really, really mad about this. They just don't like the fact that these people are so corrupt, and our elected officials do nothing. They do nothing. And they're so this is a really liberal state, right? And we have an interest. I mean, this is an interesting story, because here are every cop in this is white. Okay. Is a white male and looks like a skinhead, all of them. And there are a lot of them are MAGA voters, like Chris Albert, all these people. These are MAGA guys. These are not liberals. Right. And so here they are, and they're all just ugly misogynists too. Like, and we've seen it in their text messages. So this is like the recipe for, like, in a liberal state, these are the kind of people that should get no quarter from a liberal government, right? Because they represent the opposite political affiliations of them, right? But yet here we are. Here is our liberal female governor, Maura Healey, who has nothing to say about any of this. Nothing. And like, even when the verdict came out, she's just like, well, justice played itself out, and I'm sorry for the O'Keefe family. She wasn't sorry for the Reed family about what they went through, or anything like that. She didn't apologize to them on behalf of the state police, because even if Karen Reed did do it, the state police are the reason that she got off, So it's just really and you realize then that, like, all this stuff about politics, about like, oh, I stand for women, and I'm against these MAGA type people. No, they're all in bed together, right? They all it's all the powerful people protecting other powerful people.
Power perpetuates itself, and that's what the whole game is about.
Yeah, and so it's like it's just power. All these people have a thirst for power, and that's all it comes down to. And but we have seen like a mini revolution kind of going on in the town of Canton. Like that last election, you said John Connolly before. I think you're talking about the FBI guy.
I was talking about the FBI guy. Yeah.
Let's talk about John Canton, the county selectman from Canton. The guy who looks like a burrito that just got overcooked in the microwave, was about to explode, who like freaked out at the police thought, like didn't know what to do. Like, what recount? Like, what? No, this can't be happening. He has been elected to that position as a selectman for like 30 something years. He is the biggest rubber stamp for the Canton Police Department. He wants no part of this free Karen Reed thing, no interest whatsoever, like business as usual. And he lost 2-1 in the most recent election. He didn't lose. He got killed in a landslide election. And so that's there was 5 spots on that Canton select board, all white men. Okay. And one of them's Chris Albert, who is like completely unqualified, shouldn't be serving a public office at all, is corrupt, doesn't pay his taxes, blah, 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 blah. We all know about Chris Albert. So we have taken them out one by one. First, we took Ted Theodore. I think Tom Theodore is his name. He was booted by a woman who's a free Karen Reed supporter. And then in the last election, John Connolly was booted. And then next election, Chris Albert's up for re-election. So we have a real chance. I know it's small because it's just the town of Canton, but it's kind of like a microcosm of everything. And we have a really big election next year in November of 2026 for district attorney of Norfolk County. And the question is, will Mike Morrissey run again? He obviously, he's been in office since the beginning of time. He was in the state legislature from the late 1970s up until 2010. When William Keating resigned as district attorney. He's now a congressman in Massachusetts, so the seat was open. And Michael Morrissey was just the next hack to fill the position. He was the next guy in line. And he's never been challenged. No one's ever run against him. He's got all this money in his war campaign. It is a 2-1 Democratic to Republican county. So as long as you win the Democratic primary, you're a shoo-in to get elected. So a Republican can't win that seat. So realistically, he has to get primaried. Another Democrat has to beat him. So I know there are a couple other Democrats who have kind of thrown their hat in the ring. Mike Crawford from Young Jerks had a woman on the other night who is I'm going to mess up her name. It's like Dijon Mustard or something. I always forget her name. It's like with a DJ. I don't want to screw it up, but she's appears to be running on a platform of the Karen Reed platform. I call it and as she should, in the Sandra Birchmore platform, like that's all you need to tell people. It's like, we have a district attorney and under his watch in the last 4 years, a cop was killed and no one was held accountable because of the behavior of his underlings in the detectives unit that's attached to his office. And a young pregnant woman was murdered by a cop in his county, and the cops in his detectives unit didn't do anything about it and told the world it was a suicide. So like that's your platform right there. So we need to, if Mike, getting rid of Mike. And so that's why people always ask me, what are you going to do next? No, this story continues. The story continues as long as Michael Morrissey's in office. That's the big fish we go for. Michael Morrissey needs to be done. When Michael Morrissey's done, then I'm done with this story. Then it's fixed. Then we have, then it's a revolution. We have to get rid of Michael Morrissey.
What about Tully?
I don't want to get in trouble. Last time I talked about Tully, they tried put me in jail. But he is the worst of them all. In my opinion, because he's diabolical, and he was like, he's good on the stand. Like when you watched him in the trial, like just straight face, he acts like he's like this legitimate. But I know what a scumbag he is. I know the lies he told in affidavits to have me charged in the first place. I know what he did to me on Christmas Eve by aligning with Lindsay Catani and literally luring me to her apartment with a fake grand jury summons to have a fake witness intimidation charge against me so that they could put me in jail on Christmas. You know, I know what an unethical scum. He's more dangerous than Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor wears who he is on his sleeve. He says stupid shit in writing. Brian Tully, there's no nasty Brian Tully text messages. He's too smart for that. He's too conniving. So in my opinion, he is the most dangerous one. And Yuri Buchanan is like the most evil one. Like Yuri Buchanan is, because he's got this like Eastern Bloc mentality to him when he's on the stand with this whole, and like grilling people about rubber duckies. I mean, we laugh about that, but that's some scary shit. This guy's going a little
going through it. Yeah, for somebody going through that, that's extremely intimidating.
It's just to read about it. This is what the police are doing and grilling these women about, like, did you write Colin did it on the bottom of a rubber ducky? Yeah, I did. Who gives a shit? Yeah, because you're allowed to do that in America. And now I have some man with a gun asking me this, like demanding it. And I know he's a bad guy. I read about him on the internet, like, and he's like asking woman, so where did you read about this Karen Reed stuff? Did you read about it on the internet? You can't believe everything you read on the internet. Like, what is this? The thought police? This guy's coming around here saying this sort of stuff. Like, those two guys, those are bad dudes. Those are bad dudes. And John Fanning's another bad dude, because he was like, when Kirk Minahan was investigating the Sandra Birchmore case for the Case podcast that he did, like Kirk told me that he kept, whenever they would bring it up, the possibility that she was murdered, he was like, laughed at them. Like, no, trust me, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Just shut it down real quick. And there's been no repercussions for that.
None.
Like none. Like no demotions, no, like any other line of work. If you screw up that badly, you're fired. You're out of here. The state police, there's just no repercussions whatsoever.
Well, in Norfolk County, as far as they're concerned, it's still a suicide.
Yes.
I mean, talk about no repercussions. I mean, talk about doubling down.
Yeah. I mean, they are still saying that, according to Dijon Mustard. I don't know her name. I'm just going to call her Dijon for now. She's running for DA. She said that on Mike Crawford's show the other night, that like that they do still consider this a suicide. Like, that's crazy. They're still saying that. Like, that's infuriating, like that they would say this.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I asked you about Tully is because he is, you know, he's not a name that got real attention with Karen Reed. He was, you know, witness in the first trial, didn't testify in the second trial. The first trial, I remember he was the one who did like the fake cast stuff, like he made up what the FBI cast team tries to do with location data, you know, to try to prove that Karen went back to 34 Fairview the next morning, and was like never able to do that, but still, you know, that didn't stop him from trying to suggest that
he implied, he suggested it. He implied
it. And so I already, you know, that was my impression of him as just, you know, not nothing real attention getting, but, you know, clearly willing to just sort of manipulate the facts and the evidence and so forth to put it in a particular direction. So it came as a surprise to me then when I came across, I think it was a search warrant affidavit that he wrote in your case, and I believe it was I remember for sure he was talking about the lacrosse game and the rolling rally, but it's like this 30-some page affidavit that Tully has written. And it was just so overwhelming to me because of the amount of effort that they put into that case relative to the amount of effort that they ever put in to trying to find out what happened to John O'Keefe. And it was such a contrast, in part because it shows, number one, what they can do when they are actually motivated to go in and do something. You know, when they actually do want to go get somebody, oh boy, will they put a lot of energy into it. They will talk to everybody under the sun. They will record every interview, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And that was just such a contrast to this case where the whole defense was like this weaponized incompetence and the snow. You know, it wasn't that we were dirty. It wasn't that we, you know, knew that we weren't supposed to be asking questions about what happened at Brian Albert's. It was snowing. You know, it was snowing and it was hard, and we just didn't really think any of this stuff was necessary. So that for me was what kind of got my eyebrow raised, particularly about Brian Tully. Because he was such a big part of the background in the Karen Read case. But then when it came to yours, boy, he's been a busy boy, hasn't he?
Very busy boy. I always, I said that on the day I was arrested, I'm like, when they showed up with a search warrant for my house, I couldn't believe they had a search warrant for my house. I said, I should have thrown a dead cop on my lawn. Then you guys would leave me alone, because that shit's like kryptonite for you. You see a dead cop on someone's lawn, you're like, can't go in that house. Oh God, no, the case closed. Must have been a car, but you have a search warrant for my house.
Yeah.
For what? What are you looking for in my house? More evidence of witness intimidation. Everything I did is on YouTube. Like there's nothing to see here. They just wanted a chance to invade my privacy, take my property. It was extremely violating. It's anti-American. It felt like, like this is why the Fourth Amendment was created, like for this. And some judge just signed off on it because that's what they do. They trust police. Everybody trusts police around here. Like they have more credibility than anyone. And that's, and the police know that. And Brian Tully knows that, especially if you're a lieutenant detective in the state police, then you have extra credibility. And so I knew what a conniving rat Brian Tully was during the Lucky Loughran thing, because the Lucky Loughran tip, let's suppose they didn't know about Lucky Loughran, right? Because they never interviewed him. So after they read my story in August of 2023 about Lucky Loughran, like, and they hear that an eyewitness, a very credible eyewitness, says that there was no body on the lawn, but more importantly, there was a Ford Edge, a very specific make and model of a car that he insisted that he saw parked there at 3:30, right? If any legitimate police at that point is like all points bulletin for the Ford Edge, like stop everything we're doing and find that driver, because even keep in mind, they're saying John got hit by a car. Last I saw, a Ford Edge has 4 wheels and says vroom vroom. So there is if you actually think he got hit by a car, maybe the Ford Edge did it. Maybe you should look into that. Like at the very least, let's suppose John's body was there and Karen Read hit him 3 hours earlier. That whoever's driving that Ford Edge is an eyewitness.
Yes,
you
exactly.
were right there. You finally have someone who saw the body. Get him in, because you don't have a single witness who saw the body, which is a problem for your case. Get that Ford Edge. Find that person. And the fact that they just poo-pooed that as nah, that's not credible. That's how I knew exactly how corrupt these people were. That's how I'm like, oh my God, they're worse than I thought. They don't care about any of this. Like, holy shit, this is legitimately scary.
But not only do they not care about it, what was scary about Lucky Loughran is how they turned on him and how they treated him and how they tried to twist him and do, exactly what they're accusing you of doing. Try to push him off the story, try to push him out of the case, try to make him, not maybe want to be a witness so much.
Yeah, when you read the transcript of Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan's interview with Lucky Loughran, 90% of it is them asking questions about me. And they ask him like, so did he record you? It's very obvious that they're trying to have me arrested for wiretapping when you read that interview, that they're like, how did he remember what you said word for word? Because I kind of joked around and I'm like, I have a photographic memory. I said, you know what I mean? Oh yeah. And they're like, so is there a tape of him? Did he record you? Have you heard about this tape? It became very obvious that the point of their interview with Lucky Loughran was not to like figure out who killed John O'Keefe or look into like this huge tip. It was to discredit him. And more importantly, it was try to use him to get a charge on me for wiretapping. So that's why when I confront Yuri Buchanan outside of court a month later on September 15th, and I'm like, Sergeant Bukaki, I have my megaphone. I ask him, are you trying to get me arrested on wiretapping charges? Why haven't you looked into this Fort Edge? And when I'm arrested on October 11th, 2023, I'm in the Holden to Stoughton is like an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm in the back of that car for like an hour and 50 minutes. I have nothing but time to think. And I'm like thinking about like, I'm like, when I get there, I know the media is going to be there. So I'm going to have like 10 seconds to yell something, right? Out to like when I'm doing my perp walk. And I'm like, what am I going to yell? And I'm like, I'm going to talk about the Fort Edge. And so I yell that's why I'm like on video and they're like, do you have anything to say? I go, I hope they find that Fort Edge parked outside of Brian Albert's house at 3:30 in the morning. I hope they look into that Fort Edge, blah, blah, blah. And after I'm arraigned and released, like I'm on the courthouse steps and the reporters asked me about that. And that's what I wanted them to do is like, I'm trying to like the media is not taking an interest enough in the story and they need to. And so that's kind of why I said that.
So let's talk about you being arrested, because that's, you know, that's a hurdle to clear, you know, as a journalist. You had your it wasn't exactly like the Susan McDougal kind of moment, you know, they you know, refuse to give up the source, go to jail kind of situation. But going to jail for doing journalism it's an accomplishment. It doesn't happen to everybody, but it definitely speaks to just the power of the desire to shut you up. And certainly nothing new in that respect about you know, government power being wielded against people, the power to charge people being wielded against the ones that you don't like, the undesirables, just for whatever reason. I talk a lot about just structurally the way the system works is it's just there to create and perpetuate a permanent criminal underclass. Like that is the point, to affix this label of criminal on them. There are then people that can be shunned, people that can be looked down on, people that can be, you know, fined and restricted and bullied around and so forth. And it's just kind of like a free scapegoat for everybody in society to have. They now want to do that to you. What was that like?
It's, you know, at first I kind of laughed at the charges. I'm like, this is a joke, right? It just seemed, and I was also very confident at the time that the feds were going to arrest any day now. You know, I really believed that the feds were going to do, and then I'm like, once they're arrested, I'm like, my charge is going to go away. Obviously that has changed since, you know, it appears as if this federal investigation is not coming to fruition the way we hoped it would. So kind of on our own in that regard. But, you know, I wasn't that worried about the charges simply because they're so absurd and like, and I'm like, but I will say that after my interview with Ronnie, the juror, I mean, that has like scarred me for life. Cause I'm like, oh my God, that's who gets on a jury.
Yeah.
And like just watching Jennifer McCabe lie with such ease to everyone. She is the master manipulator. She is really good at manipulation. And like the thought that she could get on a jury, and what if she convinces a jury that she is scared of me? You know what I mean? That she is, we all know she's not. We all know this is all an act and that she's a liar, but like, what if she convinces them of that? You know, this carries a 10-year prison sentence, each one. That's a scary prospect. So
Yeah, very
yeah,
much.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. I should be worried, like
Sure.
these are serious charges,
Mhm.
but I have great attorneys.
You have a great team. You
I
have a
have a great
great
team,
team.
and I have a great support system. I know that there is an army of people out there who, when I was arrested on October 11th, I'm in
Mhm.
handcuffs inside there, and I am being arraigned, and they're reading the charges, and all I could hear outside the courthouse was honk, honk the whole time. And I'm like, I guess everybody knows. I guess the word got out about what
Mhm.
happened, because that's all I could hear. Inside the courthouse, it
Mhm.
wasn't like that. It was all the McAlberts and the O'Keefes were in there. And
Mhm.
none of my supporters were in there because they didn't get the heads up like the McAlberts did that this was going to happen. So
Mm.
yeah, it was, it was a scary proposition. I wasn't that worried. Like the whole time from Holden to Stoughton, I was just thinking the whole time, I'm like, oh man, this is
Mhm.
awesome. Kind of like, this is like, wow, they made me part of the story. They
Mhm.
now I'm officially part of the narrative, and they just made me a million times bigger than I was before. Before they could just be like, he's just some irrelevant blogger. Like he's a
Mhm.
nobody. Now it's like,
Mhm.
well, now you're arresting me. Now you must feel pretty threatened
Sure.
by what I can do if you're going to this length to do this to me, because you're not
Sure.
doing this to anyone else. You're not doing this to Ted Daniel. You're
Mhm.
not doing this to any other YouTubers. Like I was indicted for window intimidation last
Yes.
March when I was
Yes.
with Will the Glarer. And,
Mhm.
him and I were both clowning around doing the whole T-Rex arms thing.
Mhm.
The only one charged is me. I don't think
Mhm.
either of us should be charged, but I did find that interesting that like
Yeah.
I'm charged and he wasn't, because they're not threatened by some guy from Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
Who, you know what I mean? They're threatened by me.
Mhm.
And so it's just very obvious that the people that they're weaponizing the statute against, it's really just me,
Mhm.
is because they're threatened, by the audience that I have.
Mhm.
It seems like it's like what's illegal about what I'm doing, according to them, is the fact that I have a big audience. Like if I had a
Mhm.
couple hundred people listening to me, it wouldn't be illegal. Like it's like
Yeah.
that seems to be what they're saying.
Yeah.
Is
Your
he's
big
got a,
crime is credibility.
yeah, like he's got a big audience. He can wield the mob. Okay, so the
Yeah.
speech becomes illegal at what point? How many subscribers do you have to
Mhm.
make your speech illegal? Like this
Mhm.
hasn't been defined. I mean, this is just so ridiculous and absurd, but I do feel emboldened by the Karen Reed acquittal because
Mhm.
it's justified everything that if Karen Reed didn't kill John
Yes.
O'Keefe, which a jury has now set in stone, she
Yes.
didn't kill him.
It's
But the problem,
definitive.
so he's dead, but he's dead. So somebody
Yeah.
killed him, right? And there's no one else. Like it's either her or them. And a
Mhm.
jury said it's not her. So
Mhm.
by process of elimination, it's them. And so
Mhm.
therefore, it's like, who wouldn't go up to somebody who murdered someone and say, why did you do that? You're a bad
Mhm.
person. You're a cop killer. Like that is a perfectly reasonable thing to do to
Mhm.
someone who you believe committed a murder. Like that is a
Mhm.
reasonable, you should be outraged about that. You should want
Mhm.
to say something to them, but they hide behind this whole, it's a privilege thing. It's like they keep,
Mhm.
Hank Brennan kept calling her a soccer mom in his
Mhm.
thing. It's like, because, and there's a racial element to that. I'm sorry. Like if
Mhm.
she was a black woman from Roxbury, they wouldn't be
Mhm.
calling her a soccer mom, right?
Sure.
It's this picture of a white woman, a
Yeah.
proper white woman from Canton with the, with the Wagoneer driving the kids around a soccer practice. She emphasized that so much during her
Mhm.
testimony that I'm just like,
Mhm.
where's like normal moms? Like we just like
Mhm.
bring kids to practice, and like I was just checking out my kids' basketball scores, always with the kids with this woman, always.
Mhm.
And like I'm just
Mhm.
like a normal mom. Like normal moms don't murder, right? Only
Normal moms tend to not use their children as human shields. I'm just
yeah.
gonna put that one out there.
Yeah, only financial analysts from Fidelity murder people, right?
Yeah.
That's the profile of a murderer, apparently. Like, what the hell, Like, are you
Yeah.
kidding me? Adjunct professors from Bentley. Oh, that's a real dangerous segment of
Yeah.
society.
Look out
Oh
for
my
them.
goodness.
Look
So
out for
yeah,
them.
but yeah, so
Well, and it's funny because it does remind me, Hank Brennan, he was picked for a reason, in my opinion, and he was hand selected by Michael Morrissey, and he's not an unknown quantity. I am of the opinion that that Michael Morrissey knew exactly what he was getting with Hank Brennan, and that is in fact what he wanted. And ultimately, what it was is simply that if we can't win this shitty case, we're at least going to make them pay for it. We're going to at least make them, you know, get. We're gonna inflict some pain. You know, we're gonna make it hurt. And it really seems like that's the same thing that they're doing. It's the same attitude with the witness intimidation statute. It's like, okay, yeah, well, you can report this stuff, you can tell this story, you can raise a profile, but we're going to make it hurt.
Mm-hmm. It's called the chilling effect.
Yeah,
it's like if you don't have, because other people are watching that at home, and they're like, well, I'd like to say these things, I'd like to do these things, but I don't have the platform Turtleboy has to raise funds for my legal defense. So I can't afford to say that. So I am going to self-censor. That's what they want you to do, is self-censor. You might want to say these things, but you can't afford to say these things. So you censor yourself. So it's not the government telling you you can't do these things. It's you doing it because you can't afford to do it. So you're free, but you're not like really free. Like you can't, you're not too free. You know, it costs a lot of money to be free. And so, and so that's effectively what they've done. And they've somewhat neutered my speech too. Like there's been no more protests, no more rolling rallies or anything like that, as much as I'd like to do that. And so I contend that that was all legal, but they contend that it's not. So I'm not getting my bail revoked over that. I'm like, I'll whatever, like I've made my point and we'll deal with this at trial. And then, after that, we'll see what happens. But, for now, this is, we'll see. And I don't know if they're going to come after me harder now. Hank Brennan kind of indicated, it sounded like in his final statement after the verdict, that he kind of blamed it all on me. And so that this could go one of two ways. They could put their pedal to the metal and say, like, look, she's acquitted because of him. Now we're going to come after him twice as hard. Or they could just kind of lose their steam and say, are we really going to call Jennifer McCabe to the stand again? Are we really going to do this again? Are we really going to? And maybe they are like, why don't we just drop this for some sort of like, I don't know. No, nothing like that has been offered, but I'm holding out hope that eventually cooler heads are going to prevail with this and say, yeah, this is ridiculous. Let's just cut the shit.
Well, that would be quite optimistic. I know we were all hoping for that for Karen.
Yeah, that didn't happen. But she had a dead cop on her hands. Like with her, like they had like, they were like, a dead cop is bad for politics. You know what I mean? Like you need a resolution for that. With me, there's no broken bones. There's no, no cuts, no bruises, nothing.
Sure.
And so it's like, who really got hurt? I mean, what are we doing here?
Sure. Yeah. You were arrested. You ended up, how long did you end up spending in jail? Was it 60 days total?
Yeah, 60 long days. It felt a lot longer than 60.
I was going to ask what that was like and how did you fill your time? And it takes me back to my jail visit days. It's not a pleasant environment. But the most common comment I would get about it was just how boring it is. It's not that people were like terrified for their lives, or really anything like that for the most part. It's just extremely boring. And I'm wondering if just your experience of that side of the system, has that changed your perspective at all on like the folks that you were in jail with, the guards, the whole system, how all that works? What was that like, getting that perspective?
Well, I didn't meet anyone else in jail because they treated me like a Fabergé egg. I was actually worse for me in jail because I wasn't even in, people like he was in PC. I wish PC got 9 hours of rec every day. I got put in medical, which was hell. Medical is, where they send people who detox, where they send people who are like all the crazy people that keep you up all night because they're screaming. Right?
The decompensators. Yeah.
Yeah. Like one guy came in and he had apparently swallowed a bunch of heroin on his way, like before he was arrested. He knew he was going to jail, so he just swallowed all his heroin and he planned to shit it out once he got in jail. And that comes up in the x-ray. And so they, he's in the cell next to me, and one CO, his job was to sit outside this guy's door and wait wait for him to take a shit. And then he would go through the shit and hope to find heroin. And it smelled like, I'm in the cell next to him. It smelled fucking horrible. Like it was, this is what I'm surrounded by. People screaming all night long. And I'm sitting in the cell. And, you know, my first couple nights there it was bad. It was like, you know, it was shock. It was complete shock. I stay, you know, I'm a high school teacher. I don't go to jail. Like I'm not a jail guy. And like, here I am in jail. Like it all happened so fast too. I'm like,
I was gonna like, yeah. Had you anticipated any of this coming, or was it kind of out of the blue? It was out of the blue.
I mean, not sure how familiar you are with the whole story, but I'll give you the Reader's Digest. So, and in September, before I was arrested, I started having I wouldn't even call it a relationship. It was a sexual affair with a woman by the name of Lindsay Gattani. And she was a Karen Reed supporter. And I'm like, whatever. Okay. And so it was like a once a week thing, wasn't supposed to be serious. And then came along baby Clay, that we call him. And so she pretended to be pregnant with my child. And so that kind of kept me in it. And I'm like, okay. And it was just messing with my head wicked bad because I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? What are we going to do? And so she's just stringing that along to keep me around. And then when I figured out that Clay wasn't real and that Clay had survived a couple abortions, she kept pretending to go to the clinic. And then telling me a week later, I didn't go. And it was like crazy. And I'm like, so when I found out that Clay wasn't real on December 9th, I told her, I'm out of here. Like I can't see you again, whatever. And that we've gotten her cell phone since then. In the extraction, we found out that on December 9th, she immediately contacted people who she knew were hostile towards me, including a woman by the name of Leah Genduso and another woman by the name of Kate Peter. And they immediately put her in contact with Ken Mello and Brian Tully. And they're like, oh yeah, we're going to get him. And in the messages, they say that like, we're going to get him on these bogus witness intimidation charges. They call me. We can beat him at his own game. We're going to set him up basically and get him for this. And so we have all these messages between Kate Peter and Lindsay Gattani until December 14th. She meets with Brian Tully on December 14th. And coincidentally, right when she asks, Kate asks Kate, like, about the meeting with Tully. What did Brian Tully say about my meeting with him? She asks her. And that's when Kate Peter's messages disappear. Okay. And we have hundreds of Lindsay messages after that, but no Kate Peter messages. So it's like this one-sided conversation. And who touched the cell phones?
Yeah.
Nicholas Garino did.
No.
So all the Brian, as soon as they start talking Brian Tully, the messages disappear. And we're like, okay, so anyway, so on December 22nd, I think, after I'm arraigned and I was indicted and arraigned, and they dropped the protection orders against the McAlberts. So it was actually a victory for me. And I get a text message from her saying, I need to talk to you. Okay. And I'm like, what's going on? And then, so she sends me a picture of what appears to be a grand jury summons. And I'm like, what? She goes, Brian Tully brought this here. And I'm like, how does Brian Tully know who you are? You're some Friday night fling. Like, how does Brian Tully know who you are? So now it's all clicking to me what has happened here, who she's been talking to. And so I tell her, I'm like, I'm not, you obviously were talking to Kate Peter. Like I figured this out. I'm like, so, and then she called me and she was crying and she's like, I'm so sorry. I was just mad at you. And I didn't, I was just pissed and I lashed out, and now I'm in the situation where I have to go in front of the grand jury, and I'm so sorry. I don't want you to go to jail. She was crying and I felt bad for her, like a schmuck. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. I forgive you. But I'm like, and then she's like, can you come over tonight? I just want to talk. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, so she admitted to everything. I'm like, can you admit that the baby wasn't real? And she's like, no, that was real. And I'm like, okay. So now I'm thinking there's still a baby. Like, what the fuck's going on? So I got to go over there. I don't have to, but I did. And it was a big mistake, obviously. So I go over there and I go, I don't feel comfortable going in your apartment because Brian Tully's been in your apartment and I don't trust that mofo. So I want to sit in this conference area. Okay. So we went in this conference area of her luxury apartment that she lives in for some reason, thanks to the government that we subsidize that. And so we're sitting in there, and she's got 4 kids in her apartment, and they're sleeping. And she's invited me there because she wants to show me all of her communications with Brian Tully, with Kay Peter, and kind of show how they've been using her. And I've told her basically that, like, because she's like, I can't afford a lawyer, I don't know what to do. I go, I'll help you out. Don't worry. Like, I'm sorry. I know you're regretful. I was being a nice guy about it. And so she starts showing me her phone, and then her son keeps calling. And it was weird because the son's like 12 and the son keeps calling her. And I'm like, that's never happened before. And then he's like, can you come back? The son keeps saying, can you come back? I now know that this whole thing was, she got her son to do this to get me back in the apartment. So I agree to go in the apartment where there's no cameras, unlike outside. And now I know that was the plan. We've also seen in the police report that when we were in the common area, there was like a bathroom where we were outside in the conference room. There's a bathroom in there, that she had gone into the bathroom and she called Tully and Mello, and she then came out and had her phone on, and they were listening in on our conversation, also known as wiretapping. But
wiretapping, yeah, coincidentally.
Yeah, so they tried to do that, and they don't tell her at any point, he's dangerous. Don't go in your apartment with him. No, they encourage it. They want me in there. They want. Of
course, she was bait. That was the whole point,
right?
Yeah.
And so we go in there, and she shows me all of these messages, and I'm like, holy shit! It was like a crazy amount of. I'm like, I can't believe all this plotting that's been happening. Oh my god! Thank you for showing me this. I was actually like, and she's like, I'm so sorry. She kept saying, I love you, and blah, 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 blah. And then she wanted me to sleep over. Okay. And I'm like, it's now Christmas Eve at this point. I can't sleep over. I have to go home. I live an hour from here. And she lost it. So she's like, I don't even think she was like setting me up. If I had stayed over that night and been like, I love you and I want to spend the rest of my life with you, she probably wouldn't have called the cops on me. Maybe what happened down the road somewhere, but not that night. So she does not take no for an answer, and she does not like men leaving her. So she starts taking abortion pills because she has some lying around for some reason. And I'm like, Lindsay, you're not pregnant. But like, if you take abortion pills when you're not pregnant, it will cause serious cramping, and you will, it'll be like, like yourself, but there's no baby. Like, so it's like, so she's having this fake abortion in front of me of a fake baby. And I'm like, this is fucking crazy. I have to leave. And she's like, you can't leave me. And I start recording her. I tell her I'm recording her. And she wakes up her 4 kids at 3:30 in the morning now, and starts putting coats on them, ages. And the 5-year-old comes out with this like look of horror on his face. And he's like no, confused, like, what's going on? It's the middle of the night. And I'm like, okay, I will stay. You want me to stay? I am not. This is getting out of control and dangerous now for the children. I will stay if that's what I'm just trying to calm her down. So I sit on the couch for a couple more hours, and I wait for her to fall asleep. She falls asleep at like 5 a.m. And I'm like, okay, now I can get out of here. So I leave, and I'm so tired on my way home, right, that I fall asleep behind the wheel of my car on 495, and I wake up after I hit a guardrail. I'm like, that woke me up. I'm like, but it's like one of these newer cars that like doesn't let you crash, like, too bad. And then like on start, like some guy in Florida for Lexus is talking to me, guiding me home. I barely made it back. My car's had $12,000 worth in damage. I'm like, oh my God. So anyway, I was messed up from that. And then we're going to my sister's house for Christmas Eve that day. And around 2:00, I got a call from the Holden Police Department, and they said, yeah, we just came to your house. We have something for you. Can you come down to the station to get it? And they don't tell me what it is, whatever. And I'm like, okay, I'll be in later. I have no idea what this is. Then I get another call from a firefighter from Holden who gives me a tip and says, don't go home. The police have a warrant for your arrest. And I'm like, warrant for my arrest for what? And they go, it's an assault and battery in Medfield. And I'm like, oh my God. She said I hit her. Holy shit. Oh my God. And like, I realized the gravity of what had happened there. And there was a warrant out for my arrest. And Then I'm watching the news. It's Christmas Eve, turns into Christmas, and I'm watching more and more media outlets start to report news of a bolo out for me. So now I'm wanted. It's in the news, and I'm talking to Bradle about this, and I'm like, we make plans for the 26th, which is my birthday, and I'm going to go, and we are going to try to get to the courthouse at 9:00 to quietly turn myself in and hopefully get this processed and go home before any media gets there, nothing. So we go to Dedham, and Tim texts me at like 8:45 that day. He's like, don't come to the courthouse. Brian Tully's standing on the courthouse stairs with the Medfield police. So change of plans. You're going to go to the Medfield Police Department. You're going to turn yourself in, and then I'm going to have a motion to dismiss. We're going to try to do it that way. And so I go to Medfield Police around noon. I get arrested. They book me, and then they start driving me from Medfield to Dedham, which is like a half hour away. And at this point, I've alerted people to this. They know what's happening. And I arrive there at the courthouse, and, there's all this media there, and I'm like praying. I'm like, I can't go. It's my fucking birthday. It's the day after Christmas. I'm like, no way. And luckily we had a tape, and because I had taped the night before, and like on the tape is the woman yelling and telling her kids, we're going to get in the car. We're going to go to Aidan's house and all this. In my opinion, it sounded horrible for her, but if you didn't know the whole story, it also sounds like a woman in distress. You're like, it's just, you know what I mean? So it's like, and so I think that's how the judge took it. This is she's upset about something. You must have done something to her.
You must have done it. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, not knowing this woman's got a history of this. Also in jail with me was another guy, the last boyfriend, who she also said hit her and also violated the restraining order. Like, it's a crazy story. His name's Frankie.
I've heard this story more times than I can count.
Okay. So I won't
not yours personal, not yours personally. I just mean the
funny.
story of the girl who, always has that complaint.
Well, I later found out that Frankie, who I befriended after I got out of jail, that he had a tape in July of 2023. She had an order on him, and she put a tracker on his car and found him in a parking lot in Walpole, and got into his car and then refused to get out. And he taped it. And so there's a 2-minute video of him saying, Lindsay, get out of my car. I gotta go. Lindsay, get out of my car. She's like, no, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. Blah, 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 blah. I want more money. Blah, blah. And she's like, and then the cops arrive, and he gets arrested for violating a restraining order.
Yeah, she's the victim.
Because he was supposed to apparently abandon his car and just leave. Like, she sat in his, and I'm like, are you kidding me? So this is her MO. So anyway, I go in front of the judge, and he revokes my bail. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like looking at Tim, like, is there anything we could do? He's like, you're going to jail. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to fucking jail. So I was just shocked. It's just complete shock. And I get to jail, and they bring me to medical. I haven't eaten much all day. I'm tired. It's been a long 48 hours, and they bring me to medical, and the CO there, really nice lady. And she tells me, she's just like, first thing she says to me, when she puts me in my cell, is, I'm so sorry, you don't belong here. And then she's like, what am I going to watch every Tuesday and Saturday night now? And she's like, yeah. They were all like that. All the COs were so nice to me. They were so nice. Yeah. They were great. And, and they were very protective of me. And, after it was the first couple of days, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I lost a lot of weight. It was very depressing. And then, a couple of days in, I think on the 28th or the 29th, that's when I started to like get into an exercise routine and just call people. That's when like I started getting Securus app messages on the 28th. I met Meredith in there. We started, talking every day, and really helped the days go by, and it was nice, and so, as time went on, like, it really sucked being in there, but, and there were long days, like every day I would go from morning recess, I would call it, that's what we call rec. I call rec recess, from 8 to 10, they would bring me to an area, and it's a housing unit area, and there's a basketball hoop there and outside, and you can do whatever you want. Showers, you do whatever you want for 2 hours, watch TV. Well, all the prisoners are in their cell. So you're in their living area. And one of the prisoners in this area was Brian Walsh, the guy who's been arrested for murder. Oh yeah. So I saw him like my second or third day in prison. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in here I'm in jail with Brian freaking Walsh. And I'm like, oh my God. So towards the end, I actually put a note under his door and I introduced myself because I couldn't not. And I'm like, my name's Aidan Kearney. I'm a reporter. I understand that Michael Proctor is one of the detectives on your case and that you're obviously in here for your Google searches. And I'm wondering if you're familiar with a woman by the name of Jennifer McCabe, who also Googled a lot of incriminating things. And the Commonwealth says those Google searches didn't happen. And so that like, if you're interested in speaking to me, I'm getting out of here in a few days. I'd be happy to message you on the Securus app and we can have a continued conversation about this. And, you know, the next day I go to his door and I knock on it and I'm like, he's like, oh, hi, Aidan. First time we ever talked. He's like, I got your message. I'm really happy. He goes, I'm really happy that you're getting out of here and that you get to see your kids. But I talked to my lawyer and for now he says, that he doesn't want me talking to you, but you can, you know, maybe that can change in the future and good luck with everything. I'm like, okay, that was my conversation. That was my whole history of Brian Walsh. He was very nice to me, but not saying he's a nice guy, but brief interaction. So, you know, I would go to recess every day and I started running. The first day I would just run around the basketball court a few times. And then I figured out it was 17 times around. It was a mile. And so by the end, I was running 7 or 8 miles every day, first thing in the morning. And it just really kept my mental state up. You know, if you're physically and mentally fit, you can get through anything. And so I did that knowing that at 10 o'clock, it's back to medical from 10 to 6:30. It's 8.5 hours alone in a cell. 2 meals are brought to you and you need to find something to do during that time to make, there's no internet, you know, so you got, I talked on the phone all the time to my lawyers, to my friends, to Meredith, to all sorts of people, and was just constantly getting filled in on the Karen Reed case. I had a journal where I would write stories. I published over 30 articles while I was in jail because they had my computer, they had my phone, and I would just call them and say, I would write the articles in my little notebook, and then I would dictate them and they would just type them in and hit the publish button. So I'm keeping content going in jail. My Twitter account's active while I'm in jail. I can talk and do my job from a jail cell. It's much harder. I can't do my show. I did call into Will's show one time. I almost got in trouble for that. I called Will one night, the Glairer, while he was live. And I'm like, I start talking to him and it's like, oh shit, Turtleboy's live from jail. And then the next day, Tim Bradle's like, don't ever do that again. Don't ever do it. Like, don't ever do it. That's how you're going to lose your phone privileges. You don't want to do that. You know, like, and that they did try to take my phone privileges. Ken Mello, we had a hearing.
Over that?
Not for that, actually. It was for, they claimed Ken Mello filed a motion trying to take away my phone privileges because he claimed that I had added a woman named Jennifer Altman as an attorney because attorney calls are not monitored by the jail.
Reported. Yeah. Securus, you get the special. Exactly.
Right. And another woman named Courtney Healy was also under those. And Courtney is Tim's paralegal. Jen is not. And so Tim Bradle's the one that put her on as a lawyer because apparently there's some law firm called Altman in Massachusetts. And he thought she was like part of that. And so he like legitimately thought she was an attorney. So he put her down. It was a simple mistake. And, but Mello acted according to Ken Mello, who everything is witness intimidation with this guy. He goes, Your Honor, clearly he's adding Jennifer Altman who is his pit bull. He called her, as, on there so he can have unmonitored calls and they can plot more witness intimidation. So we want him to have his phone calls taken away, except for his kids. He can call his kids. And we want his phone calls with Tim Bradle to be monitored by a third party. Bradle was like outraged about. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Like Bradle's
that's fighting words. Bradle's going to see you in the parking lot over something like that.
So I attended a hearing on Zoom and Bradle and Mello were in person, and Judge Squires Lee had the same reaction you did. She's like, you want me to tell the jail, of which I have no control or authority of, that this guy can't call people and that his lawyer should have his calls monitored? Are you out of your mind, sir? And so that was he got smoked. We won that one. So luckily, because I'm like, without phone calls, jail would have sucked. Like, like that made being able to call people all hours a day really made the time go by a lot, quicker than it would have. But time went by so slow. And like, I remember every morning when you would wake up, it was just like, oh, it was the best feeling because you're one day closer. It's like, oh, one more, like another night down. Good. Count that one off. Like, I'm going to go exercise, get in my routine, do this today. I'm going to write an article today. This is how I'm going to make the time pass, is by doing this. And I'm getting closer. And every day you got closer and closer. And we filed SJC petitions to get me out early. So I had always had hope for that and never came to fruition. It did actually get me out 30 days early. I was sentenced to 90 days. And as it turns out, you can have your bail revoked for 90 days if your charge is in district court. It's 60 days, but it's only 60 days for superior. So them indicting me 3 days before I was arrested actually got me out of jail for 30 days. Now my charges are in superior court. So the SJC did rule that actually his charges are in superior, so you can only put him in for 60. So we won that. So I got out 30 days earlier. And then 3 days after I got out, they tried putting me back in. And this is what I had a trial for a couple weeks ago. I'm not sure if you saw this, but
I did. Yeah.
So the McAlberts and Paul O'Keefe brought Lindsay Catani with them to a Karen Reed hearing. She'd never attended one before in her life. And she just rolls up with them. And Jennifer McCabe walks into court with this huge smile. Like,
oh, I'm sure. Shit-eating grin.
Look at this play toy I have. And we're sitting in there, and Meredith kind of looks at me and is like, get up. Like we need, as soon as she walked in, she's like, she's here. We need to leave. So I didn't even look at Lindsay. I got up, I walked out. I asked the Dedham cop outside, where should I go? There's a woman inside with an order on me. And he goes, just go over there for now. And he points to the registry of deeds. So I go over there. I'm standing there for all of 5 to 10 minutes, and the hearing ends, and crowd pours out. Everybody looks like ants. Everybody's got black hair, black coats. I don't see her. She doesn't see me. And apparently she walks out. I don't even see her. And then she calls the police from the parking lot and says, my car has been vandalized. And I think it's Aidan Kearney did this because he's mad at me. He just got kicked out of court. He must have vandalized my car. And of course I didn't. There's no surveillance of it, whatever. And what she doesn't mention to the police when she calls is that, oh yeah, he just violated the order against me. He just yelled things at me. He just came within 100 yards of me. No mention of that. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so she gets in the car and she starts driving home, and she must have talked to Kate Peter, and Kate Peter saw that I had done a live stream outside. So I was at the registry of deeds, and she must have told her that Aidan was there. You know that, right? And so she calls the Dedham police up, and she has this news story that, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, Aidan Kearney was yelling liar, liar at me outside and staring at me. Suddenly she forgot to tell him that when the police came the first time. And so I end up getting charged with violation of a restraining order 3 days after getting out of jail. And now I have another bail revocation hearing for this on March 14th. And I'm like, so I didn't even feel free. I'm like, I'm free. And now they're going to try to send me right back, this time for 120 days for a dangerousness hearing. And so luckily the Judge Pomerol in Dedham District Court, who's just very fair. He's very fair. I like Judge Pomerol. He's very fair. He wouldn't let me get away with something if I was guilty, but he's also not going to let me go down if I didn't. And he sees through the bullshit, and he's like, tell me how he's dangerous. And Mello's like, Your Honor, he started a Pornhub account. Like, what? Pornhub account? What are you talking about? Like, the guy just didn't know what he's talking. Like, he actually says this in court. And he's like, he's doing this, and he's blogging about her. And he goes, dangerous. Tell me how he's dangerous. Go. And he can't do it. So I didn't get my bail revoked. So I was finally free. I just had my trial for that in front of judge. We went with a bench because it was Judge Palmer, and he's very fair. and it was a 3-day trial. Paul O'Keefe testified, Lindsay testified. I didn't have to testify, and I was acquitted. It was great.
Yeah, I did see that. And I wanted to congratulate you on that too, especially for that decision to go with the bench trial. That was gutsy. Because there is we call it a slow guilty plea in criminal defense. But when you have a good judge and you know the judge, you know, and you have that ability to trust the judge to do the right thing, can be a little bit of a different situation. So it sounds like you, I don't want to say rolled the dice, you know.
Yeah, we made a game time decision going into it.
Yeah.
Like, my lawyers recommended bench trial. Lawyers like bench trials because juries are unpredictable. And he's like, there's like with you never know, somebody gets on that jury is anti-Turtleboy. Like, you never know. Sure. And so whereas a judge, we've dealt with Judge Pomeroy before. He knows the story. He's going to see through this. He's going to know what's up. And, you know, so we rolled the dice. Conversely, it was a risk because you're like, well, a judge might look at it letter of the law and say, well, technically you did come within 100 yards of her. Yeah. So that was also a risk. Whereas a jury might have said, every single person on the jury has dealt with the Lindsay Kearney before and is like, would see through it. So like, it was a calculation, but ultimately, you know, there's no, it's faster if you do a bench trial. Yeah. More can be, I didn't know this, more can be added into evidence with the bench trial. Like, for instance, we added the video into evidence of Frank Keegan and Lindsay Kearney when Lindsay refuses to get out of his car and he gets arrested. We would not have been able to add that at a jury trial, but we could with the bench trial. Because he's able to kind of, he knows more than a jury. So he's able to understand the implications of this. And we argued that, well, I had seen that video by February 26th. And so when they say, well, why didn't you just get in your car and leave? I said, because how do I know she's not in my car right now? How do I know she hasn't gone? This is her MO. I'm scared of her. I want to stand near a cop because a cop is a witness. And so I feel safe. I don't feel safe getting in my car because I don't know where she is. Yeah.
No, the public place seems like the secure decision at that point.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, jail. I never thought I'd go to jail. I mean, I'm sure you've dealt with a lot of clients in jail, but jail is a miserable place.
It's not a fun place. Yeah, I mean, it's there for the purpose of dehumanizing you, you know, and and making it clear, you know, you're bad. You have you know, exiled yourself from society.
Dehumanized is a good word. That's how I felt in there. You just felt like you're lesser than a person in there. Like, you're a person, but like, not really. Like, you don't really count. Like, you are you know, other people could tell you to just make your bed. Like, why isn't your, like, some CEOs were dicks. Like, most of them were good, but a couple of them were dicks. And like, you need to make your bed, you know, you need, like, I was, you know, I wanted to get out of my cell one time and like make a phone call because the phone's like, and one CEO just completely ignores me and just pretends like I'm not there. I know he can hear me. He's 10 feet away. He's not doing anything. And he just ignores me because he wants to. Because because he's got the power and you're nothing. What are you going to do about it, prisoner? You know? And so, yeah, it did feel that way. Like, even like you have to walk on the right-hand side. If you go too far left, they tell you to stay on the right-hand side. Like, every aspect of your life there is just under the control of everyone else. You do what you're told. You are submissive. Your opinion doesn't matter. The things that you want don't matter. You're not a real person in jail.
No, know your place. Know your place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's just a horrible place. And like, that's why I'm like, I've had talks with Karen Reed about jail. And, you know, I'm like, you know, I hope, like, the 2 nights she was in jail was inside a police department. You know what I mean? She's never been to real jail. And
real jail.
Yeah. You know, and luckily she's never going to have to. But, you know, they really wanted to put her, I mean, it's the worst thing you can do besides killing a person is put him in jail. And it's scary how many people cheered on my persecution and Karen's. And it's just like, you know, we're human beings, right? Like, we have families and stuff. And like, you're just getting off on the misery of a stranger because this is just a game to you. Like, What's wrong
Mhm.
with you? Like what, like
Mhm.
how do you get this morally depraved to feel this way? Like, yes, incarcerate him, but like, I have 2 kids, right? Like that
Mhm.
need me. Like, you're not just doing this to me, you're doing this to them too. Their father's gone for 6. Like, who does that to another person? It's just, this
Yeah.
whole story has shown me the real ugliness and the evil side of society.
Mhm. Why are there why is there like this anti-Turtle Boy contingent? Like where does that come from? What motivates it? Like is this are these people that are um associated with McAlberts? Are these people that are just pissed for some other reason? Like what is it? These are just hateful, the kind of normal hateful people that like to, judge and wish harm on others. Like what's going on there?
Well, Turtleboy derangement syndrome has been around long before the Karen Reed case. Like,
Uh-huh.
I have a special ability. My lawyer Mark Randazza has represented Alex Jones,
Mhm.
and he goes, people who are dedicated to hating you are more dedicated than they are to the people who are dedicated to hating Alex Jones. Like I've never seen anything like how mad people get about you. Like, they hate you. And like, there is this contingent. If I've written about you, and I've written
Mhm.
about tens of thousands of people before, expose bad behavior, most people just move on with their life. Right.
Sure.
But some never get over it. Like
Yeah.
Kimberly Fair on Twitter, or Michael
Mhm.
Gaffney, or
Mhm.
Kate Peter. These are all people I've written about, and they
Mhm.
just never get over it. And they
Mhm.
dedicate their lives to
Mhm.
me, to like destroying me. And
Mhm.
it's like they never get tired of. And they finally got me in jail.
Mhm.
They finally got what they wanted for 60 days. They did get that,
Mhm.
um, and so it's most of the anti-Karen Reed stuff, I think, is fueled by hatred of me, right?
Mhm.
Some of it's it's all McAlberts, and then people who don't like Turtleboy. That's it.
Mhm.
You're one or
Mhm.
the other. And
Mhm.
so I don't think any of them actually believe Karen Reed did it. Like, the McAlberts are all just protecting their family. I get that.
Mhm.
But the other
Mhm.
ones are all just like, well, Turtleboy is taking this position, so I must take the opposite.
Mhm.
That's all this is. It's crazy. Because if I had said Karen Reed was guilty, they'd be the FKR leaders, and then it
Yeah.
wouldn't be very fun.
Well, and so that's got to make you nervous going into, I mean, you still, like you said, you still got charges out there, and I'm not sure how many. I remember because I mentioned to you before we came on, like one of the big tells for me that like this looks like a lot of bullshit is just like a flurry of charges for nothing, that nobody else is being charged with, but like Turtle Boy's got, a stack 100 deep or something like that. I don't even know what it was. But I know they've charged you with a lot of different things. And so does that make you nervous that you you get strong reactions from people?
Yeah, it does make me nervous. I mean, how can you not be? I mean, again, the Ronnie thing is what makes me nervous. Is that like that guy gets to
Mhm.
decide my fate? Like, people, a room full of people like him get to decide my fate. Like,
Mhm.
that's scary. And the
Mhm.
fact that these judges, like Canoni, scares me. The fact
Mhm.
that, like, I don't have Canoni, luckily, but like, we've seen how many hurdles she put up for Karen Reed to jump over. Like, they were absurd. Like, she gave Hank Brennan, a 90-meter head start in a 100-meter dash. Like,
Mhm.
that's essentially what she did. And that's scary.
Mhm.
But I just have to, again, the best lawyers, 2 of the best, and in an amazing support system of people who are going to have my back
Mhm.
financially, not just financially, but also to like help. Like,
Mhm.
there's no shortage of people trying to help, finding clips, thinking of new angles, offering assistance any way they can. And, hopefully now that the Karen Reed trial has ended, there can be more of a concentration on my charges, because, you know, honestly, what's happening to me is more dangerous to all of us than what happened to Karen Reed, because Karen
Mhm.
Reed was like an innocent woman who was framed for a murder and her life was on the line. Whereas
Mhm.
with me, if they can do this to me, then
Mhm.
there is no First Amendment. And if there's
Mhm.
no First Amendment, then we don't really have a democracy, right? Like,
Mhm.
they can do it. They can just
Sure.
silence the little man. They can do more Karen Reeds if they want, and you ain't going to do nothing about it. And if you do, you go to jail too. That's the precedent that's going to be set. So I am emboldened by the fact that I know I have an army of people out there, who get it. There is a contingency of the Free Karen Read movement of people who are like, well, I support Karen Read, but not him. He goes too far, right?
Oh, sure.
He pushes the envelope too much. And to them, I say, like, how can you not be as outraged as I am about what they did to John O'Keefe? If you're not out there doing what I'm doing, and if you have a problem with this, then you don't quite get what they did to John O'Keefe and what they did to Karen Read. Like, you should be as outraged. I'm not doing this for attention. I'm not doing this for clicks. I'm doing this because I'm really upset. And I'm like, this is wrong. This is a real wrong thing. And I feel inspired to get out there and make my voice heard about this.
One thing you don't have, you do have an army, you do have lots of supporters, you have a great legal team, but you don't have a turtle boy. Would Turtleboy like to have a turtle boy on his case?
That's a good question. Would Turtleboy like to have? Because you're right. I am somewhat hamstrung on what I can say in advocacy of myself because I'm the defendant. So you're right. You're right. I would like a turtle boy. And, honestly, like, I think support from the Read team at this point would go a long way. Like if Karen Read was to be in the front row of my next hearing on July 7th with her family, that would be great. Like, as far as lifting spirits and morale, it creates the impression of a united front that we support, we appreciate and value what he did, that we, he had our back and now we're going to have his back. And I think, and it would get attention. It would get attention. Like, the media is fascinated with Karen Read. And so that would, because my story isn't getting the attention, obviously, that the Karen Read case is getting. So I would appreciate, and I've told her that I would appreciate if you were there on July 7th, but we'll see what happens with that.
Well, and from my perspective, what was so revolutionary about what you did in this particular case is that, the norm that we're used to with the criminal justice is that the defendant doesn't get to fight back. The defendant has to wait their turn until it, whenever, however many years down the road it might take to get into court, if it ever gets into court, right? Because as you know, they're going to lean on you to try to get you to plead, and maybe they'll upcharge it to like second-degree murder or something like that to try to leverage it. But what you're really discouraged from doing is speaking out. And it's one of the big takeaways, I think, from this trial was I feel like that common wisdom has really been shattered in so many ways, not just because, okay, everybody under the sun thought, terrible idea for Karen Read to go do all these interviews, right? And then lo and behold, she does these interviews. They're using him at trial, and he's clipping them, and he's trying to. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter. Like, nobody cared. It didn't matter at all. It didn't move. It didn't move the needle at all.
What it did do was waste her lawyer's valuable time that they could have been spent doing other things. So I do think it was a mistake that she did that. And I do think it had a negative impact simply because of the amount of time that they had to spend to combat that. But you're right. The jury ultimately didn't give a shit.
In the sense of, like, it's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt your case for you to get your side out, because the reality is you get arrested. Okay. The press has already heard about whatever the crime was when it's a murder. They already know somebody died. They already know how. They already know about the investigation. They already know how hard the cops are working to run it down and find the right person. And then they find you, and the press is going to hear everything about why they're saying it's you. And then it's like, literally at that point, the court process is now started. All the public has ever heard is how guilty you are, and what a terrible crime it is and stuff like that. And now it's the point where you have to shut up. Your lawyer can't talk for you. They got the ethics rules that say, pretrial publicity, and the lawyers are very conservative about that. They're telling you, shut up. It would be a bad idea to do these interviews. You just got to wait your turn in court. You guys did something very, very different in this case. And I got to feel like in many ways the proof is kind of in the pudding. When that second jury panel came in and we started getting the information out of the courtroom about kind of who was there and what was happening and how much everybody knew about this case and how they had opinions and stuff already about the case, that was a big sea change, I think. Just the reach that it ultimately had and the influence that it ultimately had. When you look back over this whole process of the trial and what you did and your stories, your research and all of that, are there any points where you feel like was this a mistake? Were there, like, I don't know, unforeseen, I mean, obviously, we have the witness intimidation thing you yourself are paying for. But as far as Karen Read's case goes, did you ever feel like, is there any point where this is damaging to her, or this could hurt her, or this had consequences that maybe wasn't foreseen by choosing to handle it this way?
I think Karen Read was never really in jeopardy, but I think Karen Read's biggest issue, Karen Read's Achilles heel was Karen Read, in my opinion. And a lot of people aren't going to want to hear that because there is somewhat of a fascination or obsession with Karen Read, the person, some people will just say she can't do any wrong. Like objectively, those clips,
she's not a saint.
Yeah.
She's not a saint.
Well, and she's doesn't make the smartest decisions either. Like it was a huge mistake to do those interviews. Like that was a disaster. Like if we didn't know what Karen Read's voice sounded like, if it was just all of us out here advocating for Karen Read and she was never spoke, and you know what I mean, she would be there. She would not give anyone a reason to dislike her. Like speaking gave people a reason to dislike her. Like I can't tell you how many people I've heard from that didn't really follow this case and don't know much about it. And they watch the documentary and they're like, yeah, she seems pretty cold. Not somebody out, not somebody I'd hang out with. And it just gives them a think to like, yeah, she's pretty cold. Like maybe she did it. Like I haven't really looked into the facts of it, but she seems cold, dude.
Wow.
And, yeah, oh, totally. Like, and that's like, even talking to family, like I've talked to about this, and they're like, they didn't follow much about it. And they're like, some of the quote, like, we don't think she did it, but wow. Like the way she called, like some of the things, she just didn't seem that upset about John Dang. Now we all know that there's obviously more complicated than that she's had no time to grieve John. Like, and I can agree and all this, but you don't have to explain your way out of it if she doesn't talk in the first place. You know what I mean? And Karen Read is a very intelligent person, and I get the need to like want to get your voice out there and say those things. But ultimately, the biggest impediment to Karen Read was Karen Read herself. And I said this on my show last night, and I'll say it again, and I don't care who likes it. The biggest mistake Karen Read made was leaving One Meadows Ave at noon or 1 o'clock that day, whenever that was. That was the biggest mistake she ever made. And I'll tell you why. Because the Commonwealth hides behind the O'Keefes and John's friends. And the fact that John O'Keefe and his friends and family sit on the Commonwealth side, they don't buy any of this shit. Why don't they buy that? Because they don't like her as a person. And why don't they like her as a person? Because Carl Dougal, who Carl Dougal is John's, I don't know if you know who he is. He's John's, he's sets the board a lot. He's the one
that body checked her in the hall or something.
Right. So he's BPD detective, right? And he should be able to see through this from a mile away. So why doesn't he like Karen? Well, he texted Karen on the 29th and was like, it was actually a really nice text. And he was like, I just want to make sure you're okay. I'm so sorry about this and whatever. And she does. And then I think he texts her again and she just doesn't text back. And this gives him a reason to not like her and be like cold. And I'm sorry, like I'm in a position right now. I'm not hearing back from Karen Read. And it's just this coldness to her personality a little bit that but the difference between me and Carl is I'm smart enough to say that, okay, she might be a little cold, She might be a little bit like, say things that make her appear that way, but she's not a murderer. That doesn't make her a murderer. Like, I'm smart enough to be like, you can have a personality that I'm not really a fan of, but also you're not guilty of murder. Like, they're not the same thing. And so like, not having anyone from John's friends or family in her corner hurt her in the eye of public opinion. Because the people look at this and they're like, well, if don't they want justice for John? They wouldn't be supporting the Commonwealth if the Commonwealth wasn't right. I mean, that's how people look at it. And you can kiss all these people out there saying you're wrong. You can kiss my ass. That's the truth. Okay. And it's an uncomfortable truth, but it is the truth, is that Karen Reed's biggest obstacle was Karen Reed herself.
That's interesting. There was a whole psychodrama going on there with One Meadows Ave and Karen's relationship with the O'Keefe family and Peggy O'Keefe in particular, and those stories about at the hospital and her reaction to Karen. You mean you just left him there? Like, yeah, he's a grown ass man. We just left him there.
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy to me to see that, but it also I mean, I can see what you're saying about Karen and that being potentially a mistake that she made, just maybe to reveal a little bit too much of herself. But if Hank Brennan made a big mistake, honestly, I think putting Peggy O'Keefe on the stand might have been it, because I feel like you kind of understood why, after she testified, you kind of understood why not only Karen wouldn't want to hang around that house, but exactly why they would be eager to believe this. They hated her. They hated her. They couldn't. They were never going to question this.
She was the least sympathetic mother of a murder victim ever. Like, when you heard her testify, it's like, oh yeah. Like, you gave the jury a reason not to really give a shit about the family of the deceased by putting her on the stand. She was a disaster, in my opinion. Like, she got up there and she spoke glowingly about her daughter, Kristen. Like, she was very upset about her daughter, Kristen. But John, what did she say about John? John was a cop. Oh yeah. He worked in Dorchester, and then he was in Hyde Park. That's it. Not like, like if I died, you put my mom on the stand, she's not going to shut up about why she loves me. Like, she's not going to stop. And then Paul, God forbid Paul gets murdered. There's never going to be justice. Because what about Paul? Paul's over there.
Paul's over there.
Over there.
Man.
It's like, like, that's it. It's like, oh yeah. You don't even seem that shook up about this. Like, I agree with you. Putting Peggy on the stand was a disaster for the Commonwealth. It did nothing.
I think the problem, it really changed the dynamic in a couple of ways. I mean, one, just that the whole family dynamics. Like, one of the things that always jumped out to me about this case that was like the thing that was the domestic violence. Where was ever any sort of aspect of domestic violence in this case? When you have somebody killing allegedly their romantic partner, that is, it is by definition domestic violence, but you're absolutely going to pursue that. And I think it was the unspoken thing that was never said, because it was almost like I realized, I think, that they didn't want to go into that because there's so many dynamics with domestic abuse and tends to be generational and stuff like that. And I just wondered, like, is that going to open doors? It really shifted my perspective between hearing that dynamic with Peggy O'Keefe, how she sees Karen, how she talks about her own children and family, and then also kind of overlapped with the text messages between Karen and John. I can read these text messages, and I mean, everybody's going to have a little bit of a different perspective on what you're getting out of it. But I see one person trying to make it work, and I see one person that just can't be bothered, And so that, to me, I thought was a real misstep.
I see two people who are afraid to leave each other. That's what I see in those messages. Two people who know they probably shouldn't be with each other, but are just like, whatever. This is convenient. Like, it's very convenient for both of them. Like, it is interesting. Like, because like in the early part of the day in those messages, up to like 2:00, she's mad at him, right? Because of something that happened the night before about something hit him with a pillow or something like that. And, you know, but he can't be bothered because Pop is over here and you're annoying. And so she's calling him and he's like, leave me alone. Like, and she obviously wants to talk about it and he's not in the mood to talk about it. Then things change around 7 when all of a sudden he needs a ride because he wants to go out drinking, and Karen, the Uber driver, babysitter with benefits. Now Karen doesn't want to come over because Karen's got the plumber coming over. And, you know, a lot of pornographic movies start with the plumber coming over. And so men are kind of like, what do you mean the plumber? Like he's bringing the pipe, like that. He's clearly threatened by the plumber because he's like, wait, I'll fix your pipes. What do you do? He's like insulted by the plumber coming over. He's like, get your ass to Canton, sleep here the entire weekend, please get snowed in with us and drive me around. And so she's like, sure. And then she's there. Like, that's not domestic violence.
Yeah. No, it's not domestic violence. But it was a different dynamic, I think, than was expected. Definitely a different dynamic than what the Commonwealth was trying to sell in terms of, you know, Karen being the one who is you know, ultimately going to culminate in this murderous act of domestic violence. But, you know, the other reason why I think it was such a misstep to bring the, you know, Peggy O'Keefe and the O'Keefe family into it so much is it just highlighted the tunnel vision. You know, if they were satisfied with that solution and in fact probably, you know, wanted it, it's kind of the impression I got by you know, just their attitude towards her in general, then of course it was going to be an easy sell. And of course they weren't going to have to work very hard to try to come up with a case. And of course it didn't matter if there were big gaping holes into it because they wanted to believe it. And I just felt like that really illustrated it in a way that was kind of an emotional level.
You know, if Alan Jackson wanted to, I mean, it was tough with Peggy O'Keefe because they didn't cross-examine her. And obviously I think that was the right choice. But if they wanted to, what they could have gotten into her with was like, how much did you talk to Jennifer McCabe before John O'Keefe died?
Sure.
Right? Never. Okay. How much did you talk to Jennifer McCabe after John O'Keefe died? Did Jennifer McCabe start an organization called Peggy's Angels to take you out to dinner? And it's like they could really, because they already did it with Kerry Roberts. And like they could really start pushing hard that, oh, wow, Jennifer McCabe is a manipulative psychopath. Get that in jurors' heads. But it just wasn't worth the risk. Ultimately, they made the right call. And you just don't cross-examine, the dead cop's mother. You know, it's like so. But if they wanted to, that would have been the angle that I think they should have gone with.
Yeah. Was there any point during the trial where you thought like, this is the turning point? This is it. Like, this is definitive. This is the mic drop.
Yeah, it was Nicholas Barrow saying absolutely not. That was the definitive one because all the other stuff, like Dr. Marie Russell was fantastic. She was great, right? But then there's just a lot of kind of boring talk about methodology and this and that and blah, blah, blah. But everybody gets when a cop says, no, it didn't look anything like that. Like that was such strong language from him that I think that was the real turning point when Barrow said absolutely not.
Interesting.
But then other than that, it just got stronger. The defense got stronger with each witness. Like I thought Desogru was the weakest one. He was not, he was kind of boring. It was PowerPoints. It was more like we're talking about text stream data in 30 seconds. It's just a little confusing. Right. And then, then like Kelly Daver, they brought her on like, oh, this is getting more interesting. Okay. And she kind of, and according to the jurors who have interviewed afterwards, like the Deaver testimony mattered because that Deaver testimony showed that like the police aren't very honest, like something is going on here. And so that was good. And then obviously the Lucky Loughran 2.0 was even way better than he was in the first trial. He
was fantastic.
He was a soldier. I was really worried about him, that Hank was going to pick him apart and be mean to him, but he just held his own. He was so good. And then obviously then the doctors came on and, Dr. Wolf was a little bit like, like when they brought up his wife, it was like, you could see the look in his eye. Like, you
Mm.
motherfucker. Like, you know,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
trying to keep his cool about that, like trying not to get flustered. So I don't think Dr. Wolf was as strong as he was actually in the first trial. I think he was obviously very good still, but I think that, you know, Hank did kind of like fluster him just a little bit, just a little. But I thought Dr. Rentschler was stronger than he was in the first trial. I thought Rentschler was just the way they ended with Lapisato and Rentschler, those killed it. Like before those two went, I was like, you know, like after Judd Welcher and Matthew DeSogra, I'm like, fuck, we might like this might something bad could happen here. If they believe Judd Welcher, they believe Trooper Paul. They might actually believe this guy. Like if they believe this guy, we're in big, big trouble here. And but then after, you know, after just Rentschler and Lapisato tore him apart, I'm like, we're all set. No chance of conviction, none whatsoever.
Yeah. One of the things that I thought was so interesting about Kelly Dever in particular as a witness was that, of course, as you know, one of the big talking points in favor of finding Karen Read guilty is, oh, well, you'd have to believe every person in Canton is involved in a conspiracy and every law enforcement officer participated and so on and so forth. Well, of course, that's never been a good faith, you know, argument at all. But then it's just kind of now been illustrated that she was the thin blue line right there on the stand in front of everybody, making it crystal clear. Completely different department, no relationship with any of these people, MSP, you know, none of them. But here she is being so incredibly uncooperative and difficult.
Yes, it was genius. That was their plan. That's why they knew it was a gamble to call Kelly Dever. They had this information in the first trial and they chose not to call her. But they're like, you know what? This is going to say a lot without saying much. We are counting on the jury getting this, and they did. That is the exact thing that the jury heard. She was horrible. Like even like Plevin, like I have to admit, I go on Plevin's chat during the live because I like to see how they're coping with this. And Plevin was like, how this woman's horrible. Like this woman is a cop. Like what? Like when there isn't a single person in America who thinks that she had a false memory of a detailed false memory of seeing two men, particular men by name, being in the Sally Port for what she called a wildly long period of time. And then when she went to the re-education camp, I mean, the visit with Commissioner Cox, in which they re-educated her brain, she suddenly realized this is something called a false memory, like a very detailed false memory. There isn't a person in America who believed that. Nobody believed that. And so you're absolutely right. It illustrated that, like, this is what the thin blue line actually looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't require like, oh, you know, we're texting each other, talking about our plans in detail and coordinating and all that type of stuff. No, it doesn't require any of that. It just requires you to know what your role is. Is your role to provide information or not? That's pretty much it. You know, you're there to help, or you're there to hide and to obfuscate. And that was a big theme, I thought, that was, you know, unspoken. It wasn't explicit, but that came out especially a lot on cross-examination, like with Yuri Buchanek. Oh my God, what a difficult cop. And the contrast between when he's on direct and he can't wait to share. He's happy to volunteer stuff. And then, you know, as soon as he's on cross-examination, now we're going to argue about dictionary terms and things like that. I don't think that particularly helped them either, just because it doesn't look like good faith. Like, if you're there to tell the truth, it doesn't matter who is asking you the questions. You just are there to provide the information. But
people know what shadiness looks like, and they're like, this guy can't admit that Michael Proctor is the lead investigator. So Alan Jackson literally dog walks him and gives him 25 reports that are all signed by Michael Proctor. He says, who signed this one? Oh, Michael, and even then he's tried to like
Yeah.
he read the answer is Michael Proctor. Just
Yeah.
get to it. Okay.
Yeah.
But you're delaying the inevitable here. And the jury saw that. They're like,
Yeah.
this guy
And at the end
isn't
of the day,
honest.
Connor Keefe doesn't know the script anyway. He's the
That's
lead
right.
detective. I mean,
And neither does Brian Tully. You know, when Brian Tully testified at my grand jury, he referred to Michael Proctor as the lead detective. They all did. They all call him the lead detective all the time. So,
yeah.
you know, but they, for some reason, this guy got up there. He just wanted to play games. It's like, dude, just say it. Just say he's the lead. Everybody knows he's the lead detective. He's just like, he's a bad apple. Like, he's not a good guy. Right. He screwed this. Like, she did it, but he's kind of a scumbag, but he's gone now. So everything's fixed. But she did it. Okay. But instead he's like, he's not the lead detective. What are you doing? You look like you're in on it too. What are you doing? Or like, was he not prepped by Hank Brennan, or is he so arrogant that he just didn't listen to what Brennan told him to act? There's no way Brennan's been in a million trials. He knows what a good witness is and a bad witness is. He had to be like, dude, you have to calm down the arrogance. You can't take your goddamn elbow off there. Okay. You know, like, stop it. Stop with the arrogance. But he's just like, no, I'm going to do things the Bukkake way. The full speed ahead. This is how I act. And this is how I am. Like, even Hank Brennan can't tell me what to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was not prepping, or if it was he's just one of those people that that can't really be coached. He's gonna come across the way he comes across, and the best you can hope for is damage control. And the main reason why I kind of tend to think that is just because he's not a very smart guy. He's not a dummy by any stretch of the imagination, but he doesn't have the instinct of somebody that like a Tully I think is going to have.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yuri he's cannon fodder. He's there to be there for the team and support them no matter what the cost. And I think he's probably all in on that. Like, he made that very clear with his testimony, what team he's on and how hard he'll fight for him. But as far as like, what actual talent do you have to bring to that fight? I didn't see a lot of the like intellectual recognition there. And you have to have at least some ability to self-reflect and to introspect to be able to internalize advice about how you're coming off on the stand. Like, does it cross your mind that just a very basic thing like lounging like you're on your sofa watching the Super Bowl with a bowl of chips right there maybe shouldn't be the look that you would have over here on a stand?
Yeah.
But he just didn't seem to have that kind of reflection.
The three best liars that the Commonwealth had were not called. Okay. The three best liars are Brian Tully, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins. Okay. Those three guys, when they got up there, like, decorated dude Brian Higgins is a much better visual for the jury than shady Matt Farwell Brian Higgins. That's what he looked like. He looked like Matt Farwell lurking around with his hoodie on. That's the only picture they had of him. They don't know they didn't meet the decorated dude. They didn't meet him suited up with his hair parted and saying, "Oh, I never lie. I'm a straightforward shooter. I've been on the job for 25 years. I'm a Marine." That whole act. Oh yeah, it was just go home, Jameson and ginger, and then I go home to bed, have something to eat, and do some business. And then there's, Brian Albert on the stand you could tell this guy testifies all the time. Like, he's just up there. Like, I wish he did come in the house. I wish he did. Oh no. Like, dressed like Mr. Rogers. And then Brian Tully, straight faced Brian Tully up there, just acting. He didn't come across arrogant like Bukkake did. So they didn't call. I think Hank not calling all these witnesses was a huge mistake on his part.
Yeah. And who'd have thought that at the end of the day would have been such a good decision that Lally made.
Yeah. Like, just because, like, honestly, you know how many witnesses that Hank had that said that John never came in the house? 2, Jennifer McCabe and Sarah Levinson. That's it. Lally had like 10 because he called them all, and they all said, and so it made it harder for the jury to believe that all these people are saying he didn't come in the house. Like, that seems like a lot, but he only called 2, and then he didn't call everyone else. So the jury's got to be thinking, like, why are they hiding all these people? Like, these are huge eyewitnesses that were right there when a murder happened, and the government isn't calling them, but they are calling like every state criminalist and like, what did you do, Ashley Valere? Well, I took pieces of taillight and I put them together like a jigsaw puzzle. So Karen Reed must be guilty. Like, what was the point? They did call Mike Camerano, who I don't know what that what did they bring that guy for? Like, what are they doing? Like,
yeah.
You know?
It wasn't even just not calling all of them, but specifically relying so heavily on Jen and really gambling that Jen was going to be able to sell it. And I think coming into the trial, I would have expected that to be a good bet because I think in the first trial, I found her horrifying. I found it very, very transparent and disturbing almost in a lot of ways. But I know that was not universal. Jeff, my husband, he was like, oh, I thought Jen did pretty good. I'm like, whoa. But then coming into the second trial, I don't know if something shifted. I don't know if she was unprepared for that FBI question. It kind of seemed like the being questioned about the FBI showing up at her house.
I mean, she did the best she could with it.
I think she did the best she could with it, but I think she was unprepared for it. And I think maybe that was just enough to shake her to, where she was a little bit more off her game, but she did present herself so much differently in the second trial than she did in the first one.
Yeah. I think she was on Xanax. I want whatever she took that day, like to calm me down when I'm having a tough time. I'm not kidding. She had to be on something just to she had a complete personality change where it's just like, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. It's like you were dealing with like AI customer service or something like that. Like just would not like she knew all of her weaknesses from the first trial and she wasn't going to repeat them. She was going to be this, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. You seem to be confused about this. Let me explain.
Let me help.
Like,
let me
explain. It's like we're just
help her. Jen, she had like her whole theme. I could totally see Jen McCabe like at home war gaming her own testimony. I could see her like spending months on this and like figuring out
totally.
How exactly is it, what's the script? What are my talking points going to be? What am I going to keep coming back to? The normal mom thing, the let me be helpful thing. Because that's, I just answered the call. I didn't want to be involved in any of this. It's just, it all fit together almost a little bit too well.
She was the hero of the closing. I mean, the three heroes of the closing. Who knew that the three heroes of the Karen Reed story would be Jennifer McCabe, Yuri Buchanan, and Timothy Nuttall? Those are the three heroes that we didn't know about in the John O'Keefe story. As it turns out, like Jennifer McCabe, the good friend who answered the call. She could have slept in, but she answered the call. She went out looking, and now look what they've done to her. And then Yuri Buchanan, the decorated Marine of integrity. And he's a great guy. He's sergeant rising through the ranks. And then the real star of the show, Timothy Nuttall, who was just there to save a life. He dedicates his life to this. And he had that. And he reported what he heard. And she said, I did it. It's like, oh my God, dude. Who's buying this story? Like, what are we doing? He can't believe. Have you seen his brother Tony on Twitter? I got to write a story about Tony tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
So have you
do we know that this is his brother?
Oh, it's 100% him, without a doubt. We verified it. So have you seen his tweets from last year?
No.
Oh, all pro Karen Reed.
Oh,
he's
boy.
He's like the first trial he was team Karen Reed, and then his brother gets appointed special prosecutor a few months later, and now Karen Reed's guilty. It's funny. So, and he's contacted Paula the juror 79 times.
I saw
Twitter.
that. Yeah.
Like that's very interesting because just imagine if it was the other way around. Imagine David Yannetti's sister or brother or whoever was contacting jurors so openly. What would they call that? They would call it witness intimidation, like they do everything else. So that's interesting. I'm going to write about that tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. No, that is interesting and very disturbing. Just the reaction to the jurors in the first place. It really has, I think, given away the game in so many ways. Of course, we didn't see this in the first trial because in the first trial, they didn't reach a verdict. They didn't have an outcome, whatever. But just to see this spin from, it's the sacrosanct process. In fact, it's such a third rail that we can't have Turtleboy like writing too much about it or asking too many questions about it, because that might interfere with the solemnity of this court process, this jury verdict. But then as soon as the verdict comes back and it's what they don't want, that's all gone out the window, and now it's just attack mode and personal harassment and stuff like that. And the fact that there has been no official interest in that at all it's particularly concerning to me. The order that Judge Cannoni just signed, to continue impounding the juror names. And what's the basis for that? It's not the fact that jurors who have gone public are now being harassed and being doxxed and being hunted down, all that type of thing. No, it's Turtleboy. It's Turtleboy. Yet again. And it's one of the reasons why I've struggled with legacy in this case, because you can look at that order and see that absolutely nothing has changed.
Nothing has. It is that nobody points this stuff out. That John DePietro can stand on the bottom of the courthouse stairs and yell at Karen Reed as she enters the courtroom. Karen, do you think OJ did it? Literally harassing her on her way into court. She is covered by the statute. She is a potential witness in her own case. She's covered under the statute. And who's to say that doesn't cause her emotional harm? Right. And maybe wants to prevent her from testifying. Maybe she doesn't want to testify now because she's getting harassed by John DePietro. Right. Is just such an obvious double standard. We got videos of a woman last year named Jill Dunmead Arbiton, who is the sister-in-law of Joe Krowski Jr., who is close friends with Hank Brennan. And she's yelling at Karen Reed as she enters the courtroom. Karen, just tell him you did it. Just tell him you did it, Karen. Literally telling a potential witness how to change her testimony, change your defense so we can end this. She said, it's not in the buffer zone, inside the buffer zone. It's it just goes unnoticed. Grant Smith Ellis yelling things at her, or JLR harassing Karen. You're going to jail, Karen. How do you feel, Karen? Why don't you just come clean, Karen? That's all allowed. But these people in pink are castigated as this mob of outlandish thugs. It was such a lie about, those are great people outside the courthouse. Those are just regular people. I walked amongst them every day. I shook their hands. I took pictures of them. I met them all. I talked to them. They're great people. And it really offended me how they were castigated as this violent mob that was trying to intimidate jurors. No, it was women and children, mostly women, sitting in lawn chairs, right? Watching the trial on their phones, right? And just wearing pink and just wanted to feel a part of something. And they're like, this is wrong. And we're here to support Karen and boost her spirits. And that's what we're here to do. And they're castigated by this juror foreman from the last trial who writes an affidavit that we could hear them outside and this and that. No, you couldn't. That's a complete lie. There was no free Karen Reed chance outside court. It was just a bunch of people sitting in lawn chairs. It's such a lie. And they just wanted to be close to the courthouse because that's where the action was. And they used this to kick these people out of there, smear them. It's just horrible. And this whole thing is just disgusting. Every single aspect of it.
Are you going to keep fighting it?
100%. I mean, I got my charges, and so luckily the Karen Reed thing is done. I feel so relieved that that's done. I've been saying for a while, I need to get off the Karen Reed ride. It's been going on. It's too tumultuous. It's too anxiety inducing, online, watching all these people be like, Karen's going to jail. It was depressing reading all that stuff. Now we know she's not. Now it's kind of fun because they're on there crying about jurors and doing things that we know are never going to happen, like jury nullification, and we're going to get this overturned. So it's funny. I'm loving the cope. I'm loving going on there every day and just reading the cope.
So much cope, massive cope.
Yeah, just inject it into my veins. I love every single second of it. So it is a lot more relaxed now. I do feel better. And so it's just one less thing to worry about. Now we deal with my charges, and you know, I think we'll beat them. It's just not a matter of if, but when.
Sure. Sure. Well, listen, you've been here for almost 3 hours.
Yeah,
It's
it's been a good time though.
it's been awesome. Yeah, I've really appreciated this. I don't want to keep you. You know, you have a very busy life and things to do. Perfectly welcome to hang out, of course, if you want to. But I just want to thank you for taking the time to come and kind of just share what it was like from your experience, and really talk about just the journalistic side of it, and the way that you've had this target now placed on you for being the person who spotted right at the beginning that there was going to be something here that the powers that be didn't want to be revealed. And so kudos to you for following up on that. And I guess I just have one kind of final thought that I'd like to ask you about, which is that, you know, you mentioned, and I've heard you mention it before, that, you know, your conventional approach with your journalism, and probably I assume your worldview in general has tended to be pretty, you know, pro police, tend to support the police, a little bit more of a right wing kind of guy. And I'm just wondering if this has changed your perspective in any way on how these things work as a system. Because, of course, as you know, Karen Read is not the only person that's ever been charged in Canton. She's not the only person that's ever been arrested by Buchanan. She's not the only person that's ever been investigated by Tully. All of these people are still there in the loop, and I just have a hard time imagining that this is the first time they've ever pulled off anything like this. And so, has that shifted your perspective at all on police, on criminal justice, on what we're doing with this court process and stuff? Anyway, I just love your take on what this is all meant to you at the end of the day.
For sure, it has. Absolutely. I, like many before, always assumed that the person sitting in the defendant's chair was there for a reason, right? And that they're not there by accident. Like, normal people don't get put there. Now I know better, and I will always give every defendant the benefit of the doubt and the presumption of innocence, no matter how heinous the crime they're charged with. And we will let it play out in court. And if the jury would have convicted Karen Read if the facts and evidence were there to do it. But They weren't there. They didn't want to save her because they were in the fix. They acquitted her because there's no evidence, you know? And so for instance, like the Brian Kohberger trial is coming up in middle August, I think August 11th, I think it starts. And so people ask me, like, are you going to cover that case? And yeah, so this is going to be but I'm going to go into that like Lawyer No and Emily Baker went into their case, like with Karen. I don't want to know anything about it. Okay. Whereas previously,
which is convenient because there's nothing to know anyway, because it's been under a gag order for years.
Right. You know, when it first came out, I read the charging documents on it, and I'm like, well, they got cell phones, they got a lot of shit on them. So I'm like looking at this, and so you know, and honestly, you look at him, and you're like, well, that guy, and he like majored in, I believe, some sort of, I don't know if it was criminal justice. He seemed like. Yeah, he seemed like a guy who was very, he seems to fit the profile of a guy who would like to see if he could get away with the murder for the thrill of it. Like, he seems to fit, and he looks like it too. And he's like, you know, he's autistic, and you're like this guy, it's very easy to believe that this guy did it. So previously I would be like, yeah, he did it, you know, and I would just say that. Whereas now I'm going to go into this, and I'm also not saying he didn't do it. Like, a lot of my followers think I'm this guy now that just says defendants are all not guilty. No, I'm going to go into that trial blind and watch the whole thing and determine whether or not the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that this guy killed those 4 people. Right. And so, yeah, I definitely think this has changed the way I view criminal justice in general. And I think that, it certainly made me think more highly of defense attorneys who I previously thought were kind of slimy. And now I know that actually they can be heroes sometimes. So this is definitely completely, and sometimes the prosecution can be the bad guys. So this has definitely changed my worldview on criminal justice in general.
Well, that's I'm going to be interested to see how the Koberger case unfolds, and I would love to get to talk to you again as that is going on,
Definitely.
and get a sense of what your take is. Because yeah, that is one I've been following. Pretty much from day one, and there's a lot of murkiness at this point, a lot of murkiness, but some red flags, some shenanigans. And I'll tell you, just I'm not going to tell you like details or anything like that. You want to go in cold, but kind of like one of the big things that came out in Karen Reed's case early on that had so much influence was the story about the Ring camera, right? That the report that the police had Ring camera, and so just game over. I think just everybody who read that assumed she's guilty. It's just a question of what's her culpability. Did she mean to do it? Was it an accident? That type of thing. And of course, it turns out at the end of the day, that's not true at all. They never had Ring camera video.
Nope.
But whenever the police, especially in law enforcement, are putting out their version of events through the press like that, that's what makes me it raises a red flag with me. And there's been a substantial amount of that with Koberger. Doesn't mean none of it's true. Doesn't mean that they don't have the goods on him, once it comes down to trial. But just if you gotta have like your anonymous law enforcement going out feeding stories to the media to try to make us all feel like he's really guilty, I'm gonna question why you need to do that. So that's just my take, and that's because we don't have Turtleboy on the Koberger case. We haven't had a Turtleboy for Brian Koberger. We're stuck with the mainstream media, and that hasn't necessarily given us what we'd like to know. Speaking of which,
I appreciate you having me on. I really like your content, and I just found you through the Karen Reed case. And a lot of tubers I found through the Karen Reed case, but I really enjoy your perspective on things. And I thought you were really fair in your coverage of Karen Reed, and I appreciated that because I was worried that like when bigger accounts got into this, that they would say like that she's guilty. Like you never know how they're going to say, and like if we start lots of influential people with big platforms start saying she's guilty, then things could go badly. So I appreciate you being fair in your coverage of that, and I really thank you for having me on and treating me fairly, despite the fact that I kind of have I'm rough around the edges, and I have got a whole bunch of witness intimidation charges that some people might not want to associate with. So I thank you for giving me a chance and having me on.
Well, it's my pleasure, Aidan. And I will say that witness intimidation is probably like one of the lowest level charges of the people I'm accustomed to talking to as a criminal defense lawyer.
It's usually like an add-on, like murder and witness intimidation. Nobody ever gets it. Just
literally is.
Like I'm the first guy to get it like alone, like
because you're the only person that I've ever seen be charged with something like this, and it isn't because you got arrested for for shooting the homie and you're sitting in jail and you can't not be on the phone like telling everybody not to shut up. That's what people are usually getting charged for. So not but you are entitled to your presumption of innocence just like everybody else. I give you that. I have extreme skepticism about these circumstances, about the statute itself, the charges, and just again the context we kind of started this all out with. We're heading into 4th of July weekend. It's a great time to be thinking about revolution and celebrating revolution and thinking about how far the powers will go to maintain that power. I think you're really you're kind of sitting in the hot seat when it comes to putting the proof to that idea. So I really wish you the best with that. I'm gonna be watching, seeing what happens, and hopefully Massachusetts will once again do the right thing.
All right, thank you for having me again.
Thanks so much. Really enjoyed it.
Thanks. Bye, Andrea.
Bye. Oh, that was fun and awesome, guys. What did you think? I enjoyed that talk. We had a lot of super chats come through. I didn't want to make him sit and go through all that. So I will go ahead and turn to your guys' thoughts. See what you have been thinking about all of this. At 44 Imbahan, I'm 5 hours ahead in Ireland, but we'll catch up later. We will be here later. No question about that. We had some new members come through. Patches O'Houlihan, 9826. Sue Crespi, Ms. Peaches, all new members. Guys, welcome so much to the channel. Appreciate that. DJ in Works, love this collaboration. You both rock. Well, thank you so much for that. I found Turtleboy. Like, I heard about Turtleboy, I think before I really even knew very much about the Karen Read case. It caught my attention before really any kind of interest in the Karen Read prosecution, and it's because of the First Amendment implications. When you are trying to report on events and on public proceedings, court processes, things like that. That's just an alarming place to be wielding the power of law enforcement. And so that got my attention really before the murder of John O'Keefe really ever did. So I'm definitely intrigued to see how that is going to play out. Larizia Harris, Aidan, I think you need to upgrade to a background on the Cape or Nantucket with a manicured lawn. You earned it. Time to upgrade. Well, I hope he gets to see that. You think what? You think he's tired of the lawn at 34 Fairview? Doesn't work so well anymore. I don't know. We got some nice places out west here. Maybe Aidan needs to come take a little vacation out to, like, I don't know, the Tetons, Yellowstone, Yosemite, Arches. I mean, name it. We got some spectacular stuff out here that would make a great background. Bridget 039, HB's guilty what he accuses others of. Master projector. He tried to malign Dr. La Posada in the break and wasn't a POS on cross. She 100% has something on him. I noticed what a different demeanor he had with Dr. La Posada. And I have to wonder what that was. I was expecting him to dial down the rudeness just in general, relative to, like, the Arca of Voir Dire. He was just so over the top, so rude. I'm like, there's no way this would fly in front of a jury. And then we get in front of the jury, and no, he's not actually going to dial it back. He is, in fact, going to be that asshole, like right in front of the jury. And so that just changed my expectations a lot. So then when he didn't behave like that with Dr. La Posada, it was. And it just made me wonder, I don't know if he knows, because he's worked with her before. She's good. She's dangerous. You may make a mistake. She's got an answer for all of this. She'll be able to give it back to you. I don't know. But you do have to wonder, don't you? I will tell you. There is a certain type of lawyer that when they are shopping for an expert witness, they are not looking for an objective evaluation. Please give me your independent advice about this case, this information, this testing. No, they will tell you, I'm here to, prosecute Karen Read, and I think she hit him with the car. So take a look at this and tell me what you think. Like, they're not going to come out straight out and tell you, I want you to testify that, she hit him with the tail light at 24 miles an hour in reverse. It's not going to be anything like that, but it's going to be real clear what your expectation is and what your hope is going to be for that testimony. And so an expert who's, not really concerned about integrity, more concerned about a paycheck, they're going to get the message, and they're going to look and they're going to see, is there a way that I can come up with, maybe if I paint my arm blue, and stand over here by the back, and maybe even just go ahead and put John O'Keefe's clothes on, maybe that'll work. So it wouldn't surprise me, if Hank had maybe tried something like that with Dr. La Posada at some point, like made it clear, this is what I want you to testify to. And she wasn't willing to accommodate that. Just something like that. I could see it, but it does. I wonder with you. Sarita Banana, first trial, didn't Bev instruct for second charge? Did defendant's actions lead to John O'Keefe's death? Maybe some jury felt, well, she left him at Fairview whilst drunk driving. So what happened afterward? We don't know. So yes, manslaughter. Thoughts. I don't remember the exact language that she used in the jury instruction. I was gonna shoot. I don't have all my I don't have all my links ready anymore. I was gonna look up the form jury instructions and see if I could find it. But I think that was I heard concerns about that during the first trial. I heard concerns about it somewhat too during this trial as well. That just the way that manslaughter charge is written, it's not necessarily clear that whatever it is that she had to do involved hitting him with the car. That she just had to do something negligent, and if the negligence like resulted in him dying, that would be enough. So a little bit squirrely, I guess, on the causation element of it. I didn't see that in this particular trial in these instructions. I don't recall the instructions from the first trial, but I do remember that conversation. I remember that coming up during Juror Ronnie's interview as well, where he talked about, well, we just kind of wondered she was driving drunk, and then he was found there, and it's not necessarily clear to me. Are we saying that therefore that's the likely explanation? Because she did hit him and killed him, and that's why he was there? Or are we just saying, well, she was driving drunk, maybe he slipped and fell, maybe she didn't notice because she was too intoxicated and he died because of that. Maybe that would be enough to satisfy manslaughter. So I could see this potentially being an issue, but I think at the end of the day, it really speaks to the motivation of the jurors. If they want to convict you, yeah, they'll be reading the instructions, looking for things like this to be able to judge her. Say, yeah, she made this mistake and he's dead, and therefore it's her fault, guilty. But if you don't have that drive, you're not motivated. I want to find her guilty. I want to find some justification to support that. Then I think for most people, it just it doesn't pass the common sense issue. You don't become guilty of manslaughter just because you drove drunk. So fortunately, the jury saw through that and figured that out. So. Scorpid Black Dragon, Alan Action Jackson would have owned number 2 most famous closing behind Johnny Cochran if he had claimed, if the car does not hit, you must acquit. I always liked if Chloe bit, you must acquit. If Chloe bit, you must acquit. I mean, John was always the biggest problem with the frame job. Was John. John wasn't hit. He wasn't hit, and there's no story that ever, certainly was ever offered, but it's hard to even imagine one that would make sense. Where, how does his arm get bitten by a dog in the middle of all this? Like, how you can't reconcile that. The arm was always a problem. But yeah, that would have been an attention getting perhaps a little on the cringe side. I will just say, yes, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but he would have drawn a lot of heat for, are you saying that Karen Reed is like OJ? Oh, no, he could never have done that. Got to stay away from that. Sarita Banana, part 2. The one juror said that a few jurors had a disdain for drinking and driving, so I think that's why the push for OUI included. I never did quite figure out kind of what the strategy was behind including the OUI. I mean, it certainly makes sense to me that, yeah, you want to offer it as a compromise. It's an easy thing to be able to concede. Yeah, that's not really in dispute, is it? And Karen herself says in the interviews, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been driving. It's probably a little buzzed. Like, we don't have to fight this one. but it seemed like if that was what you're doing, then don't you just go ahead and invite the jury to make that compromise? It just, I don't know. It's no rule that says you have to. It just struck me as a little bit strange that if that was coming from the defense, that they didn't, that they, continued to, argue that she's not guilty of that too. But I don't know. The jury doesn't know who the source of the lesser included is, so maybe it doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, I think that could make some sense in terms of if the jury is thinking along the lines of, well, she definitely did something negligent and or reckless by doing the drunk driving. That's the prong of the manslaughter or the motor vehicle homicide. And so then all we have to have with the involuntary manslaughter is just some sort of connection with John being found dead. Could be a little bit risky if we just let them vent their spleen about how they don't like DUI and she shouldn't have done that. Vent it on the OUI charge, and that'll be good enough. So that is possible. That could have been a thought process behind requesting that. Potentially criminal. Are people less afraid of these chicken parm dealers nowadays? We didn't even mention some chicken parm. Didn't even come up. I don't know. I wonder if anybody's still out there getting wiretapped on the sidewalk outside of the pizza place. The CAC 933. Thank you so much for your support. Appreciate that. On to PXX 6382. This is a great duo right here. One of the best. Thank you. Well, thank you. I enjoyed it too. I think we're going to have a good talk about Kohberger. I think we could have a good talk about Kohberger. It'll be really interesting, I think, because I recognize I'm in a minority viewpoint, just generally when it comes to being generally skeptical of a criminal charge. Like I'm generally going to be skeptical. You're going to need to show me, and if you can show me, then great, I'm going to buy it. But I'll just give you an example. I read the new probable cause affidavit for what's his name, Barry Morphew, the guy over in Colorado that was accused of killing his wife. And I see like the big piece of evidence that they have in this I think it's the indictment or the affidavit, some type of affidavit. Anyway, the BAM, right? It's this tranquilizer that you have to have a special prescription for. It's an animal tranquilizer. He used to be a deer farmer. Turns out he's like the only person in Colorado besides the Department of Natural Resources or something like that even has access to this. And they found trace like residue, trace metabolites and things like that of this BAM in Suzanne Morphew's bones. And so I read that and I thought, well, that's extremely, extremely compelling evidence. But is it good? Is it good evidence? Is that good science? I've never heard about getting evidence like that from bones, and just metabolically, like it's hard for me to make sense of that. Like how would it, if you were tranquilized like right before your death, how is it going to even be incorporated into your bones, within that kind of time frame? Wouldn't that take some time? So I had to do some homework and I had to look it up, be like, what can you do to test for bones, test for things in bones? Well, as it turns out, it's in bone marrow. So it's, part of the blood system. And that then, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. And now this is, yes, once again, starting to sound like a pretty strong case against this guy. So I'm not against, like, yeah, people are guilty. People are frequently guilty of the things that they're charged with. But it's just my nature to be skeptical and to want to have a lot of questions and want them answered. So I'm going to be very interested to see. For me, Turtleboy is kind of just a proxy for anybody, and anybody who's not particularly sophisticated about the criminal justice system, hasn't really made a habit of like being real in deep on criminal process and criminal charges and criminal cases and forensics and all that type of thing. Like, no, it's just going to be hitting him like it would hit, I would expect anyway, kind of any random member of the public. So having that gauge, I think is going to be fascinating. I really enjoyed it. Quiz 261 Girl is a new member. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Cat Not Williams. What's another case you want to or would have liked to see get as much attention as possible? I'm going to have to answer this since we don't have Turtleboy here anymore to answer this one. Definitely want to see Richard Allen's case get attention, and the main reason why I want that is because of how badly the powers that be in Delphi, Indiana, do not want Richard Allen's case getting attention. The lengths that they are going to prevent his case from getting attention, to prevent the exhibits from being made public, to prevent the transcripts from being timely filed and available, made it such a nightmare to be able to follow the process, to get into the courtroom, have audio recordings of it, but won't let the public hear them. Like, it's one that screams out for attention, not just because of the crime, how, terrible crime, two young girls murdered, unsolved for 5 years, and then, out of nowhere, it's the guy who works at the pharmacy down across the street from the from the sheriff's department that nobody ever suspected, and there's, little to no evidence against him. So very, very troubling case. As far as one that, of course, already went to trial, so can't really achieve that. But as far as one that maybe hasn't been litigated yet, I would like to see it get attention. Oh, I'm going to say, now I'm going to space on her name, Ellen Greenberg. Ellen Greenberg. I'd like to learn more about that. I would like to learn more about that. It's sus as hell. She's the one that was declared suicide with like 40 stab wounds in her or something like that. I mean, it's another one where it kind of doesn't pass the smell test. Like, can't you just look at the situation and be like, no, that's not a suicide. I don't know anybody who like stabs themselves 40 times in the back. So that one, I think, warrants some attention, not just because, of course, it's a crime. We want to see it solved. We want to see the perpetrator identified and dealt with. But also, I want an explanation for this decision. I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious when powers that be are expecting me to take my brain and put it to the side and say, well, yes, I accept that this is a suicide because you say so. So those are the answers I have for you, Kat. A more of a lessee. The denial of Erica Walsh's motion is so bad. That shirt was if the shoe fits. The arrest and denial are both own goals. I have not followed the Walsh. Oh, wait, this is somebody else too. I think I maybe don't know who Erica Walsh is. Oh, she was the protester. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She was the protester with the Criminals Control Norfolk County t-shirt. Thank you. Yeah, it was extremely bad. I was very glad that the federal courts are doing the right thing, when it comes to just some sort of oversight of what they're trying to do with the speech restrictions over there in Massachusetts. But like, they shouldn't have to. It's really discouraging to see the local courts just so ready to go down this road and so supportive of what just seemed to me to be such obviously problematic law enforcement decisions here. Yeah, it was a bad denial. So, but she did ultimately get her charges dismissed. So at the end of the day, it got to the right place, but it shouldn't have ever had to go through that process. And that's what makes me, you know, I we got a not guilty verdict. It was the right verdict. It's a celebratory mood, right? We celebrate justice when we get it. But it's been a week now. We've had time to think about all the justice we're not getting, and that you know, folks like Erica and like Dr. Turtleboy are still having to be subjected to. So Isabel Park, 7650. In my humble opinion, Dr. Turtleboy wears his heart on his sleeve. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But trolls like to twist it to make it seem bad. FTB, trolls PO. My impression of Dr. Turtleboy is that he's just extremely authentic. And that's always going to, if you get attention, you're going to get detractors. Like, I can't even count how many times I've read somebody commenting on like something Turtleboy said. Oh, you got such great but I just can't handle your delivery. I don't like your, I don't like if you would just do things like this. Everybody wants to micromanage him. I'm telling you right now, if Turtleboy tried to like follow everybody's instructions and please every critic, he wouldn't be as good as at what he does. He's got to be himself, and that, yeah, not everybody is going to like you. Not everybody is going to like what you have to say. That's the beauty of the First Amendment, and it's why we have it in the first place. People can speak freely, and you can decide. Is this somebody I want to hang out with or not? Is this somebody I want around or not? Is this somebody whose opinion I value or not? And people can make their own decisions. As soon as you start shutting people up, then you don't even know who people really are. So there's a huge value in free speech, just from a social perspective. But yeah, there's always going to be people that take what you say, twist what you say, don't like what you say, wield it against you, that type of thing. You can't worry about that type of thing. And I certainly don't get the impression he's worried about it at all. Sarah B. Creative for another public interruption. Swords crossed. Thank you, Sarah. In lieu 17, we have the First Amendment for a reason. It's because many people during and prior to the revolution had to use pseudonyms so they wouldn't get arrested or worse. Emotional harm should never be in that statute. Yeah, we forget about the long and storied history of the Massachusetts press when it comes to standing up against tyranny. When I said that Isaiah Thomas arguably won the Revolutionary War, what I meant by that, Isaiah Thomas was a publisher who fled Boston and ended up in Worcester, conveniently enough, and was essentially like the first wartime correspondent during the American Civil War. And yeah, you have to flee Boston as a reporter back in the Revolutionary War period if you're not going to be supportive of the British government. There's going to be a target on you. They're going to come after you. They're going to come after your property. They're going to come after your family, your livelihood, possibly your life. And so yeah, the pamphleteers were another big part of the movement to get the truth out. Make sure that people know what's happening. The press served an extremely important role in that time period of, yeah, keeping morale up and stuff like that, but also just making sure that people had a real clear view of what the alternatives were going to be, because here's what the people are doing. Here's what the troops are doing. Here's what we're seeing. So here's what you can expect if they show up on your doorstep. Really important role that the media has always played. And so we're in a different era now. We have a very different media now. And I can't help but notice how it's not the mainstream people that are the threat to the powers that be. It's the Dr. Turtleboys. It's the independent folks, the folks that aren't beholden to the system, that don't benefit from Oh, the certain privileges that they might get, like when you have reporters privileges, you don't have to turn over your sources, you don't have to reveal where you get your information from, stuff like that. You get special access maybe to court, to politicians, to you get tips, like all that type of thing. It's just creates a little bit of a system where the incentives are shifted compared to what they were. And the incentives of the mainstream are not so much to challenge the powers that be at this point in time. So we do indeed have the First Amendment for a reason. Look at what the powers that be in Canton, Massachusetts would have us believe. Look at what they would have us believe if they had the power to make us believe it, and to not shut up, be able to make us shut up so that we can't share that with other people. God, the one thing I meant to bring up during the interview and I forgot, and we'll have to bring it up next time, is that one of the things that I think was so important about what Dr. Turtleboy was doing with his reporting, it's about the preference cascade, right? The preference cascade is this idea that it kind of came out of the Soviet Russia, where if you don't know what other people think, and you know that there is resistance to your idea, like maybe you don't like the person that's in office, maybe you don't like the system of government, and they're not going to like it if you say that, and you don't know if anybody else agrees with you, you're going to shut up because you're going to be afraid. But as soon as you realize, actually, everybody else feels exactly the same way that I do, then people become less afraid to speak. And so they call it the preference cascade, where it shifts from thinking I'm alone to realizing like everybody is on the same page as me. And so I feel like that's part of the function of what Turtleboy did in this case. Is he made it okay. He made it safe for people to say, yeah, you know what? I do have questions. Yeah, you know what? These people do look shady. Yeah, you know what? I think this is some bullshit. And I think this isn't fair, because they didn't have to feel alone and wonder if they were going to be penalized for it. So very, very important function. Onto PXX6382. I stand by Will and Aidan. These are American men like me, out for truth and justice. Here, here. We'll support that. It's a good time of year to be supportive of real American values. EDW Raptor has gifted some memberships. Thank you so much for that. Donna Rash X6H11. Guys, my apologies. I think YouTube is doing a weird thing with like usernames or something. Not sure. Anyway, Donna Rash, did my best with that one. Justice for all. Our forefathers fought for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Do not let them take away what so many fought and died for. Hear, hear. I mean, it takes dedication and commitment to sustain a democracy. I mean, that's why one of my favorite quotations from the time period of the Revolution was, pretty sure it was Benjamin Franklin. I hope I don't have that wrong. Pretty sure it was Benjamin Franklin, but he was asked after the Constitution had been the Constitutional Convention had approved it. And he was asked upon leaving, what form of government have you decided on? And he said, a republic, if we can keep it. And I think that's such an important perspective, because it's so easy to be tempted into tyranny. It sounds very tempting. Who doesn't want to be the one in control? Power is very tempting, and it can be very, very corrupting to people. So it takes discipline to resist that, and to recognize that, oh, actually, that's maybe a door I don't want to open, because, maybe today I get to be the tyrant, but what if I'm not? What if I get overthrown? What if someday somebody else is in power. This is one of my, I'm not political. I don't get real political on my channel. But I have concerns about kind of what I see in the gestalt, the ether, if you will. And it just concerns me sometimes that it seems like people advocate for things that seem like a really good idea at the time. Like, I don't know, I'll just throw out there, ending the filibuster, right? Because it's going to get us what we want, and it'll be great. And it's like we forget, we got such a short attention span. You forget that in, maybe just a few years, the tables are going to turn and you're not going to be the one in power anymore. And now you've undone this convention, and now that's going to benefit the people that you were trying to take that power away from. So those kind of dynamics are present all the time. And that's what we constantly have to be resisting to try to maintain a democratic republic. So I hope we can maintain it. I do. We've got a good run so far, right? To Truth for Liberty. It's easier to go to jail for journalism than most people think. The corporate media don't usually, because we know why. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. This whole idea of like knocking on a door to ask somebody questions, being witness intimidation. This is wild for me, because I remember standing in the line at Delphi, and it was pretty early on. I think it was even during jury selection, because we were over in Allen County, and at this point it's mostly the press, and it's a lot of younger reporters that are showing up. And you talk to people and you hear conversations and things like that. And I remember hearing the some of the younger reporters talking about how they'd gotten the early assignment to go out and knock on the Patty's door, knock on Kathy Allen's door, like go and knock on the door to try to get the story. Because that's what reporting has been for hundreds of years, if not longer. You go knock on the door to ask questions. Like, when on earth did that become a crime? Well, it became a crime when it became threatening to the powers that be. So scary. Coffee Addiction 3605 with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. And Kat Randall has gifted a membership. Thank you, Kat Randall. Really appreciate your support. Heavy Metal Rehab. Please, Aidan, when your trial is over, can you please help us shed light on Rick Allen's trial injustices? Aidan knows about Rick Allen's case. I do happen to know that. So we'll see. He's got a lot on his mind, and like I said, pretty much every accused person on the planet from now on. It's going to be like, how do I get a turtle boy on my case? He's going to be in demand, guys. But it was a terrible, terrible case, terrible injustice. Really could have used somebody like him. Melissa Hendricks, 3219. They have to get the heat off, so they have to shut Turtle Boy up. How far will they go now that Karen Reed is free? Think about it. Need to keep showing up for justice until Turtle Boy is free. Yeah. He described it as kind of having two options, right? Maybe we'll just let it fade away. We'll go ahead and drop it. There's no political impetus because there's no dead cop on the lawn. So, we can back out of it in a face-saving way, or we're going to double down. And I got to tell you, I know which one I would bet on. Because I watched them double down and double down and double down and triple down in the Karen Reed case. How many millions have they spent now? Doubling down on this ridiculous theory that from day one was always going to be rebutted by the fact that the guy's arm is chewed up by a dog. And so that does concern me. Big part of it is the process is the punishment. And so even if they know they can't win, would they still do it just to get their pound of flesh? That's the impression I've gotten. I hope that's not the case. I hope I'm being unduly pessimistic, but yeah, I understand Aidan being concerned. I would definitely be concerned if I were in his shoes, and I think he's still got a road ahead of him, a difficult road. Claude Simeon, are you picky about your Manhattans? Favorite whiskey, vermouth, bitters, ratio, sipping scotch, Dolan, Angostura? Curious about your preference. I'm not super picky about my Manhattans other than just I want it to actually be a Manhattan. And so it's typically when I make one, it's about 2 shots of whiskey and about half a shot of vermouth, and then just a little splash of bitters. I usually use Angostura bitters, but if I'm going to get creative with anything in the Manhattan, it's probably going to be with the bitters. Vermouth is vermouth, and I'm not enough of a whiskey connoisseur to really, really have a strong preference there. I do typically get a rye just because it's conventional. So like if I'm going to order it at a bar, I'll probably get Bullet, but that's not because I have a strong preference, just because that's what I know and what I'm used to. So, hey, if you got suggestions for how to dial up a Manhattan, drop them. I'd love to hear them. Onto PXX 6382. Rip baby Clay, always in our hearts and minds. I'll pass the sentiment along. Rip baby Clay. Onto PXX 6382. Yeah, at this point, all Aidan's done forever. The freedom of Karen Reed. We have to step up, all BS aside. He would have done it for any of us. He did it for Karen Reed. Yeah, I think he would have. It doesn't sound like a situation at all where there was anything personal here. There was no connection between them. It was a story. It was a wrong. It got his attention. It shouldn't be like that. And I think that is a little bit of the takeaway is that if they could do this to Karen Reed, they could do it to anybody. Okay. Her wealth didn't protect her. Her status didn't protect her. Her lack of criminal history didn't protect her. Her race didn't protect her. Her gender didn't protect her. All these things that, tend to typically keep you out of the criminal justice system, they didn't protect her at all. So no matter how safe you think you might be, I'm in a neighborhood, I got a good education. Yeah. This is why it's a little bit alarming. You just be in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people, and it could be you too. Onto PXX 6382, solidarity. Thank you for that. Sarah B. Creative. This is historical. Love to you both. Well, thank you for that. That's a very, very kind word. I thought it was a great conversation. I've read some of Aidan's stuff. I've watched some of the streams, but I'm not like a huge follower or anything like that. And so it was just a great opportunity, I thought, to kind of get to know how this happened. I mean, I'm still shocked to realize it's basically just over 2 years. Like how much that guy has gone through in just over 2 years. That is a busy, very transformative couple of years. So I just I enjoyed the chance to have that chat. Ms. Jules FL, thank you for bringing Turtleboy up front. Like I said in the description, and kind of right up front, I don't think any of us would have heard about this case if it weren't for him. Maybe some of the local folks, maybe even in Massachusetts locally, would it have gone national, gone on court TV and all that stuff? I really doubt it. I really doubt it. I mean, we'll never know. You can't live the counterfactual, but I definitely think that his impact on what happened with this case, just you can't overstate it. It was significant, his influence. So I am just intrigued to learn more about it and to kind of keep thinking about it and what does it mean and where is this going to go and is this going to change? Is Is this going to change how cases get defended? Is there going to be a little bit more comfort with going ahead and telling your story? Tell your story to the media. Maybe not the mainstream, but find a way to get it out there. Don't necessarily just sit back and let the prosecution publish every, horrible accusation against you, and then you just have to sit there on your hands and take it. Is this going to change that? I gotta wonder. Eric Clark, 2674. The Bill of Rights exists for a reason. There's a great line from the movie The American President about freedom of speech. Turtleboy style isn't my cup of tea, but the Commonwealth's style is abhorrent. The Commonwealth is supposed to occupy the high ground. That's the whole point. And that's what the system is based on. Again, now there's another another Revolutionary War era person, a founder who I can't remember who it was that said it, but talked about how the country is only going to work if it's got a moral foundation. If you don't have a moral foundation to your democracy, it's going to decay. It's going to degrade. It's going to be just corrupted, taken over by vice and greed and ambition. And unfortunately, maybe that was prophetic. I don't know that it's inevitable. I don't know that we're stuck with it. And I still see what's happening in Massachusetts, what happened in Karen Reid's case, what's happening in Canton. It is, even on a small scale, it's a little bit revolutionary. It's recognizing, okay, maybe this cycle has brought us back around to where our democracy has become our tyrant. And so time to do some overthrowing again. As long as the system can keep itself in check and hopefully not harm too many people in the process, then maybe that's just the best that we can hope for. We can't expect everybody to be saints, everybody to be angels, everybody to come into public office with the purest of motives and to exercise their power with restraint and wisdom. Mistakes are always going to be made. But I'm choosing to look at what has been going on in Canton as optimistic. That systems can be corrupted, but it doesn't have to last. We don't have to tolerate it. I want to see where it goes. I would love to come back. I would love to come back in like 3 years. Come back and look at Canton again. Hey, has anything changed? Come back and look at Massachusetts State Police again. Has anything changed? I wonder. John Adams. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff gives me the best notes in the private chat. John Adams, a key figure in the American Revolution and the second U.S. president in a proud Massachusetts, is often associated with the idea that a moral foundation is essential for a country's governance. In a 1798 letter to the Massachusetts militia, he wrote, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and righteous religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." I think that probably was what I was thinking about. So, Erica in real time. Don't you think Karen, did the interviews for money? I don't know. Technically, I don't think they're supposed to pay. There's all these strange rules apparently about when a production can pay for interviews and when they can't. And I think it has to do to some extent with how it's marketed, how it's described. What is it? What is this? piece of media supposed to be? Is it supposed to be journalistic? Is it supposed to be something else? I don't know. But to the extent that these were intended to be journalistic productions, my impression is that they're really not supposed to pay for that type of thing. But I don't know 100%. As far as like the documentary and stuff like that, I don't know. I don't know. I did always kind of wonder about that because it makes sense. It makes sense. She needs resources. She's getting drained. Look at all these people she had to hire. Lost her job, all that stuff. I mean, it would make sense that she would need the money. But I don't know, if you need the money, but it could cost you your freedom, how are you going to come down on that calculus? Maybe someday she'll tell us. I saw she did sell her rights to her story. So I think there's going to be a movie or something like that. So maybe she'll let us know. But I guess, it doesn't have to be just one thing. It can be multiple things. It can be multiple things. I just don't think you would talk if you didn't want to be heard. I do take Karen at face value in that sense that, the reason why she wants to do the interviews is because she's had to sit there and shut up. Everybody else gets to talk. Everybody else gets to, put what they want in the media and give their press releases and file their motions and stuff like that. And she's just gotta sit there silently. That's gotta be real frustrating. It's gotta be real frustrating. Yeah, I don't know, Erica. I really don't. Eric Clark, 5542. The First Amendment is not for speech that everyone agrees with. It's for the rest. 100 billion% this. Thank you. Thank you for saying this. This is similar to an idea that I saw once that really resonated with me, which is that the criminal justice system, it's not something that we have to protect us from criminals. It's something that we have to protect the criminals from us. If we want to just protect ourselves with the criminals, we can arm ourselves to the teeth. We can, we can lynch them and do awful things when we catch them. A lot of things you can do to keep yourself safe from criminals. But the reason why we have due process is so that we are better than that. So that we don't do that. So that we maintain the moral high ground and we provide this grace to the people who have wronged society, wronged people, wronged victims, so that we are better than they are. The First Amendment is very much along these same lines. It's easy to be fine with speech that you agree with. It's the speech that pisses you off, that you don't like to hear, that you hate, that makes you uncomfortable, but isn't unconstitutional. It isn't defamation, true threats, fighting words, all the classic, exceptions that we hear about, that there's just been a recognition that there is some specific harm, some serious harm, that can flow from that type of speech. But it's not very many things. It's not very many things. Yeah. It's for the stuff you don't agree with. And back in the day, that used to be, really well understood. Back when the ACLU represented Nazis, We're in such a strange era now when it comes to speech and the policing of speech, thought policing, the cancel culture, all that stuff. I feel like we're starting to come out of that. Like you can say retard again. Now I'm going to get yelled at and then somebody's going to be offended that I said it, but you know, whatever. But I've had concern for some time that maybe we're losing a sense of why the First Amendment matters. Why should we be giving this grace to speech that we don't agree with, that we don't like, that makes us uncomfortable, that's hateful, that's, you know, antagonistic, whatever. Like, why should we tolerate it? And it comes back around to me, this idea that if people are free to talk, then you will see who they are and you can decide for yourself. Is this who I want to be around? Is this who I want to associate with? If you force people to shut up, you might have Hitler over for dinner and you wouldn't even know. How would you even know? So I hope that the tide, to the extent that it was has been turning a little bit in favor of more and more restriction and self-censorship and even to some extent external censorship, you know, just things you can't say or you'll lose your job or you'll, you know, just get kicked off of a platform, you know, whatever. It seems like maybe we've turned the corner around that, and I very much hope that that's the case. Onto PXX 36382. Murder's mothers have more sympathy for their own sons than she had empathy for or anything. I think you're talking about like a murder's mother. I feel bad for murder's motherers, honestly. Like, I mean, you know, probably lots of people do if you stop and think about it. But that's kind of the point, is like people don't tend to stop and think about the murderer's mother. It's very easy to think about the victim and the victim's family and you know, to feel bad for them. But the family of murderers, man, they're like completely unseen in their pain. Like they've gone through a massive trauma and a grief as well. And they don't get a lot of sympathy for that. But yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. It's amazing. People, it's what mothers are made to do, I think, is love their children no matter what. Jennifer Hill, 6984. Karen Reed may not be able to sit in court right now because she needs to recover from the trauma of the past 2.5 years. Yeah, possibly. It's something I've thought about a lot is what this experience has been like for Karen, and just the fact that she was never allowed the space to really process any of it, you know, and just being under threat for so long, just being in self-defense mode. And that's why I don't judge her. I try not to. I try not to judge her too hard in the interviews and things like that. How does she come across? Is she cold? Like Aidan mentioned, she comes across as cold. Seems like maybe it doesn't help her much. And completely, of course, legitimate viewpoint. But I tend to cut her a lot of slack with that, because none of that was her choice to be in that position, you know, to have to be where she needs to look out for her own self, her own security, her own safety, her own freedom, before she really has the space to be able to focus on any of the rest of it. So I'm sure it's been an extremely difficult process. And there's, yeah, still, I would expect a lot for her to need to be able to get through, focus on, before she can move on. So I would understand that, but I certainly can also understand why Turtleboy would want her there. It would be a big show of support. Rose Maria Tardo, 212. I've really been enjoying this live interview with Dr. Turtleboy. Andrea, thank you. Thank you for being here with me. It was a pretty good crowd of people. I think I saw about 11,000 people there at one point in time. So very exciting. I'm glad that everyone was as enthusiastic for this talk as I was. To Truth for Liberty. Dever is being wrongly used as a scapegoat. Two wrongs don't make a right. Karen Reed and Kelly Dever victimized. I can certainly see how Kelly Dever just take it at face value. She told us with her own words, my job depends on what I say here on the stand. Now, you can certainly read into what that means, but even if you don't and you just take it at face value, it's an enormous amount of pressure for her to be under. For what? For having reported what she thought she saw. I can sympathize with that. I can. It's much harder for me to sympathize with the attitude that she brought to it. She didn't have to be so antagonistic and so difficult and so oppositional. She didn't have to see them as the enemy. She didn't have to see this court process as some performance, that she needed to succeed at. So I don't hold Kelly Dever responsible for, what the what the Boston Police Department commissioner, calling her in and laying down the law with her. Certainly don't hold that against her. But she has her own choice about what she wanted to do with that. And I can't hold that choice against her. She did make her choice. She did make her choice. Yeah, it's possible it was a false memory. It's also possible that it wasn't. I don't know the answer, but it does seem like an awfully specific memory to have, to just be, you know, generated out of nothing, out of the ether. That really didn't land with me. Lori G 911. Dr. Aidan is an energizer buddy. He keeps going and going. I am enjoying the two of you very much. But just put your hand up and say time out. I love when people go ahead and just carry the show for me. If I have to ask, I can ask a question once in a while, but when you got somebody that's got interesting things to say and is happy to say them, don't let me get in the way. Just glad he chose to come here. To Truth for Liberty. Turtleboy, contact me about Kelly Dever. I have real journalism info that you ought to know. I will see if I can pass that along. On top XX 6382, I'm former, and if there wasn't a reason before not to like PD or trust an officer, she's the poster child, Dever. She made her own decision with how to present herself, with just the affect that she brought. That was a choice. That was not something that was forced on her. That was not something that she's victimized by. That was her decision to come in and just be extremely hostile, accusatory, and all of that. Make it clear that she had picked a side and she was on a side. It made her look untrustworthy. It's unfortunate, but I think that was her own choice. Lazy LP7I. Hey, Andrea, spent every day with you on the trial. This is so awesome. Justice for Turtleboy. Hey, I'm glad you were here with us. And I'm glad we got to do this little recap, get a little bit of a perspective on, what was working, what wasn't working. How did it shift from the first trial to the second trial? How did it evolve over the course of the case? I mean, that's what's so valuable about Aidan for me, since I was kind of Johnny come lately when the first trial started. I really hadn't followed much of the pretrial at all, and so Aidan, just having so much of that information about the history of the case and the investigation, that for me is very, very valuable. Lazy LP7I, don't fight with Andrea. She's a boxer. LOL. Well, if you are interested in being punched in the face consensually, please feel free. Hit me up. Jane Assume It Do 625. I thought it was rich for Buchanan to cite free speech as an excuse for disgraced former trooper Proctor's text. Such a good point. Such a good point. Wasn't that ironic? He's not even going to call Proctor. He's not even going to say like he lacks integrity when he reads the text. He's got free speech. Nothing wrong with any of that. He's got free speech. Employees don't have free speech, guys. Employees don't have free speech. Your employer can put restrictions on your speech. Now, there's a lot of gray area with a lot of this, and it depends who your employer is and yada, yada. What are you talking about? But can law enforcement put down a rule that says you don't get to talk about private case information with your buddies who aren't in law enforcement? Yeah, 1,000,000% they can, Yuri, and you know that perfectly well. It is not free speech. It's not free speech. That's just breaking the rules. Very unwisely, too. Yeah, I thought that was pretty rich too. And it kind of speaks to the brazenness that Aidan was talking about, and that's the reason for the outrage. I can see that because there was so much over the course of this whole trial. There was so much denial and gaslighting and treating us like we're stupid. Treating us like we're too stupid to see with our own eyes. The man's arm was chewed up by a dog. He did not get hit by a car. And then everything that just stemmed from that, everything that flowed downstream from that, to Karen's taking 12 drinks at CF McCarthy's, and they never plowed the road, never plowed Fairview that morning. Like, just so much bullshit that they expected us to just swallow because they said so. And it's that accusing us, accusing others of what they're doing. It's always such a tell. It's always such a tell. Oh, the defense is being shady and hiding things, not disclosing things, literally from the team that lost the Canton Sallyport video in a file cabinet somewhere, or whatever the latest story is. Like, it's just crazy. And so I wonder if this is like part of that same brazenness. Perfectly well, they're going after Dr. Turtleboy for free speech. Why don't we just go ahead and co-opt that and try to make that our own too? Yeah. To Truth for Liberty. I will post information about the Dever topic to this video if the video allows, and censorship, you won't want it, but it will be there. Put it in the comments if you can. I don't have a problem with it in the comments. I don't think that the chat allows links, which is not something I do. It's just how it's made, but I think you might be able to put it in the comments. I don't have any problem with information being out there. Lazy LP7I, the reaction to the jurors has the odor of mendacity. Yeah, we all learned some good words from Mr. Alessi, didn't we? The reaction to the jurors has the odor of mendacity. To me, it just goes to show that it's more, this is like confession by projection in reverse, right? Because remember how much we heard about, oh, the jury is sacrosanct, and the jury has to be, Aidan's going to intimidate the jury, and we got to protect the jury and all this stuff. And then as soon as you get the verdict you don't want, suddenly now all the jurors are targets. I mean, it's just wild. It really is. It's just a crazy thing to see for me how easy certain folks can just turn on a dime when it comes to principle. It's because there is no principle. I mean, that's why. That's the bottom line. There is no principle. There's just power and the outcome that they want. And so they'll use principle for manipulation when it suits them. How many times did we hear this, shame on you, shame on you. Shame on you for questioning the official narrative. Don't you realize you're hurting the O'Keeffes? Shame on you. It's all just about power and control. It really is. It's about power and control. And so much telling on themselves. The jury it was completely foreseeable, honestly. Completely foreseeable that was going to happen. The same people that are like clutching at their pearls that Karen Reed is speaking with a blogger, speaking with an award-winning journalist, Dr. Turtleboy, absolutely clutching their pearls about that. While in the meantime, who's the DA? Who's the DA interested in people with reach? Why is the DA interested in finding people with reach to talk about the Commonwealth's perspective on social media? It's all confession by projection, guys. The reaction to the jurors is just kind of like, flip that backwards. Okay. Do it in reverse order. But they accused Turtleboy and Free Karen Reed of having that type of negative intention towards the jurors because they themselves had it. A Sigal, OA Music. Doing my best with that one. Question: how was the video time lapse not an issue? It wasn't argued much. It didn't seem to shock anyone. And I genuinely thought it could lead to the dismissal of the trial. The video time lapse, do you mean the 43 seconds or 43 minutes that were deleted? The Sallyport 43 minutes that were deleted? It, did come up in the first trial, but I guess it didn't really get super focused on there either. The first trial, of course, was far more focused on the cover-up than the second trial was. Second trial, focused much more on just, look, there wasn't a collision. All this other stuff, it's collateral. Doesn't matter as much. Just bad police work following up on it. Possible corruption, but not necessarily something we're going to bend over backwards to try to convince you is what happened. But even in the first trial, that was the theme, the look the other way, theme. That was Alan Jackson's closing. They want you to ignore all of these problems, the inverted video, the missing 43 minutes, all of that type of thing. What was their explanation? Well, it was a bad camera. It was bad. Camera was getting bad. I mean, you saw the visual quality of the camera. It was clearly failing. And the whole problem here with all of this was that, it didn't get preserved. The defense fought through the trial for the, forensically sound copy of the Sallyport video. Because that would provide, possibly some information about the missing 43 minutes. Is it in fact missing? Was it edited? What can you tell from the metadata? What can you tell from the video itself? So there was never really any way to counter the argument. Well, it was just a broken camera. So maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they chose not to pursue that further. But we knew perfectly well Judge Bev wasn't going to do anything about it because she just, dismissed all of that outright. Oh, well, Karen's getting a new trial anyway. So let them poison the well as many times as they want, and they can just keep coming back because the remedy is a new trial. Horrifying, and would not be the case in some courts, but unfortunately, I don't think Bev's is the only court where that type of thing would happen. Sarita Banana, thank you, Aidan. Keep trucking up that trailer park of corruption. We appreciate your hard work, XO. He does work hard. I will give him a lot of credit for that. Aidan grinds. Jessica Rachel, good food for thought and heartening discussion. Glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for being here with us. Nanny F. Des, I really enjoyed this interview. You are a fantastic interview. You should do more of this. Great collab. Well, thank you. This was my first kind of real interview on the channel. I've had people on before, although granted not a lot. I had Ian come on just kind of randomly during Delphi because he's the gun guy, and we had some just absolutely insane ballistics. I got to put that in quotes. Firearm evidence. So had to talk about that with Ian. And then I did what was less of an interview and more like a joint presentation with Daniele Bolelli on the Standing Bears writ. It was a little standalone video I did a while back, but no, by and large, I tend to sit and watch court on TV and talk about it. Like that's mostly what I do on the channel these days. So I really appreciate the feedback. I will definitely give some thought to doing some more interviews. E2M2 E2M2N9. I can speak. I swear. Is a new member. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate you being here. Jennifer Miller 3367. Amazing interview, Andrea. It was great to hear you both, and I love the lens through which you approached tonight. I started thinking about it because I was thinking about like 5 years ago. Okay, it's only been about 5 years. About 5 years ago, when Adam Waldman was taking so much heat for litigating Johnny Depp's case in the press. Right? Because what did he do? He released the audio recordings that revealed Amber Heard to be the abuser that she is in action, in living color, talking about hitting Johnny Depp, talking about how no one was ever going to believe him. And like public opinion turned overnight on that case, with those audio recordings being released. And Adam Waldman took so much heat for that, ultimately gets thrown off the case, not because of that particular one, but because, yeah, he was sharing information about the case with the press. It was such a revolutionary thing then, and such a like pearl clutching thing. It still is, and probably will continue to be. But at the same time, yeah, it seems like there is starting to be a shift. 5 years ago, Adam Waldman is getting kicked off of the case, having to kind of tiptoe around being able to reveal information about the allegations against his client, being able to defend his client's reputation in the press, and not just have to, sit back and take it till you get your day in court. And now here we are 5 years later, and you had Brian Friedman, creating a website for Justin Baldoni, and that whole dispute. Things have really started to take a turn, and I think that what Turtleboy did in this case it's pretty revolutionary. Not just you know reporting is old. Reporting is not anything new. But the attention he was able to get on it, and then the action he was able to organize around it, that's really the big deal. And that's where the threat is. I think that's what's so threatening to the powers that be, that if this person can motivate and mobilize people to go out and speak and be heard and try to influence how power works in their community, well, that's a threat. That's a threat to those that hold that power. But it sure did change the landscape, didn't it? Nikki Lewis, 1699 is a new member. Welcome to the channel, Nikki. Peace Geek 1965. Awesome interview. So much of Turtleboy's story has been out there piecemeal. It was great to hear it from him firsthand. Good luck to him. Yeah, I had known like little bits and pieces of kind of how all of this unfolded and how Turtleboy's story interacts with the Karen Reed story and reporting on it and stuff like that. It's always been kind of there as this thing that accompanies Karen Reed, but however hard, Hank Brennan wanted to try to make it part of Karen Reed's case, wasn't able to, successfully do that. So I was just interested in kind of getting it sort of from beginning to end, and what motivated it, and how it's affected him. I mean, how could it not? 2 years, 2.5 years, just barely over 2 years. And so much has happened. Amy McCammon, 9078. The truth fears no scrutiny, and silencing people is the obvious sign of a conspiracy. Silencing people is there's always a reason for it. There's always a reason for it. And the most fundamental reason is fear. What it's fear of could probably vary. But it's fear. It's fear that you're going to expose me. It's fear that I'm going to be embarrassed. It's fear that I'm going to lose my position. It's fear that people won't believe me in the future. It's some kind of fear. It's fear that people might believe you and then think like you and we all have stuff we don't want to hear. We all have stuff we don't want to hear. Like that's not unique to anybody. But I don't know. It takes something else. It takes something else. It takes a certain, I guess, arrogance is how I see it, to transform that I don't want to hear it into you're not allowed to say it. I don't want to hear it, but that's my problem. And that's for me to deal with. And we're adults. We learn how to emotionally regulate, or we end up in jail. And that's it's the life path we end up on. The truth fears no scrutiny, and silencing people is the obvious sign of a conspiracy. Yeah, it's just a question. Just a question. But if the truth is frightening, if the truth has a downside, then yeah, that's gonna generate some fear, no question. I Seagull OA Music. I'm getting these names. I'm just blowing them all tonight. Sorry about that. Just like your mom. No, sorry. I couldn't help it. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Sarita Banana, who wants to get an OUI in Canton just to be in Karen's TD classes? Joking. Well, from what I could see about the Canton culture, she's going to have plenty of company in those classes. There will be like plenty of people. I don't want to talk bad about everybody in Canton, for heaven's sakes, just because the entire police department apparently, goes out drinking and drives home. But maybe someday Matt McCabe, will end up in her class, or maybe Brian Albert. No, Brian Albert had to move, didn't he? They moved. Music to my soul. If the jury followed instructions, they couldn't have used the OUI charge as a compromise, could they? Because they would have had to find Karen Read not guilty on all other charges of count 2 before considering it. When I say use it as a compromise, so first off, yes, that would assume the jury following the instructions. They would have to go down and they would have to rule these things all the way out before they ever even get to OUI. If they were strictly following the instructions, that's how it would work. The reality is it's very unlikely that they actually do that. It just is. They're there to think about what the different options are and to evaluate them, and just whether the options that they've been given, really make any sense or not. So I guess when I say compromise, I mean it in a sense of it's satisfying to folks who are convinced she did not kill John. She's not guilty of that. But it's also potentially satisfying to folks that just, they want a pound of flesh no matter what. If you don't have the OUI on the verdict slip, then you run the risk that somebody who is a little bit more on the, well, I'm not necessarily 100% convinced she did it, but I don't like how it looks, and I don't like the decisions that she made, and I don't like that she drove drunk. And you'll be looking for excuses to talk yourself into finding her guilty of something. That's really what I mean by the compromise. Not in a sense of like, well, I'm sitting over here with an involuntary manslaughter and a murder too, and you're sitting over there with an OUI and a vehicular homicide, and let's horse trade and play our cards, and we end up with this one. I don't mean it like that. I just mean it in a sense that it's something everybody can live with, and it doesn't, encourage people who insist she didn't kill John to, hang the jury because OUI doesn't have anything to do with killing John. But for people that might otherwise be inclined to like, well, I might try to talk myself into finding a vehicular homicide here or something like that if I can get other people on board. It takes away that temptation. So you make a very good point that yes, in terms of like the order of the instructions, they can't. The reality though is that they do, because they can't be asked about it. They can't be questioned about it. Why they decided the way they did, as we've learned over the course of this trial, it's unimpeachable. Very, very few limited exceptions to any of that. So Isa amazing. Isa amazing. He's amazing. It's interesting how lawyers, judges, and common people interpret the law. Not expert here. Love your perspectives always, Isa from the Philippines. Well, thank you for joining us. Yeah, lawyers, lawyers don't think like normal people. I mean, it's sort of a joke. But it's just because there is truth to it that, you go through law school and you get out of law school, the whole process is there to teach you how to think in a certain way, teach you to think like a lawyer. And once you start kind of seeing things through that framework, it's very, very difficult to go back. I had a moment that I'll never forget, my first year of law school, second semester. And, by this point we've taken contracts, torts, evidence, criminal procedure, civil procedure, like, constitutional law, like all of these different classes. And I remember, uh, I can't remember what exactly triggered it. If it was like reading a label or something. I want to say it was something like that, like reading um, the label on like a bar or something I was going to buy, like at the gas station, and like a snack, and it just hit me, how pervasive the law is, how much law there is, and how it's everywhere. Because I'm looking at this label and I just started thinking about, like, what got me thinking about it was like the food regulations, right? And what has to be on this label and what order does it have to be in, and there's rules for all of that. But then I started thinking about also, like, there's rules for the label, there's a copyright on the design, there's trade secrets in the recipe, there is law that surrounds the marketing, the importing, the exporting, the production. There's the people that work in the factory, there's the land use laws that govern the factory, that make the bar. Like, it's just everywhere. It's this massive behemoth of a structure. And I've never really been able to see the world the same way after that, because once I kind of saw that overlay about how the law is everywhere and touches everything in so many different ways, I couldn't unsee that. But yeah, definitely, definitely very, very different perspectives. And that's part of why I think, I do. I want to hear from Dr. Turtleboy once we've gotten into Koberger, because I want to hear how some of that is landing with him. Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Tully. This is the greatest show on earth. There's just nothing like hanging out with two ultra intelligent, skeptical, engaged, full of life, foxy humans. Everyone is inspired to do their courageous best. Well, that's quite an endorsement. I really do appreciate that. We're all trying to do our best, I think, here in this channel. I mean, that's the goal, right? We're well-intentioned people. We want the world to be a good place. We want to treat people fairly. We want to get to the truth. I think we all have noble aspirations, and so anytime we can share that and spread it around, it's only a good thing. So thanks for being here with us. Lazy LP7I. This feels a lot like the last presidential election, where everyone was afraid to say who they supported. People should be allowed to voice opinions. It's one of the reasons why I don't do politics. It's I don't know why we got to where we can't talk about things that we disagree about anymore. Like, we can't have civil disagreement anymore. Politics is a terrible topic for me because I don't fit in a box. I don't have a political home. I've noticed sometimes, like, I'll see like what ads come up on the channel and things like that, and it seems like, maybe it's just me, but it seems like YouTube doesn't quite know how to code me. They don't know if I'm red coded. They don't know if I'm blue coded. And that's because I'm not. Like, I pull from both. Like, I don't know what you want. I'm interested in the idea. Like, which box you check on the ballot is, to me, is just like one of the least interesting kinds of frames through which to look at a person or a topic or something like that. I'm very interested in why, and in what do you think, and what do you care about, what do you value, and what motivates you, and what problems do you see, and what sort of solutions do you see to those problems. Fascinated with that. And that's what politics really should be. But that's just not what it is today. So it's unfortunate, but I think that's absolutely the point, and that's kind of what I get at too with the preference cascade. As soon as somebody out there is willing to say, and brave enough to say, me, I believe this, I support this, I think this is a good thing, then it gives permission for everybody else who shares that belief to come out in support. But it's a very difficult thing to do because you have no idea if they're going to turn up and support you or not. If you're just going to end up, standing there alone in the public pillory. So it takes a lot of courage to do that. But I agree. I like differences of opinion. I think intelligent differences of opinion are just some of the most fascinating conversations that there are. Especially on things where there's not necessarily a right or a wrong answer. I love that stuff. So I hope we get to have more of that. I hope that's kind of the era that we're entering. VMCYKD6H with a super sticker. Thank you very much for that. I apologize what YouTube is doing to all the usernames. I don't know why it's doing that, but and it doesn't seem like it's all of them either. But at TMF Squid, I firmly believe if the Rick Allen case had a Turtle Boy, Judge Goal and those cops would have gone further than what Canton cops did to Turtle Boy. That person would never have made bail and would have been shut up. Well, we got sort of close to a Turtle Boy in Delphi with Ange, right? With Ange. Ange had a whole experience with the powers that be there in Delphi. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you need to look up Lieutenant Holman and his swatting of Ange. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. What seems to have happened in Delphi was that it was much more of the conventional media game that I kind of expect, which is that the law enforcement, they're the ones that are seeding the media landscape. They're the ones that are putting the information out there, often anonymously, just dropping little tips, little pieces of information and stuff like that. And so, yeah, if somebody had come out in contravention to that, I would be afraid for that person. I would be very fearful for that person. Look what they did to the attorneys. Look what they did to the attorneys just for pursuing the defense. It's wild. So I think that is a very legitimate point. And that's kind of the point that Aidan was making too. That was the point. It is to get you to self-censor. It is the chilling effect. That is the whole point. Dragon Absurda plans to go to Ian's meetup in Vancouver on July 12th. It is on my calendar. I am doing my best. I am working on it. I think it's going to happen. So fingers crossed. Should be able to make that work. Glamasues, no idea if you use bourbon or single malts in a Manhattan, but I have lots of high end of both, and I don't drink bourbon. Maker's Mark and Woodford Reserve. I'll try them. I'm pretty sure that conventionally the Manhattan is with rye, but I'm not actually. No, I think I might be confusing that with an old fashioned. No, I'm not even totally sure, but I'm pretty sure it is a rye whiskey. But it doesn't matter. They make it with everything. So Maker's Mark and Woodford Reserve. I'll try them. I'll give it a shot. Claude Simeon, Rittenhouse or Wild Turkey Rye over Bullet. Carpano Antica Vanilla Flavor Vermouth in a Rob Roy Scotch base Lagavulin Lafrogue Cragganmore. Oh, I just murdered. Murdered. Beautiful Scottish words. Sorry about that, Nicola. Forgive me. Please forgive me. I always wanted to learn. Like Celtic languages and stuff, but never quite made it there. So anyway, hopefully that wasn't awful. Rittenhouse or Wild Turkey Rye. Got it. I'll give him a shot. Thanks for the tip. Glamasues, we need people to comply with and honor the U.S. Constitution. I am a pragmatist and a realist. I truly hope that Massachusetts gets in line. I am blessed to live in New Hampshire. You are. Yes, live free or die. You are blessed to live in New Hampshire. I don't know if it's culture. I don't know if it's our culture that's changed so much. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I really don't. But I look back on my grandparents. My grandmother's still with us. Maybe she's even watching, Nana. If you are, I love you, Nana. She's 96 years old. Um, but I think about her and my grandfather and their generation and the values that they had, the pride they had for their country, the idealism that they had about it. And we're such a cynical era now. I have to take my share of blame for that, being Gen X, um, not without fault in the current mood. But I don't know how or if we can get back to that, you know, to where we remember why it was important to do that. I worry that sometimes when you have a good thing, you have to lose it to appreciate that it was good. And that's what I worry about with our country and our government. Are we going to have to? Are we going to have to see it like exploited and corrupted and abused to start caring about fixing it? I hope not. I hope not. I'd love to think we can be proactive. We can get out ahead of ourselves and our own worst impulses when it comes to government and power. Robbie, hi Andrea. What troubles me about Turtleboy is his certainty. That is something I am very uncomfortable with. I can understand that. Like I said, I am a very skeptical person. I'm certain about not an awful lot of things. Most, you know, most day-to-day stuff. I'm gonna have questions. I'm gonna have questions. Uh if I understand where I think you're going with this chat, I think what you mean is his certainty that well, you got to have a lot of certainty, for example, to walk up to Jen McCabe and call her a cop killer. Got to have a lot of certainty to do that. It's not something I would do. I probably wouldn't have that kind of certainty. But even if I was pretty certain, I still probably wouldn't. I still probably wouldn't. I would be more inclined, I think, to live in the doubt area. Yeah. I don't know. I think some of this might just be it might be dispositional, you know. If you look at like there's all kinds of different sort of personality measures and characteristics and ways to look at it and things like that. But the one what's it called? The one with like the INFJ and EFTP, stuff like that, those number ones. I suspect this may come down to the is it T and J? No, it's not T and J. It's P, perceiving, and J, judging, right? And just personality wise, perception, you're going to be less certain because you're going to recognize, okay, perceiving things and just taking it in, but I'm not necessarily there to process it or rely on it heavily or something like that. But judgment is like you've reached a point of certainty. So maybe some of that is just what we're comfortable with on a personal level, and that's why maybe that's why some people I don't know, just get a get a bad reaction to Turtleboy. Yes, people get a bad reaction to my channel. They don't like me. They need to be more judgmental. Andrea, you should be more. And don't you know Koberger is obviously guilty? Like, haven't you figured that out yet? No, I still got a lot of questions. It's just how it is. So I understand this perspective. Sarita Banana, down with the prison profiteers. There is so much profit in prisons, and not just the private prisons. You know, the private prisons, that was like a popular thing for a while. You know, get rid of the private prisons. Like, yeah, okay, there's bad private prisons, no question about that. But they're a small minority of the prison system in the United States. But prison contracting, big business, big business. So much money involved. Yeah, a lot of money to be made in depriving people of their freedom. Palmyra Media. Has someone in New England all their lives with families as retired LEOs, MA and NH, tied at hip, and state police are 100 good old boys club, many ways with exception of Rhode Island. All New England is old school, old money, old ways. It's hard for me to appreciate the cultural differences. I know that they're there. I mean, just abstractly, you know, but not having grown up and kind of lived and been shaped by that environment, it's hard for me to have perspective on it. I see things like Daughters of the American Revolution, you know, I think, oh, that's cute, you know, that's cute. We're nobody out here, unless, you know, you're a tribal member. Nobody was out here before like 1860 something, you know, and you were a pretty super early arrival if you came in 1865. Washington became a state in 1889. So it's hard, I think, for me to appreciate that aspect of particularly like the original colonies. You know, they do have more history and just groundedness there. Like you don't have, we're pioneers out here. You know, I'm kind of unusual in that my grandparents came here where I live now in 1946, 1947, something like that. My parents, my mother was born here. I was born here. That's really unusual for the West, you know, to have a few generations in one place. I mean, it's not like a crazy thing, I guess, but just, I don't know, my sense relative to the East Coast, there's more history, more of just what comes along with that. I don't really want to say class, but maybe that is kind of part of what it comes down to. Some class issues. That there's like yeah, Daughters of the American Revolution, and kind of old established class, and then us Johnny come latelys. So it makes sense to me that if there is a little bit of kind of culture like that, that it would seep into something like law enforcement in the institutions. And I completely buy 100%. Yeah, I buy that state police are the good old boys club. That seems pretty crystal clear. Seems pretty clear. It's unfortunate. It really is. But how do you fix that? How do you fix that? I don't know what the solution is to that. The Glarer, you and Aidan rock tonight. Well, thank you so much, Will. I'm glad you were here. He had some awfully nice things to say about you, and appreciate you being here and supporting it. Melissa Garcia, FG8ZQ. Where are the kids, Lori? Nate Eaton from East Idaho News. Following the Daybells to Hawaii to find those kids was true journalism. Missed you, girl. Yeah, I forgot about that. I didn't follow Daybell super closely. Um, they've done, I have to say, I'm very critical of mainstream media and just in general, tend to find it rather inferior. But I have actually been not completely unimpressed with some of the mostly print journalism that's come out of Idaho in the last couple of years since I've been watching Koberger in particular. There's been some good local coverage, so that's good to know. I might have to check that story out. Ocean Beach 3591. Don't think it can be hashtag FKR without being hashtag FTB. If he hadn't fought for Karen Reed, he wouldn't have been charged to shut him up. So disappointing that since not guilty, Karen Reed team has ghosted him. No interviews for him. Meanwhile, he faces 105 years. Yeah. And hence why I'm sure he would like to have that show of support at his hearing. I think that, yeah, that would be very meaningful, and it would be, I would expect, disappointing to have played such a role in garnering the support and not really getting appreciation for it, not really getting recognition for it. I mean, I know that's not why he did it. He didn't do it to get called out, to be the main character in the story or anything like that. But at the same time, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt to not get your recognition when it's so due. It's so due. Um, I don't really understand the thought process behind why Aidan would be radioactive in some sense. I know obviously he's still got his charges pending. I can imagine that there's still risk. They're still concerned about who's looking, who's going to be getting into phones, who's going to be, asking questions. Where is there a possibility of a misstep that could then potentially increase everybody's jeopardy, all over again? If the Commonwealth is going to double down and is not going to do the, oopsie, guess we shouldn't have gone so far down this road, we were wrong in the first place, and just walk away, then you have to be concerned about what they might want to do, or what they might try to do to try to keep coming after you. So I mean, I get it, but yeah, it's got to hurt. It's got to hurt. Amy McCammon 9078. I loved your Bev impressions during trial and calling yourself boomer. One of these days I'll learn how to like work the computer and use YouTube and stuff. Giving it my best shot, but I grew up without the internet. What can I tell you? I had to learn how to do things on my own. So, harbinger of imminent death. In general, how certain do you think prosecutors should be that they can get a conviction before bringing charges? You're never going to have absolute certainty, but you should be pretty sure. You should be pretty sure, in my opinion. And a lot of this just goes to harm reduction. This is the same idea behind, I'm not certain enough that I would be the person to walk up to Jen McCabe at a lacrosse game and call her a cop killer. I don't have that degree of certainty. I wouldn't charge Jen McCabe with killing John O'Keefe or really, doing anything at all, because I don't have, well, maybe the perjury. But I mean, with respect to John, just because we don't know. We don't know. It's still possible it was an accident somehow. It's possible Jen wasn't part of the, what led to John dying at all and was just part of the cover up. I don't know. I don't know. But the point is, from my perspective, if you're going to make accusations, yeah, you should have an extremely high degree of certainty, but it's, less significant in just normal life than it is when you're talking about an accusation that has legal weight that can, you know, devastate somebody's whole life, change their whole life. You never go back from this. Karen Reed is not guilty. She is an innocent woman, other than the OUI. But she's never going back to her old life. It's all been completely destroyed by this accusation. So I'm just very aware of that. I'm aware of the power of the accusation. It's why I've never wanted to be a prosecutor. It seems like temperamentally, I'm completely unsuited for it. Because the whole j'accuse thing, it's not my thing. It's not my thing. I don't want to accuse people of doing wrong things. I'm a questioner, you know. So that's just my perspective. I mean, ethically, you're supposed to not bring charges unless you have confidence that you're going to be able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury, even though the charging standard is only probable cause. You need to be thinking down to the end of the road, the likelihood that you're going to be able to convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. But it's just one of those things that, as a practical matter, yeah, there's an ethical rule, but how is it ever going to be enforced? Well, it's not. It's not. I don't know of a single example. I've never even heard of a situation where a prosecutor has been, disciplined in some way for bringing a charge that shouldn't have been brought. I think by and large, the remedy is regarded as political. You don't like the charging decisions, change the prosecutor. Glamasus, if it were my family member, I would be screaming, holy hell, demanding answers as to why there was no investigation or documentation. What I would be doing, I would be on a public records bonanza. Okay, I would be going crazy. And the reason why I would do that is because I would simply want to see, are the police capable? Are the Massachusetts State Police capable of conducting a clean and reasonable and correct investigation? Are they capable of doing that? Because if they're capable of doing that, then I have to assume that their failure to do that in this case is not because they weren't able to. It was because they chose not to. It's because they chose not to. And if they chose not to investigate the death of my loved one for any reason, oh, you bet. You bet I'm going to be screaming. You bet I'm going to be in the streets. You bet I'm going to be raising hell. I mean, one of these things that I remember again being in law school, and when I learned how the police have no duty to you at all, none, no duty to you at all. You can have, an axe murderer hacking down your front door, and you call 911 and you tell him he's the axe murderer and he's at the door and he's going to be in here in seconds, and they say thank you so much for calling, and they hang up and they do nothing, and you get murdered. Too bad, so sad. There's no recourse of any kind because they had no duty to do anything at all. And that was a real eye-opener for me, because I had always kind of thought that, with great power comes great responsibility, but it turns out that with the police, that's not the case. It's not actually the case. So, the fact that they aren't legally obligated to do something in that situation doesn't mean that they don't have a moral obligation, and that isn't part of what we, the people who are subject to them, that's part of our role. Part of our role in managing the system is making it clear when you have morally offended us by taking this power and not acting in a responsible way. It's just the right thing to do. So if you're not going to do that, yeah, you better believe. You better believe you're going to be hearing about it from me. Phil Biggs 123, 6.7K in chat and 6.4K likes. Andrea commands more respect than any other creator without ever seeking it out. Says oh so much without saying a word. Well, you're very kind. It's a very sweet thing to say. I've said many times, I don't really know what I'm doing here. You know, serendipity brought me to YouTube, and it's been a ride. It's been a wild ride. I'm still not sure where it's going or anything like that. But I really do appreciate you all being here with me. And you know, it's been so heartening to see the enthusiasm for it. To me, it's just me thinking and talking. You know, nothing really extraordinary at all. I joke, I watch TV and talk about it on the internet. Like what kind of life? What a world to live in. What an era. What a time to be alive. I can just watch TV and talk about it on the internet, and people get great value out of it. So I really do appreciate that. My whole goal here is to be a value add. You know, if it's why I don't go live just to go live, just to talk about whatever. You know, I want there to be a reason and something to get from it. So I do appreciate that. Sarah Bahu. How do we get the FBI to look at the Rick Allen case police conduct like they did with Karen Reed? P.S. My dad liked a splash of cherry juice and 2 maraschino cherries in his Manhattans. If I could get 2 cherries, I'd take it. I would definitely take it. The cherry juice might be a bit much. That might be a little too sweet for me, but I don't know. I'll give it a try. I'll give it a little splash. You know, sugar and whiskey. I'm telling you, I'm not so great with the straight whiskey. Like I said, not much of a connoisseur, but put a little sugar in it and holy cow, it suddenly becomes really good. How do we get the FBI to look at the Rick Allen case police conduct? It would help to know what got their attention in the Karen Reed case. You know, understanding what brought them there. And I don't know if we'll ever know. We may never know. Because that would give us insight into what was their priority, what caught their attention. Why did they decide it was worth investigating? Why did they think there was a crime here? I mean, you kind of have to start with what do you think the crime is? Like what has gone wrong? Well, we already talked about Lieutenant Holman and the swatting. So that can be an avenue. That can be an avenue. What are you doing swatting content creators who are out there talking about publicly filed documents and press releases and public information, things like that? What's up with that? But in this particular case, you know, it's just it seems to me likely that Morrissey was already on the radar. That's what seems likely to me, that Morrissey was already on the radar for one reason or another. Maybe MSP, I just don't know. But the role of the FBI in the Sandra Birchmore investigation and the role of the FBI in Karen Reed's investigation, to me, it's hard to see that as a coincidence, especially with the overlap in the personnel. You know, it's hard for me to think, oh, they just independently happen to stumble across these two different cases that they got involved in that just happen to involve all the same people and happen to look really, really sketchy from the standpoint of the law enforcement investigation. We don't have that in Delphi. You know, I guess it's hard to know where to look. And part of the thing to bear in mind too in Delphi is that the FBI already knows about it. They already know what was going on. They were part of the investigation until Doug Carter kicked them out. said, give me your file and go home. So they kind of already knew how this was going. They knew who the players were. Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know if there's a real way to get the FBI involved in that one. But like I said, if there's one crime that stands out as potentially warranting it, yes, swatting a creator, that might cut it. Maybe that would do. Ocean Beach 3591. Andrea, thank you for all you do. Please interview former FBI Special Agent Michael Easter. Truth Daddy. Wow. Can see why Bev said no. Can you post Turtleboy Defense Fund link? Yeah, I'll it's been going through the chat. I think the mods have been posting that from time to time. So it should come up again at some point. I saw Michael Easter on Justice Serve TV, and then I also saw, who else talked to him? Who else talked to Michael Easter that I saw? I can't remember now. There's been so many interviews over the past week. It's like hard to keep track of everything. But I really enjoyed hearing what he had to say. He's got a fascinating background. I was definitely interested in the fact that he was involved. He was part of the FBI, while the FBI was still doing this other side of the investigation. Boy, I'd love to not really be a fly on the wall, but just like, can I peek into his head and see all that stuff that like we can't talk about? Koberger, he mentioned that he knows the feds that did work in the Koberger case on the CAS stuff, and that was fascinating to me because as you may know if you've been following Koberger, kind of a big mystery what the status of the FBI is at this point. If the FBI is even going to be appearing in this case, and we had a pretrial hearing involving some of this location data and how it was handled and how it was presented by the grand jury, and it appears that somebody from the Moscow Police Department took some of this cast data and like did something else with it, like came up with other conclusions or something like that. Kind of seems like there was maybe a deviation in approach between the local police and the FBI, and that could be a reason why the FBI kind of noped out of the situation. So I don't know. I'm intrigued to see how all of that is going to go. But yeah, I thought Michael Easter did some fantastic interviews. I'll think about it at this point. What I'd really want to think about is what would I talk to him about that he hasn't already gone over a whole bunch of times. Like I said, I want it to be value add. I don't want to just have him on just so that I can have a guest. It's not about me. It's about trying to get some good information out. So I will give some thought to that because he had great information. I really enjoyed hearing him talk. TMF Squid, I can't wait for Koberger trial to start. Everything that was released prior to the gag orders don't make a whole lot of sense. So it'd be interesting to know exactly what the state has and if it proves he did it. Yeah. It's been such a mystery for, 3 years. And part of the reason why is because that gag order came down so early. And so much of the investigation only took place after they had Brian Koberger in custody. So that very little initial bit of information that we got was like, okay, I can see this being enough to arrest him. But me personally, if they go to trial, if I'm on the jury, they go to trial and this is all I have, I'm not convicting a guy on this, and certainly not on a death penalty case. Certainly not on a death penalty case. There's a circumstantial case to be made, sure, but it's not a particularly strong one, at least not in my perspective, not based on what we know at this time. And so since then, it's just been either little drips and drabs of information that come out in the court documents, or it's been a whole like flood of information out in the media that you don't know if you can trust it or not, because so much of it has turned out to be not true. So I too, I'm fascinated to see where this is going to go and how it's going to play out evidence-wise, because just from what I've seen so far and how I followed it, I got questions, guys. Like I said, I'm a skeptic. I'm skeptical of this one. I don't know. I don't know. So I, like you, am very eager to see what it is that they actually have to support these allegations. Carrie Mache, but you are a boxer, so you get those punches out of your system. So maybe you have less of a need to confront power. I am a daughter of the American Revolution. Oh, that's cool. See, that's cool. I love. I don't think I've ever met a Dar before. So thank you. Thank you for introducing yourself. Yeah, I don't know. It's not so much confronting power. I'm totally fine with confronting power. I mean, that's pretty much what your job is as a criminal defense attorney. You're cross-examining the cop, you're filing the motion, against the prosecutor, you're arguing with the judge. Like all that stuff I think is pretty routine. I don't know what it is about I mean, it would be the same thing like if I were in court defending a case, and maybe there's a reason to be suspicious of somebody else, maybe that's part of the defense. I'm going to have a hard time. Like, it's not that I'm not going to present the defense. Of course I'm going to present the defense. But I'm going to have a hard time presenting it as like a certain thing, as a that person did it, as an accusatory thing. It's just going to be much more in my nature to point it out as this is a reasonable alternative possibility. Okay, maybe we don't know for sure, but what we should be able to do is rule it out. And if the evidence were sufficient to convict my client, it would be sufficient to rule out the possibility that this other person did it. And so that's just, that's my comfort zone. And I've kind of had to find that through, fair amount of trial and error, Sometimes, somebody is lying. What do you do about that? Sometimes you think they are, but you don't know. Sometimes you think somebody is, making stuff up. It'd be rough cases, particularly, man, when you get into kids, and kids are like making stuff up. Guys, I don't know. I've always been, I'm never afraid to make the point and to call out the facts. But, if the facts are lead to some question about what the conclusion is, is this accusation justified or not? Am I certain? If I'm not certain, I'm just going to have a hard time putting it that way, and arguing it that way. It's one of the things actually that Hank Brennan did that I kind of appreciated, because it's how I would tend to handle situations like this too. When he was impeaching Nicholas Barrows, Officer Barrows, and saying, here you had this prior testimony, you were shown this, and you said this. Actually, here, look through the transcript. None of that happened. But you're not up here trying to be dishonest. You sincerely believed it. You really thought you just happened to be mistaken. Mm-hmm. That's exactly, how I have handled that kind of situation multiple times. You don't have to get up and accuse somebody of lying. It doesn't always serve my objective as a lawyer. But it's just from a harm prevention standpoint, it's really what it comes down to for me. It's the cost of being wrong. What if you're wrong? What if you're wrong? If I got a kid that's making up an accusation, or I think they're making up an accusation, and I treat the kid like they're making up an accusation and I'm wrong, oh, no, end me. Like, that would be terrible. So I guess I just tend to err on the side of caution, and that's probably a personality thing. And I only hit people when they are down with it. Don't come at me, you won't get none. So it's all good. Glamasues, my family is a big part of Rhode Island. I love what it was. I hate what it is now. We never framed innocent people in Rhode Island. Oh, I've never been to Rhode Island. I don't know much about Rhode Island. I know that you do have mafia in Rhode Island, which did come as some surprise to me. But I did learn about that. But it's a shame. I hate hearing stuff like this. I hate hearing stuff like this. That places are going downhill or deteriorating, not what they used to be. I don't know why that is. At 1E2B9 Dash has gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. Do apologize if YouTube mangled your name there. Sarita Banana just watched a soft white underbelly where this young Boston mob guy talked about never be a rat. Gave me some perspective on the culture. Yeah, it's the absolute worst thing. Absolute worst thing is being a snitch, being a rat. I mean, arguably, the entire Whitey Bulger trial was really just about that. It had nothing to do with was he in fact a criminal RICO, leader. Did he commit all the murders with John Martirano and all that stuff? It wasn't even about that. It wasn't even about that. It was about, but he wasn't really a snitch. We swear. We swear. No, he was a snitch. Isabel Park, 7650. I don't know why Mr. Reed could not give Dr. Turtleboy a courtesy call. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I think it's a good question. I think it's a fair question. On the one hand, I do understand, hey, they didn't ask for it. They don't owe him anything. He did what he did. It wasn't in their control. I could even understand maybe they would have some mixed feelings about it. There is a potential argument to be made. I mean, I think we certainly saw, like, even Turtleboy himself acknowledged, like, a lot of people that were like anti Karen Reed, it wasn't because they sincerely thought that she was guilty. They just hated Turtleboy. And so there is a little bit of a risk of that. If that's the jury pool as a whole, then there's a little bit of a risk. An argument could be made. Well, did it hurt her case? Did it hurt her case? I think if you get into did it hurt more than it helped, you're going to have a hard time making that case for me, just because of the profile, the publicity, the defense, the support, all that stuff. By the time of the second trial, it really seemed like there was a massive shift in the public perspective, in the public opinion. Like I said, that jury selection, the second jury selection, when we were getting the feedback from the courtroom, like, they got 50 people, 45 of them have heard about the case, 38 of them have formed opinions about it, 30 of them say they can't be unbiased, they can't change their minds about it. I mean, it just reached a level of penetration in the community that your mom would dream of. I had to say it, guys. Sorry. No, it just did. It took the story much, much further than I think it would have without him. So if you look at it as a cost benefit, I could see, like I said, I could see an argument. Somebody might think, hey, this actually wasn't helpful. This potentially, it's potentially hurt her with the jury pool. But I think you have to balance that against the help that it was as well. So I don't know. Hopefully they would. Glamasues must amend. I come from a family of cops, military, and attorneys. There would be hundreds storming. It's like Eden said, you know, the good cops, are what we count on and what we depend on. They are the ones that keep the bad cops in line, at least ideally the worst enemy of the bad cops. So I would very much expect. I loved the other day, if you guys didn't catch it, Mr. Alessi and Mr. Yannetti went on Duty Ron's channel. I love Duty Ron, okay, NYPD. Good guys. Ron and Ed Wallace, the CSI guy over there on the channel. They had a great interview. They brought in somebody else from NYPD too, whose name I can't remember right now, but I think a lieutenant commander or something like that. And it was just very refreshing to see exactly this kind of phenomenon. The good cops are outraged by the bad cops, and so they've been very vocal about that for quite some time. But yeah, it was a fun interview with Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Alessi the other day. So if you missed that, do consider checking it out. To Truth for Liberty. whitestonepublishing.org/journalism-kellydever.pdf. P.S. Serendipity is your perfect color. Thank you. It is my favorite. It is my favorite. All right, I'm going to write it down. whitestonepublishing.org/journalism kellydever.pdf. Okay, I'll check it out. Thanks for sharing. Phil Biggs 123, 10 to 40% ratio at best. Likes don't lie, Miss Andrea. Thank you. Daniel Boone, state. What state city has the best justice system, law enforcement, in your opinion? Really enjoy and respect your perspective. I am in no position to be able to answer this because I'm not familiar enough with them. But I will tell you, this is a great segue to. I've had this idea in my mind for probably like almost 10 years now. Trying to remember when I first came up with it. But I had this podcast idea for ages. My cousin and I thought it up, and it would basically just be looking at. Here's the podcast is Monday Morning Docket, and the idea is that pretty much every community in the United States, wherever you go, there is going to be a courtroom with a Monday morning docket. And you have to have a Monday morning docket because people get arrested Friday night and over the weekend, and then they sit in jail the whole time. And they need to be brought in so that they can have bail set and attorneys assigned and so on. So probable cause determined, it just depends on the system. So every community has a Monday morning docket to process in the crime that happened on Friday night and over the weekends. So it's a little bit of a just peekaboo view into a community to sit in and watch the Monday morning docket. You see who's there, you see what are they being charged with, like what are the problems with crime in this community, who is being charged, who is doing the charging. You see just general things like how does the court operate, who is running the show, is the prosecutor running the show, is the judge running the show, are the police there, have the police to what extent do the prosecutors rely on the police when they're providing factual information to the court and support for the charges and things like that? What's the relationship between the prosecutors and the law enforcement? I think there's just a lot of insight like that you can get. And so the idea would be go to all these different communities and look at how the justice system works in the community on the Monday morning docket. And then, if I did it long enough, maybe I'd be able to answer this question because I'd have seen so many different justice systems and ways of doing things. You see what works and you see what doesn't work. And you see the trade-offs because, there's always going to be trade-offs for things. So I can't, Yeah, I can't tell you. I just my frame of reference is way too limited. I will say my personal experience. The Walla Walla court system was a good court system. It was not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. There were certainly, um, some issues. There's at least one judge was kind of a problem. But by and large, it was a good community. It was a good law enforcement. It was very community oriented, which I think you get more with a more of a small town community. The more urbanized you are, it seems like the more paramilitarized your law enforcement becomes, but also the more isolated they become. The more the cops just only hang out with other cops and do social things with other cops and stuff like that, and don't intermix with the rest of the community so much. A small town, you don't have enough cops for that to really be feasible. So it's just more integration with the community as a whole. And I think that just changes everybody's perspective. It changes the community's attitude towards the police. It changes the police's attitude towards the communities. So I think things like that can be very helpful. But these are complex systems. There's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of ways that things can go wrong. So I would love to be able to answer this question for you someday, Daniel Boone. We'll maybe give it a shot. Harbinger of imminent death. I think all of the Karen Read sidebars are sealed since she was acquitted, and only one of the parties could move to unseal them. Given how liberal the court was with sidebars, the opacity is frustrating. I am very unclear on the status of the sidebars. I don't think that they were sealed by virtue of the acquittal. I understand there is the issue with the sealing. The records can be sealed after a certain point, but I don't think that is going to extend to the record of the public court process because there's far too much First Amendment case law that makes it crystal clear that we have a right to that information that is public information. What I really didn't like about the sidebars was how much of the court business, just the ordinary court business, was conducted at sidebar. The whole reason for having sidebars is because the jury is in the room and you need to have conversations that the jury isn't supposed to hear. That's it. So when the jury isn't even in the room, like when you first come in the morning to start your business, why on earth are you going to sidebar? You don't need to be having that conversation at sidebar. So I really didn't like that because it was very clear to me the reason why is not to keep it from the jury. The jury's not here. You are doing it like that to keep it from the public. And we, the public, have a right to know. We should have known at the time, but we didn't. So at the very minimum, yes, we should have the right to view the sidebar. I did see, I think Kurt is maybe going to be working on a motion to try to get them unsealed. It should be a gimme, honestly. It really should. Like, I don't even know what possible legal justification they could offer for saying that the public wouldn't have a right to the sidebar. There's certain parts of it that potentially would need to be redacted. Yes, if you're using juror names. Yes, if you're talking about national security secrets. There's few things that get protected, but you just redact those. You just block them out so that we can't see that part, and then you release the rest of the transcript. Because yeah, we do have a right to know what legal decisions are being made in this trial based on what arguments. It's just all part of monitoring the third branch of government over here. So yeah, the opacity is extremely frustrating. Hopefully that will not be long-lived. That said, we are 8 months past Delphi now, past the verdict, still waiting for the public records to be public. So, there's having a right and there's being able to enforce that right. Those are not necessarily the same thing. But Yeah, we'll see. I'd like to see if Kurt's able to get those transcripts. If there's something I can do to help, I would be happy to do that. TMF Squid, am I remembering wrong, or did the Commonwealth try to tie Karen and Aidan into a conspiracy to commit witness intimidation? If so, the silence from Karen's team makes sense, at least until Aidan's cases are over. You are remembering correctly. It went to a grand jury. They took it to a grand jury. They returned a no bill, so they found no basis for prosecuting based on that time. The problem is, of course, that if they get new evidence or anything like that, they can represent it. So, yeah, I can imagine this is probably part of the thought process behind it. You don't want to, you've already got a target on you. You don't want to run around like, here, it's right here, just right here. But it's still unfortunate, even frankly, just like a private thank you, I'm sure would go a long way. I mean, I guess I wouldn't know if there has been one if it's private. So maybe there has. But it is unfortunate. I agree. Music to my soul. When you consider how Brennan was alleging that Turtleboy and Karen Read were colluding on witness intimidation, it might actually hurt his case for Karen Read to show up. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the other side of that too. Aidan seems like he's got a good judge on that particular case. I guess we'll have to see. I remember when they had the argument on the motion to dismiss. It was a very good argument. I remember being impressed with the judge and the questions that the judge had, and the judge seemed quite skeptical of the charge, the prosecution, the viability of it. Nevertheless, did allow it to go forward. So maybe not a ton of help there, but he at least seemed to be listening. Sometimes I guess that's all you can ask for. But I think this is a fair point, that if there is any sort of hint that like maybe there's some there that that could potentially be damaging. So good point. Music to my soul. And even worse, the sidebars being sealed has severely limited what Alessi and Yannetti have been able to say in interviews. That's so wrong. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. I don't understand how, like, I get you can see, okay, you can seal a sidebar. You can seal a transcript. You make it so that the transcript can't be produced to the public. How on earth do you gag a lawyer from talking about what happened at the sidebar? I don't understand that at all. I really don't. But when it comes to what the law allows people to do, there's having, like I say, there's having a right and there's enforcing a right. And whole lot of issues with unconstitutional orders in Massachusetts. One thing I looked at, I remember when the gag order came down, or not the gag order, but the buffer zone. The buffer zone order came down. Was, well, what if people just violate it? Do you have a right in Massachusetts to violate a law that is plainly unconstitutional? Some states you do. In Massachusetts, the answer is no. This is an idea called the collateral bar rule. If you're interested in that, you can look it up, the collateral bar rule. And basically what it is it says that if there's an order, unconstitutional, invalid, whatever, you are barred from being able to challenge that order, the validity of that order, once you've been arrested for violating it. Like, you have to go and challenge it first, if you want to have any prospect of being relieved from it. If you just go violate it and then challenge it and say, hey, that was unconstitutional, you can't present that defense. They make you challenge it first. So, odd to me that would be limiting. But if they're willing to abide by it and aren't inclined to challenge it, then then it is what it is. Zimmy123 has gifted a membership. Thank you so much for that. That is very generous of you. Guys, this was a good time. This was a good conversation. I did enjoy this. It was a little bit new, and I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of nervous about it, and probably over prepared a little bit too much, and read too many obscure things, and tried to think about too much. But I'm glad to hear that it sounds like folks got value out of it. I certainly did. Not just doing the YouTube for myself, but hey, if nothing else, I got something out of it. I thought it was really helpful to kind of hear the story from the beginning, and just get a sense of the evolution. We're in a revolutionary era, I think, whether you like it or not, and that's always going to be polarizing. Some people are going to welcome it, some people are going to hate it and shun it and fight against it. So I think it's natural for somebody like Turtleboy, who is taking on a revolutionary type of position. He's going to be a lightning rod. I doubt that comes as any surprise to him, but certainly the extent to which the powers that be are willing to flex that power to try to shut him down, try to put him in his place. That may have come as a surprise, and certainly comes as kind of a horror to me. You don't have to, this is kind of the old standard throat clearing that so many people do. Like I said, there's so many people like, oh well, if only you would say things differently, or if only you would do something, slightly different, then I'd be able to support you and stuff like that. Like, no, you can't do that. You just got to be authentic. And I think the bottom line for Aidan is that this is where his authenticity brought him. This is kind of what he was called for. This is the challenge that serendipity has brought into his life. Just because it was his fate to be in this place and to get this story and to have this idea about how to pursue it and where it's gone. So it was very much an honor for me to be able to have that conversation. Guys, I appreciate you all being here with me. It's been a minute. I'll try not to keep it too long, but like I said, I'm not here to just talk, make content just to make content. I want there to be some value to add to it. So I will take your suggestions in mind. Think about what kind of conversations might be good, might be enlightening, might be helpful, might be fun. Just would add something to the community and the discourse and all that. So with that, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you very much for being here with me. Thank you, mods, keeping everything running and everything smooth. Thank you, Jeff, for giving me the clues in the private chat when I can't remember. It's John Adams. Like, duh, of course it's John Adams. Yeah, I guess that one would be obvious when I sit and think about it. But really do appreciate him saving me from my own forgetfulness. So it's been a great night, guys. I'll try not to be a stranger. We'll do it again sometime. So thank you very much, and we will see you next time.